Hello everyone, and welcome to my analysis series on the Mushoku Tensei light novels. There's a ton I want to talk about, as you've probably guessed based on the runtime of this video, and the fact that the script for this video is significantly longer than the actual book. No, I'm not joking, but I do want to clarify a few quick things first to make sure we're all on the same page here. Firstly, this analysis is going to be of the official 7 Seas English localization of the light novel version of Mushoku Tensei. Whether or not you like this version or this translation, I'm actually very impressed by this particular translation. That's what I read, and I'll be taking it as I find it. Secondly, though this video is about Volume 1 specifically, I will not be looking at it as a standalone, but as a part of the larger overall story. This means that you should be wary of spoilers from other parts of the series, though I'll try to only spoil stuff as it's needed to make the points I want to make. Thirdly, I will only be considering the mainline series in this analysis, which means no old Dragon's Tale, redundancy, or any other supplementary stories. In fact, at the time of recording, I've only read the main 26. Everything I say is my own interpretation, even if I sound like I'm stating an objective fact. I do obviously think I'm right, but I'm aware that there may well be conflicting interpretations out there. I just don't want to have to qualify every single statement I make over the next few hours. And lastly, this video obviously took a long time and a lot of effort, and as much as I'd like to continue making these videos for the rest of the series, it'd be pretty hard to justify if this video flops or if my audience just doesn't care. So if you want me to keep going, please let me know so that I know there's actual interest. I don't usually ask for engagement this early into the video, but this is a special case. Alright, on to Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Volume 1. So before we even start the plot itself, I do need to discuss something very neat that the story does on a structural level. To do that, let's start with the genre. I'm aware that I'm really going down to the basics here, but trust me, it's important. Mushoku Tensei is, at its core, an isekai. What's an isekai? That's very simple. It's a story featuring a protagonist who has been transported from one world to another. Though that's the only element that's outright required for a story to be an isekai, there are a number of other elements and tropes that people tend to associate with the genre due to trends that stemmed from a handful of successful stories, such as Sword Art Online, which isn't actually technically an isekai, but it does function like one. Those elements include a medieval high fantasy setting, loser male protagonist who gets hit by a truck, a video gamey magic system, a bunch of hot girls surrounding the protagonist. You get the idea. Well, Mushoku Tensei starts out as kind of a soft parody of isekai, loosely poking fun at many of these tropes, and I will discuss some of them as we get to them. But one of the reasons it leans into these parody elements early on, aside from it being an examination of the protagonist Rudy's mindset, which I'll also talk about in due time, and the focus does move on to other things as the story progresses, is that it wants to hold your interest and maintain a sense of purpose before the story really begins in Volume 3. Yes, Volumes 1 and 2 are actually just an extended prologue, structurally speaking. And that brings me back to an interesting little quirk of isekai, or really fish out of water stories as a whole. If you think back to your high school English classes, you were probably at some point shown a chart like this, which showcases the typical progression of a 3-act story. And for extended narratives like this one, the individual arcs will typically follow a similar structure. The part I want to talk about here is the beginning, which starts out with exposition to establish the setting, followed by an inciting incident which gets the conflict moving and sets up the rest of the story. Well, a neat thing about fish out of water stories, of which isekai is one variant, is that the inciting incident is actually technically 2 incidents. There's the initial displacement, the thing that brings the protagonist from one setting into another, and then there's the inciting incident which kicks off the conflict within this new setting. Don't feel bad if you'd ever noticed this, because they usually happen very close to one another and are even sometimes caused by the same thing. If we take Sword Art Online, there's the players getting trapped in the game, and then there's the exposition from the game master about having to beat the game to escape. Those 2 events happen at basically the same time, but they are 2 distinct things with distinct purposes. Going back to Mushoku Tensei, these 2 parts of the inciting incident happen very far from one another. The initial displacement is Rudy getting hit by Truck-kun in the prologue of Volume 1. The inciting incident of the New World is the Fatoa displacement event, which happens at the very end of Volume 2, a decade after Rudy's reincarnation. The conflict doesn't even begin to kick off until that point, and the first 2 volumes are essentially a series of 3 slice-of-life stories that serve both as introductory world-building and to individually introduce the reader to Roxy, Sylphie, and Eris, who would go on to be Rudy's primary love interests and major characters for the majority of the story. So as we go forward with this analysis, keep in mind that this book is literally just the first half of the prologue to Mushoku Tensei, and I think that's a big reason that a lot of people agree the series gets better the further in you go. So let's actually get into the story after 4 minutes of video. Hey, you clicked on it, you knew what you were getting yourself into. We're introduced to Mushoku Tensei in a remarkably simple way. I was a 34-year-old man with no job and nowhere to live. We meet our protagonist, who we would later come to know as Rudy, and the story starts like many isekai stories start, but turned up a notch. The hikikomori isekai protagonist is a common trope, but Rudy's situation is worse than we usually see. He's been kicked out of his home, his belongings destroyed, and took a beating from his siblings on top of that. And it's really interesting how he introduces himself to the reader. The first adjective he uses to describe himself is nice, only to contradict that a paragraph later. He also describes himself as heavy and ugly. Interestingly, throughout the entire series, we never actually learn his name, or at least not his original name. Even in those few instances where he actually speaks his original name out loud, he never ends up telling us what it is. And then, of course, we got what I often jokingly call the greatest line in all of literature. What the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on our parents' funeral so I could spank it to uncensored lolly porn. So the first and most obvious reading of this line is that it's hilarious because of how out of pocket it is. Mushoku Tensei is a very funny series, but it starts out with a gloomy tone and there are only a couple of funny lines in the prologue. The prologue of Volume 1 specifically, to be clear. I know it's a little confusing. Volume 1 has its own prologue, but Volumes 1 and 2 serve as the prologue to the overarching story. But back to the lolly porn, in addition to it being funny, it does a great job of setting up the baseline of Rudy's character. And one thing you'll come to learn is that a lot of the comedy in Mushoku Tensei is actually covering up deeper character work. Yes, he tells us that he's regretful, that he feels hopeless, and that he's a loser, but he can't tell us about the parts of his psyche that he himself doesn't understand, which is one of the limitations of the first-person perspective. One thing about Rudy is he stopped emotionally maturing in his early high school years, and on top of that, his isolation and his obsessive fixation on otaku stuff, gaming, and porn has caused him to dissociate from the world to such an extent that he completely lacks the ability to connect with other people on even a logical level. He fundamentally doesn't understand how people think and feel. With his parents, he doesn't understand why his siblings wanted him at the funeral and why they're upset he didn't show. He just figured that they didn't get along, so there was no reason for him to show. He doesn't understand that it wasn't a case of he skipped the funeral so we're disowning him, but it was the admittedly sizable straw that broke the camel's back. This will become more evident later on in Volume 1, but he doesn't really view people as people, but more like NPCs. He doesn't think of them as individuals, only as entities that fulfill certain roles in his life. His brother is just a gray blob with the title of brother and a character sheet filled with little traits such as knows karate. As insane as his "what the hell had I even done wrong" line is, it's a perfect demonstration of how his empathy simply never developed. Additionally, since he doesn't view people as individuals and he has a great deal of sexual frustration, he tends to also view everything through a highly sexual lens. I'll talk about it more later on, but in the early stages of the story, he kind of interprets most of the positive emotions he has towards another person in a sexual way. And then of course there's the lolly thing, which thankfully ends up filtering a lot of the annoying people. But since his mind twists basically every positive emotion into desire, he's kind of in a position where if given the opportunity, he'd fuck anything with a pulse, and the pulse might be optional. Combine that with how he internally dehumanizes everyone else, and his morality is kinda fucked for a bit. Now, while Rudy's moral compass isn't quite there, he's not actually in any way malicious. When he does something bad to someone else, it's never to hurt them, but for selfish reasons instead, and he actually doesn't like seeing other people suffer. So while he probably wouldn't go the entire distance, read between the lines with that one, he outright admits to being into 2D lollies, and he does view actual children as potential objects of sexual desire, and there are instances where he thinks and acts inappropriately towards some of the children he encounters in his new life. No, I'm not trying to conflate 2D lollies and real children, Rudy's just into both. And I'm pretty confident in tying this aspect of his personality to the emotional damage that was the result of his decades-long isolation, because as the series goes on, he develops a much healthier perspective on his sexuality, and he actually ends up losing his attraction to children entirely as he finds purpose, companionship, and maturity. It's actually very impressive how, upon looking back after having read the whole series, so much of Rudy's internal struggles are set up by a single line in the prologue masquerading as a meme. And in fact, one thing that struck me as I was getting to the end of Volume 2 in my reread was that most of Rudy's meme-worthy out-of-pocket lines, except for the random pop culture references, actually explore some deep parts of Rudy's personality, and in some cases they even mark a major moment of growth for him. As the prologue continues, it becomes very clear that Rudy is experiencing a crushing hopelessness accompanied by deep regrets. Realistically, he probably always felt those deep down, but he was always able to escape from them via his other interests. But now he's forced to confront his situation head-on with no lifelines. While Rudy's victim complex is not entirely justified, he pretty accurately explains how his current situation is absolutely fucked. He points out that even if he were to go to the job center, he isn't even remotely presentable at the moment, and due to his homelessness, he can't even fully fill out a resume, which I didn't realize was an issue in Japan since here in the US you don't really need to put your address on your resume, meaning that at the very least a career is pretty much out of the question for now. Now, I'm not familiar with how Japanese society works and what options the homeless really have as far as trying to rebound, so I can't really say how hopeless his situation really is, though it's undeniably bad no matter how you look at it. Here in the US, there are certain things you could do to get certain necessities at an extremely low cost without even relying on charity, such as getting a gym membership for access to a shower. And on top of that, certain industries hire anyone with a pulse, and you could pick up a lot of hours at a retail or warehouse job. It'll be extremely rough, but I personally knew a guy who worked crazy overtime at a soda warehouse, and he was making pretty close to 6 figures in a job that didn't even require a high school diploma. So it is possible to get back on your feet. I would assume that there are options in Rudy's case, but he's not wrong for feeling hopeless, especially since he hasn't had to take on any responsibility in like 20 years. As he's explaining how shit everything is, he verbally expresses the idea that so many isekai like to play around with. If only I could go back and do it all over again. Isekai does pretty much allow for exactly that, but before we get into all that, Rudy does give us a quick history of how he became a NEET. His early life went well. He did okay in school, enjoyed sports, and was well liked by his peers. I have a sneaking suspicion that Rudy is a lot more intelligent than he believes himself to be, even in his original life. I mean, he ends up building his own PC in middle school. Now, I can tell you that building a PC is not as hard as people think it is, but it's still pretty impressive for a self-taught middle schooler. The issue was that he hyperfixated on his computer once it was done, and he stopped succeeding in school. Now, here's where I get into a bit of speculation territory. I would not be surprised if Rudy is high-functioning autistic. With his hyperfixation, poor emotional regulation, and clear tendency towards executive dysfunction, I do see parts of my own experience in him. But of course, autism alone is not gonna fuck up your life. Rudy ended up in a confrontation with a group of bullies, and he ends up striking a pose, tell me that's not autistic as fuck, before getting his ass kicked and being humiliated by being tied up naked to the school gate. Pictures were taken and spread around, and let's be real here, that's borderline sexual assault alongside the dissemination of central planning. Read between the lines with that one, I don't want to say the actual term on YouTube. From there, he completely withdrew and sought escapism in his hobbies. And unfortunately, while his family did care, they were a shitty support network. His father and brothers tried to do the stoic stiff upper lip style of encouragement, while his mother was a pure enabler. Everything just kind of snowballed from there. But what really gets me about this section of the story is that despite his victim complex, he's also surprisingly self-aware. He knows that ultimately his lack of effort put him in his current situation, and he outright admits that with a second chance in the same circumstances, he'd just fuck up again. It's fascinating to see these two halves of his mind. One half rails about how unfair everything is and how the universe is out to get him, while the other half acknowledges that he's a deeply flawed person who has never put in any real effort. It's at this point that the events that lead to Mushoku Tensei's Truck-kun kick off with Rudy noticing some teenagers having an argument. But before I talk about that, there's a few paragraphs that really reinforce what I was saying earlier when I was talking about the lolly-porn line. The scene reminds Rudy of a girl he was friends with as a kid. He basically describes her as the stereotypical childhood friend character archetype. Now, from the way he talks about her, it's clear that he liked her, but he only talks about her superficial traits. Her short hair, the fact that she did track, the fact that she was cute. He would walk her home regularly, and they would have the bickering that's common with kids who are interested in one another. The fact that he remembers her so fondly and so clearly in his mind tells me that he really cared about her. But his current self can't even really process her as a real person. He describes her as a collection of physical traits, telling us literally nothing about her personality. We don't know who this girl who is so important to Rudy even really is. And then of course he mentions how, to this day I can get off 3 times in a row to the prompts junior high, childhood friend, and track team. His internal filter is taking those positive emotions he feels about this girl and interpreting them in a sexual way. And once again, it disguises this surprisingly complex concept as something that's just comically out of pocket. But the rest of the prologue is pretty straightforward. A truck is headed straight for the teenagers, Rudy is unable to call out due to a combination of his lack of speech for the past 2 decades, plus the damage he suffered from his beating, so he runs out and pushes the one teenager out of the way. I don't have all that much to say here, though I do have to note his justification for why he would put himself in harm's way like that. I knew I had to help them. At the same time, I didn't know how. I knew that if I didn't save them, 5 minutes later I'd wind up regretting it. Like, I was pretty sure seeing 3 teenagers splattered into paste by a truck moving at terrific speeds was something I'd regret. That's an amusing line, but I do find it interesting how so soon after his life goes to shit, he's pretty much already determined that he no longer wants to live with regrets, and it actually causes him to take action. This will end up being a major motivation for the early stages of his new life, and it's neat to see it set up so early, before his death even. So while Rudy wasn't intending to sacrifice his life, he did take a risk and the truck hit him. He doesn't die immediately, but he dies soon after, and the prologue ends with a fitting, "And then I was dead." So this was the introduction to the series and to our protagonist. In a typical isekai, this is the obligatory introductory segment that's almost always pretty forgettable and is only really there because you kinda have to include it. And it's pretty short and sweet, gets right to the point, and doesn't linger on any one thing for too long. Despite that, it is so dense with character work and it remains important throughout the series, while other isekais practically forget that the protagonist was even isekai'd in the first place. It introduces in a nuanced way many of the core psychological issues that Rudy is going to have to deal with as he lives his new life, and some of it is stuff he never really becomes consciously aware of. These complex ideas are introduced via some meme-worthy lines that really pull their weight in ways you wouldn't expect. And these aren't things you're really expected to pick up on. I know I certainly didn't on my first read. But this is all very effective setup for Rudy's character moving forward, and even though most people won't actively realize the extent of these ideas that have been set up, we do get a solid baseline here, and I think most readers will get what they need to get on a subconscious level, to the point where all the development that's to come ends up being completely natural. Moving on to Chapter 1, Is This Another World? Rudy wakes up in his new world and gains consciousness shortly after his birth. He doesn't yet realize that he's been reincarnated, so he's just hit with this overwhelming sense of confusion. Everything's bright, there are people he doesn't recognize, his new parents. He can't understand what they're saying because they're speaking in a language he's never even heard of. His motor function hasn't fully developed yet, so he can't speak and he can barely move. And he's certainly confused when he's lifted up like it's nothing, considering he was around 220 pounds when he died. But there's one thing that's surprising as a reader, and it asks a question that never fully gets answered. Upon seeing his father, the old him would have had a visceral negative reaction because he really doesn't like men, and he outright acknowledges that fact. I ought to have reacted negatively the instant I saw this big oaf, but to my surprise there was no feeling of ill will. So the question here is, how much is his new body and brain affecting his personality and his psychology? At multiple points throughout the series, Rudy suspects that his new body gives him an aptitude for learning, though it's hard to say whether that's true or if it's the result of him finally giving a shit. It's an interesting question, and I like how the story is actually willing to leave things up to the reader. This is something that I still don't really know, but it's also not crucial to the story at hand, so it's fine to leave it unanswered. But Rudy hasn't yet figured out that he didn't survive his accident, so he just assumes that he's been in a coma resulting in significant weight loss, and that he probably lost the use of one or more of his limbs. So he says something that's both true and false in a very interesting way. My life is going to be a living hell. I find that very interesting on a reread because firstly, it gives us a starting point of basically still being the same exact pessimistic asshole that he was in his previous life. He just went from man baby to baby baby. But it's also interesting because on the one hand, Rudy does end up suffering profoundly over the course of the series, including ways that are undoubtedly worse than anything he experienced in his previous life. Particularly if you consider certain events that are revealed at the big twist. I'm not going to spoil that one for now. If we look at physical pain alone and forget emotional pain for now, he ends up getting an arm cut off something like 3 times total. He got better, that's something that can be fixed with magic. But on the other hand, he ends up finding his place in this new world and ultimately loves his life despite the difficulties he has to face throughout. I'm not sure if this was supposed to be a little nod to repeat readers like myself, and there are some lines throughout the story that really feel like cheeky bits of foreshadowing that you would not catch on a first read, but I still think it's neat. We then skip forward a month, which is another interesting thing the series does a lot of, particularly in the first few books. Throughout the series, there are a lot of points where significant amounts of time are just skipped. I do like this for the most part. It can feel kinda jarring, but it allows for the story to move on to the next phase without packing all the story elements together, and when you look at the story as a whole, it's cool to see how the passage of time actually ends up changing people. The bulk of the story takes place over 20-something years, though admittedly 10 of those happen in the first 2 volumes. People and relationships shift over that kind of time, especially in a medieval fantasy world where shit periodically gets fucked. I mean, we actually get to see certain characters grow up, like we eventually see Rudy's little sisters as babies, toddlers, the equivalent of high schoolers, and as they're finding their own place in the world. I don't see this kind of extended storytelling very often, and when I finish a story and actually check how much time it covers, I'm usually shocked by how little it is. Like, Romeo and Juliet happened in, I think it was 5 days, and the main Lord of the Rings trilogy, from Gandalf showing up to Frodo returning to the Shire, happens in only like a year and a half. Because Mushoku Tensei covers such an extended period of time, I think it actually makes Rudy's growth feel much more realistic. He's a real fuck up at the start, and it does take him many years to really become the best version of himself, and I really like that. So back to the scene, it's mostly exposition time from Rudy's POV. After a month, Rudy starts figuring out what's going on. Sort of. He realizes that he's been reincarnated because he managed to get a look at his own baby body. From there, he figures out that the people surrounding him are his parents, and that they're definitely not in Japan since nobody looks Asian and they're very much not speaking Japanese. Even though they are his parents, he doesn't yet view them as his family. This is a minor thing at this point in time, but it does tie into a big part of Rudy's growth because as he improves as a person, he does eventually start to view and love his family as his family. He amusingly is jealous of his parents because they're in their early 20s and having a baby meant they had sex at a younger age than his 34-year-old self, who died a virgin. That's another instance of him kind of interpreting the world through sex, though a fairly minor one all things considered. Rudy's also a bit confused since the amenities are primitive, indicating poverty, while the family has a maid as evidenced by her outfit, which would indicate some degree of wealth. He ends up taking the pessimistic interpretation and assumes the maid must be a relative helping out, and Rudy's just kinda pissed because his second chance at life is in what he assumes is extreme poverty. Another time skip, 6 months this time. The first thing he mentions is that he's starting to figure out the language, which we would later know to be human tongue. This is also the first time Rudy brings up the possibility of his new body potentially making things easier for him, as he feels like it's easier to remember the language than it should be. Now, young children are hardwired into learning mode, which is why pretty much everyone in the world ends up learning their native language or languages to fluency before getting any formal education. So it's possible that there's some of that going on, but he's also fairly intelligent in general, and he's learning the language through total immersion, which is pretty much the best way to develop true fluency, and he's later shown to be able to pick up new languages very quickly when he's invested in doing so. Again, this question is never really answered, but it's interesting. Rudy also learned to crawl, and the combination of comprehension and mobility helped him to learn a bit more about his situation. His family is definitely wealthy, they live in a rural area, and he's still confused a bit, but that's until he catches his dad practicing swordplay in the yard. Now, the reader already knows that this is a medieval fantasy world, so we're all kinda waiting for Rudy to figure it out. The swordplay is the first hint, but Rudy's first thought is, my dad's a fucking nerd. But then he falls and hits his head, only for his mother to come up and really blow his mind. Let this divine power be as satisfying nourishment, giving one who has lost their strength the strength to rise again. Healing. The reveal of motherfucking magic. This is interspersed with a bit of characterization for Rudy's parents. I should note that nobody has been named yet, which is why I haven't been using any names except for Rudy's, though he hasn't been named to the reader yet either. But we see that Rudy's father is the laid-back cavalier type, while his mother is the loving worrywart. The two clash a little bit over Rudy's injuries, but it's clear that they get along from the fact that the bickering doesn't last, and they immediately go upstairs to, in Rudy's words, make me a baby brother or sister. Which he then follows up with a funny line before double-taking as he realizes that magic is a thing. Then we have Rudy's conclusion to the chapter, and it really does feel like the final paragraph of an essay, which kinda makes sense since Rudy's taking on the role of narrator for most of the story. He figures out that he most likely isn't on Earth anymore, partly because of the fucking magic, and partly because he's hearing a lot of proper nouns that don't seem to represent anything he's heard of before. And then we get to the first instance of Rudy actually being optimistic. The rules of this world are different, and there's the combination of that novelty and the fact that he knows where he fucked up so he can try to avoid those pitfalls in his new life. And he caps us off with a simple but punchy, I could finally live life right. We do of course learn later on that a change of surroundings doesn't fundamentally change who Rudy is, and he still has a lot he needs to work through, but this is a major turning point. A big reason he succeeds in many of the ways he does early on is because he starts to see the potential of this new life and he believes in himself. He's basically placeboing himself, but that is what lets him at least get on his own 2 feet. Figuratively at this point. Now, the early stages of any story, but especially any non-realistic fiction, needs to contain a lot of exposition, and I'm aware that most of my analysis so far, not counting the prologue, has mostly boiled down to, this thing is an established facet of the world, and that's kinda neat. And that is going to somewhat continue for a while because there's a lot of information about this new world that both the reader and Rudy need to learn. That's not to say there's no character work going on, and I did touch on some of that already, but the world kind of needs to be established before we can meaningfully observe Rudy's navigation of it. Especially once we start introducing fantasy history, magic, swordplay, power scaling, other races, religion, politics, and that's not even talking about the huge gaping question mark left by the Fatoa displacement event. Though I won't be discussing that very much in this video. The point is that the prologue did the bulk of the heavy lifting in terms of giving us a baseline for Rudy's character, and the early parts of the book past that point are really going to lean into giving us a baseline for the world, its systems, and the history and personality of some of the figures who will serve as an important role in Rudy's life. But rest assured, I will be digging into all the technical stuff I noticed, and there is a lot. Moving on to chapter 2, The Creeped Out Maid. Now we have the first instance of a shift in perspective, which is something Mushoku Tensei does quite a lot of. The bulk of the story is a first-person narration by Rudy himself, but there are frequent chapters that feature a different character front and center. It's also notable that Mushoku Tensei also shifts between first and third person in these alternate perspectives. I'm sure I don't have to explain to the majority of you, but just in case, first person is I did this, I did that, and third person is he did this, she did that. Now, when a story changes perspective and grammatical person, there's reasons for that. A shift in perspective can reveal information to the audience that the protagonist is not privy to, and provides more of a focus on the inner workings of the non-protagonist. Changes in grammatical person are done for a lot more nebulous reasons. It's hard to give an overarching explanation because it's so context-specific. But as a general rule, first person provides more closeness to the subject, and third person gives a bit of distance. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't really get into the weeds with characters' thoughts and emotions in the third person, because an omniscient narrator can just tell you those things. However, a first-person account can be a lot more personal with the character directly expressing their thoughts and feelings. Of course, you do have to consider that the first-person narrator is limited by what the character themselves knows. There can also be stylistic ways to play around with both of these ideas, and many stories will try to make the text that you're reading a canonical part of the world. In Mushoku Tensei, much of Rudy's narration is strongly implied to be his diaries, and some of the third-person narration is from the perspective of a historian studying this particular time period. Now, I do have some issues with the diary thing since it just doesn't hold up when you really think about it, but I'll talk more about that in a future video. Now, Chapter 2 is from the perspective of the maid Lilia and is in the third person. The goal of this chapter is to introduce her as a character, explain her place with the family, and to give a bit of backstory. One thing I've noticed about Mushoku Tensei is that when backstory or history is involved, it's almost always third person, whereas whenever you're viewing an alternative perspective on a specific scene, it's usually first person. I think the third person perspective here serves two purposes. Firstly, it's primarily a chapter explaining how Lilia got to this point. It's exposition, not exploration. Secondly, it's also a subtle way of reinforcing a core part of her character. As we'll soon see, Lilia is a very stoic and diligent woman, and at the start, she's kind of emotionally detached as well. She processes her situations and emotions in a very logical, matter-of-fact manner. Let's actually get into the chapter so you can see what I'm talking about. Lilia started out as an attendant/bodyguard for the royal family. She saved the life of the infant princess, though she suffered a permanent injury which didn't impact her ability to function but did force her into an early retirement. Side note, I'm pretty sure I see a connection here that never has any attention drawn to it, and it's kinda messing with me. So Lilia saves the newborn princess of Asura from an assassin. I'm like 90% certain that this princess is Ariel, though I don't think there's ever a hard confirmation of that. I may be wrong about that as I haven't done a full detailed reread of the entire series just yet. Ariel is a character who becomes very important to the plot, but is not mentioned at all until the very end of Volume 3, and even then it's in the extra chapter, which is basically a little bonus story at the end of each volume. She doesn't really become significantly relevant until around Volume 8. Now, the princess that Lilia saves is not named, but the timing lines up as Ariel would have been born around that time period, and a big part of what drives her character arc forward is that her political opponents try to have her assassinated on multiple occasions. So I'm pretty sure that's her, and Mushoku Tensei does have a tendency to connect early details with plotlines like 10 plus volumes later, so this would be completely in keeping with the series. But back to the matter at hand, Lilia took a hit from a poisoned blade that was meant for the princess, and the palace healer and doctor were able to save her life, though at the cost of a minor physical disability which made athleticism impossible. She was pretty callously fired at that point. Now that's clearly a dick move, but we see the first signs of that aforementioned stoicism by the fact that she has absolutely zero animosity despite the royals putting her in a very difficult situation without so much as a few coins to keep her going while she looked for other work. She just figures, can't do my job anymore? Makes sense to cut me loose. And she's actually grateful that they didn't execute her in secret. The reason she leaves the city to go to a place as remote as the village that we now learn is named Buena Village is that she thinks she might be a target due to her former position, and if she worked for one of the noble houses, she'd likely get caught up in politics and figured she didn't want to potentially die for someone else's ambitions. Now, most of the Fatoa region is rural and therefore poor, so she had trouble finding anyone who could afford to pay her what she was worth, which is a good amount since she was trained in domestic duties by the royal family. But she sees that Rudy's father is looking for a housekeeper, and we finally get his name, Paul Greyrat. A page later, we learn that his mother's name is Zenith. Keep in mind that we still don't know Rudy's name at this point, which is very interesting to me. The bit immediately after she sees the employment ad gives us a bit of backstory on Paul. He and Lilia had trained under the same swordplay instructor, he was incredibly naturally talented, and he was kind of a wild child who ran off to become an adventurer. The next few sentences are really interesting to me on a reread. It had been 7 years since Lilia had last seen Paul. And not only had he become a knight since then, but now he was also married? Lilia could scarcely believe it. She didn't know what ups and downs he had been through, but if he was still the man she remembered, then he wasn't a bad fellow at all. If he knew she was in trouble, he'd probably help her out. And if he didn't, well, she'd just have to dredge up some stuff from the past. She had several stories up her sleeve to use as bargaining chips if she needed to. The really interesting thing about this is later we actually learn what one of those bargaining chips is. At this point, the reader is kinda meant to assume that her stories involve relatively minor mischief that you'd expect from Paul, who definitely gives off a reformed troublemaker kind of vibe. But eventually, we learn that Paul had actually taken Lilia's virginity by force. So I find it kind of fucking wild that her initial recollection of him was, yeah, he's a decent dude. Now, she's correct in that assumption, he is actually an overall good guy, and admittedly redemption is a major theme of Mushoku Tensei as a whole, but it really goes to show just how autistically logical Lilia is despite being the victim of what was almost certainly the worst thing Paul has ever done, and she was even able to separate her emotions enough to work out that it would be effective leverage against him if she needed it, though she ultimately didn't. And I'm aware that this is a bit of armchair psychology on my part, but I strongly suspect that Lilia's current attitude is pretty much a trauma response. We'll see later that the rape did genuinely upset her quite a lot at the time, though she now views it in a surprisingly neutral light. So I suspect her attitude towards hardship is mostly down to her suppressing her own hurt so that she doesn't feel that kind of pain again. Paul and Zenith take her in and pay her well. Zenith is heavily pregnant, so the timing was pretty much perfect. The next part of the chapter is Rudy's birth. Everything goes well, but Rudy doesn't cry, and we see something very interesting. Lilia broke into a cold sweat. That's the first time we see a real display of emotion from her. She was very concerned that the lack of crying indicated some sort of health problem, and another neat little quirk is that it's revealed many books later that had Rudy not been reincarnated, the body he took over would likely have been stillborn. So that little bit would have played out exactly the same way. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that Rudy is what brought on the first show of emotion we've seen from Lilia. In fact, throughout the course of the series, Lilia arguably ends up feeling more emotion towards Rudy than any other character, even her own daughter. He ends up, without even really realizing it, transferring her very self-centered drive into one of deep loyalty and duty. Rudy scared the shit out of her when he first popped out, caused immense relief once he showed signs of life, and spawned like 90% of the emotions she'd end up feeling after that point. But it's at this point we finally get a name for our protagonist, a prologue 2 chapters and 20 pages in. The child was given the name Rudius, and what an unsettling child he was. I personally find that line hilarious. Obviously, Rudy is a 34-year-old NEET in a baby's body, and if you've ever seen a horror movie, children who can act like adults are fucking creepy. But we also get to see a bit of Rudy from an outside perspective, and it's interesting to see how Rudy's perspective clashes with that of those around him, and also with the reality that we, the audience, are aware of. Lilia notices that while he constantly fucks off whenever he feels like it, he never leaves the house. Rudy still has his lingering agoraphobia from his past life, and overcoming that is a major part of the first half of Volume 1. Lilia also notices that he has a creepy little grin all the time. Of course, we know that's because Rudy has the mind of an adult creep, and since he's a baby, he can get away with it since nobody thinks he's capable of complex thought just yet. So Lilia's next major display of emotion is one of fear. She becomes convinced that Rudy is possessed. The actual text refers to it as demonic possession, but I'm not sure if it's referring to demons in the way we would, i.e. the supernatural evil entities, or if it's using it the in-universe way, which is a blanket term for a wide variety of non-human races and hybrids, though we the reader have not been informed of this usage of the term just yet. If it's the latter, that's actually an interesting exhibition of the bigotry that humans have against their historic enemies. But if it's the former, it's a slight inconsistency that I'm almost certain is a translation issue. See, Japanese has 4 terms that often translate to demon in English. The word for the demon race in Mushoku Tensei is Mazoku, which is the common term for the fantasy race version of demon. My Japanese is not good enough for me to actually isolate the term used in the original Japanese for the possession, so I can't say for sure. But I would guess that one of the other terms is used there, and if I really had to guess, I'd put my money on it being Akuma, which are supernatural beings that exist specifically to be dicks. But yeah, even though these videos will overwhelmingly be positive, Mushoku Tensei is not perfect, and I will point out the issues I have with it, and I promise it won't be just translation issues. I'll also talk about the stuff that's actually Rifujin Maganote's fault. Though my biggest issues with the series don't actually manifest until the latter half of the series, so you won't be seeing too many big complaints in this video. But back to the text, Rudy's creepy grin reminds Lilia of a creepy political figure she knew back in Asura who would often leer at her. I have a sneaking suspicion that this noble is actually Darius, who becomes a notable minor antagonist, causing problems in Volume 6 and having a significant feature in Volume 17. A lot of people, myself included, also believe he orchestrated one of the early conflicts in Volume 2, though that's just informed speculation. The guy Lilia is reminded of is described as fat, bald, and is clearly a sex pest, which does line up with Darius. But again, that's just another unconfirmed potential connection that I noticed. But this grin of Rudy's, combined with the fact that he's acting like a total perv, getting into Lilia's underwear, enjoying his breastfeeding a bit too much, and of course motorboating the women every time they pick him up, all of it scares Lilia shitless, and we get a bit of characterization that were not for the page about demonic possession would feel completely out of left field, contradicting her previously established logic and stoicism. She was, after all, the type to take superstitions quite seriously. We time skip a year and we get our first look at how when Rudy grows as a person, it directly impacts how people view him. A major theme I'm going to be hitting on a lot in this video is how Rudy's mental and emotional state is reflected in many facets of the story, including Rudy's behavior. Rudy's obviously a sexual deviant due to his stunted emotional maturity, and when he first reincarnates, he's still exactly that guy, wallowing in his degeneracy. However, after a year, around the time he learns about the fantastical nature of the world, he starts taking more of an interest in exploring this new world, not in a physical sense just yet, than in indulging in his hedonistic urges. Acting like a creep caused Lilia to have a visceral revulsion to him because on some level she could detect that he was just a repugnant person. But then he tucks himself away and tries to work out how to read the few books in the house. Amusingly, Lilia does get a bit confused because he's sub-vocalizing in Japanese, which she just assumes is baby babble. But once he takes that first step away from degeneracy, Lulia loses that uncomfortable feeling she had towards him. She still thinks he's a weird kid, but she actually kinda likes him now, and she ultimately decides that since he clearly seems to be acting with purpose, she's just gonna let him do his thing. And her shift in mindset is perfectly encapsulated in this one paragraph. It was an odd feeling. Leaving an infant alone wasn't something responsible adults did. But now, intelligence glimmered in Rudius's eyes, in contrast to mere months ago where there had only been a crude dullness. And there was a gleam of resolute will to go with that intellectual brightness. Paul and Zenith never had any negative feelings for him because he's their son and they love him unconditionally, and there's biological reasons why a parent ignores any potentially creepy factor with their kid. But Lilia didn't have that, and Rudy's behavior directly impacted her attitude towards him, even though her logic told her that she was just a baby. This is something we'll see every time Rudy takes a major step forward. And notably, many of these steps forward in the early parts of the series are marked by him becoming less of a sexual deviant. In this instance, that marker is his decision to not just be an outward, unapologetic perv. Literal baby steps here, but it's something. Over time, the people around him react to his growth and react to the good in him, even though his own view of himself ends up improving at a much slower rate. It's interesting, even once Rudy becomes a genuinely admirable person all around, which is still 15-ish books away, but this is just the first step in that framing, and we will definitely be discussing it as we go. The chapter ends pretty simply. Lilia returns to a less emotional state and resolves to just let Rudy do his thing for fear that fucking with it might cause him to backslide. So our first perspective shift is a pretty simple one, but I think it serves a very important role beyond just exposition. Mushoku Tensei has a pervasive theme of redemption that it actually goes way beyond just Rudy. In fact, most characters have something involving redemption in their arcs. Some parallel Rudy's journey directly, starting out as a total fuck-up and eventually developing a sense of purpose and belonging. Some went through their major redemptive arcs before the story even began, though that doesn't necessarily preclude a second one. Some don't start out as a complete bottom dweller, but still have a single fatal flaw to overcome. Some redeem themselves too little too late, earning a modicum of respect but leaving the reader lamenting what could have been. And some fail to seize their opportunity at redemption and ultimately suffer those consequences. But they all have one thing in common. Their flaws are put on display so that we have a starting point. Redemption means nothing if there's nothing there to redeem. And quite frankly, I don't think Rudy is self-aware enough to really grasp how bad his mindset is. So we get an outside perspective in Lilia being like, this is one fucked up little kid, and being creeped out despite the natural benefit of the doubt everyone gives to babies. And we also see those first few key steps forward for Rudy and how they have immediate positive ramifications. He's still got a long way to go, but Lilia's POV sets it up really nicely. Moving on to Chapter 3, A Textbook of Magic, we have another time skip as far as Rudy's perspective is concerned, and are at this point about 2 years into Rudy's new life. And this chapter contains a lot of exposition told to the reader through Rudy's own exploration and discovery of this new information. Our first revelation is that he can now speak human tongue, though we don't yet know that's what the language is called. Rudy is still holding on to his determination to make the most of his second chance, and that drives the majority of his actions going forward. Amusingly, there's a funny little nod to the previous chapter where Rudy notices that Lilia is creeped out when he motorboats her, but he assumes that she just doesn't like children, not that he's a total degenerate. But he's moved past that and he teaches himself how to read. Human tongue is grammatically similar to Japanese, so he finds it pretty easy all things considered, especially since Paul would read to him, allowing him to pick up new vocabulary faster. There are only 5 books since it's a medieval world. That shit's expensive with no kind of printing press technology. Those books are Wandering the World, The Ecology and Weaknesses of Fitoan Monsters, A Textbook of Magic, The Legend of Perugius, and The Three Swordsmen and the Labyrinth. Interestingly, those last 2 books become incredibly important much later on into the series, and it's yet another example of the insane continuity of Mushoku Tensei. Of course, the magic textbook is what catches Rudy's eye because, fucking obviously, anyone from our world would be jumping at the chance to learn how to do actual magic. Rudy learns the basics, and that means it's info dump time. There are 3 broad categories of magic: attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. Pretty self-explanatory. It's hinted that magic has a ton of utility, which is something that will definitely be confirmed later in the series, but since most magical development happened in times of war, it's mostly used for combat purposes. Magic requires a power source. It'll either be the caster's own mana or an object imbued with mana. Rudy theorizes that mana from a caster is like a generator, whereas mana from an object is like a battery, which is actually correct, though it's not really confirmed until later in the series. Infusing mana into objects was developed out of necessity, as many people had small mana reserves and couldn't reliably use their own for spells. Magic has 2 mechanisms. You can chant the incantation, or pour mana into a magic circle. Circles are the OG method, but incantations grew in popularity due to the convenience. Also, it's established that incantations can be shortened. As that started to happen, with simple spell incantations going from up to 2 minutes to around 5 seconds, it became much more practical to use them in battle. Magic circles remained in use primarily for more complex magic, summoning in particular. Mana capacity is considered an innate characteristic determined at birth, and that magical ability is inherited, though we actually will pretty quickly learn that this isn't true. The textbook is actually wrong about that, and we do learn that you can actually train your mana pool like it's a muscle, and that magical ability largely comes down to your understanding of mana flow and its effect on the spell you're trying to cast. I actually really love that. It's a lovely touch. This is a great way to subtly tell the reader that you can't necessarily trust the common knowledge of this world, and by extension, you can't necessarily trust Rudy's understanding of the world. Combine this actual inaccuracy in the textbook with the previous admission that magic is fairly underdeveloped outside of actual combat magic, and we subtly learn that magic itself is not all that well understood, even if the foundations that Rudy learns are largely accurate. So Rudy goes to cast magic. He has no means to draw a circle, so he goes with incantations. The book mentions shortening incantations and silent spell casting, and Rudy can't quite figure out how training could reduce the amount of words you need to cast a spell. He theorizes that increasing proficiency reduces the mana cost, which he amusingly refers to as MP. That's completely off base, but it does show that he's actively trying to figure this stuff out. Quick side note, as I mentioned earlier, Mushoku Tensei starts out as a soft parody of your typical fantasy isekai and likes to play around with a lot of the common tropes. One of the ways it likes to do that is through Rudy's perspective. As an obsessed otaku degenerate, he's surely well acquainted with the typical isekai format, and the way he logics through the fantastical elements of his new home are in video game terms because A, he's played a lot of video games himself, and B, many isekai stories have very video gamey magic systems. Now, in some ways, he's right on the money, with the prime example being the fact that mana does very much act like an MP bar that refills over time. Though over time, we'll learn that magic is a lot more technical than that, with a lot of the process of spellcasting basically being the construction of a simple computer program. Or really, it's more analogous to creating something within an engine, but more on that a bit later. But back to the main story, Rudy decides to just wing it and see if he's capable of magic or not. And so he casts his first spell. Let the vast and blessed waters converge where thou wilt, and issue for thee a single pure stream thereof. Water ball. He summons a ball of water, then freaks out a bit and drops it as he loses concentration, learning that spells take an active effort to maintain. So he does something very interesting. Rather than going for a broad knowledge of magic, he opts for the brute force method where he hard focuses on one spell at a time until it becomes second nature, just like practicing combos in a fighting game. Constant drills are an excellent way to develop the muscle memory for a technical task, and this is another thing I like about the world building of Mushoku Tensei. In many pieces of fantasy media, magic is viewed as a very eclectic and scholarly discipline. The stereotypical mage is thought of as the skinny nerd who's useless when relying on physicality, but can draw upon the raw power of unvarnished autism to unleash devastating attacks from a distance. In Mushoku Tensei, while studying and learning is certainly a component to magic, the actual execution and the ways it's utilized in combat are actually much more akin to a martial art than anything else. So Rudy decides to develop his spellcasting like a martial artist, even though to him it's a fighting game tactic. And he sees immediate positive results that set him on the path to eventually become one of the world's foremost experts in magic later in his life. And by focusing on the flow of mana from that first spellcast, he tries to drill it into his mind, after a bit of word association distraction. Water ball, ball of water, water, wetness, wet, wet panties. Whoops, that kinda just slipped in there. Getting back to it then. His outsider's perspective on magic lets him silent cast for the first time. Now, silent casting is an extremely rare skill in this world, and the fact that Rudy picks it up so quickly is probably the main reason so many people come away from the early parts of Mushoku Tensei thinking that it's basically a power fantasy. If you've gotten even a couple books in, you'll know that notion is absolutely laughable, but it is true that Rudy obtains a rare and powerful magical skill that benefits him greatly. But here's the thing. I think that actually doesn't expose very much about Rudy himself, but rather it's another piece of subtle exposition about the magic system. In fact, I think that the evidence from the series shows that silent casting is something that the majority of magicians could be capable of under the right circumstances, which I think is supported by the fact that Rudy eventually ends up teaching multiple people how to silent cast over the course of the story, and in the epilogue he becomes a professor specializing in teaching students to silent cast. Most of these people aren't particularly gifted with magic, so I think that the collective magical knowledge just hasn't gotten to the point where it's really understood yet. I'm going to go into the magic system a bit, and admittedly most of this is revealed later in the story, but the way it works is very mechanical actually. Casting spells functions very much like a single-threaded computer program where you focus the mana into the core spell, adjust the various parameters such as size, direction, etc. one by one, and then activate the spell, and continuing to feed it mana in order to sustain it if the spell calls for that. Spell circles basically create a mold that manipulates the spell parameters, so the caster doesn't need to handle it manually, which is why circles are necessary for highly complex spells. And incantations are essentially a pre-crafted set of instructions that'll spit out a spell with a specific set of parameters. One of the reasons it's so hard for most magicians to silent cast is because they learn spells through incantations, and when they're ready to move on, they learn new incantations. Because of this, they're essentially automating a core component of the spellcasting process. This is great for lowering the barrier of entry, but it's like using a calculator for math. It makes shit really easy, but you'll be that much faster if you can do it in your head. Since the typical magician never actually had to work through how to manipulate the mana directly, that part of their learning becomes severely underdeveloped, and if they ever wanted to learn silent spellcasting, they'd pretty much have to relearn everything from the ground up because they'd have to go about magic in a fundamentally different way than they know. But if you go the other way around like Rudy, learning incantations for more difficult spells is simple because it's removing complexity compared to silent casting. And another factor is that Rudy has a working layman's knowledge of a wide variety of scientific principles. Nothing too impressive by our standards, but far more than most medieval people would know. While this isn't super relevant for small-scale stuff like Waterball, it becomes an integral part of his eventual expertise. With one key example being the fact that once he starts using the Stone Cannon spell, he adjusts the parameters of the conjured rock so that it's not a sphere, but essentially a hollow point bullet, causing much more destruction to his targets for the same amount of actual force. This is also something you could teach the average person, and as we'll learn shortly, mana capacity is something that can be built up at a young age. While the actual cap varies by person, everyone can gain a substantial capacity for mana. Now, I understand that Rudy does have a fairly high degree of natural intelligence, but I also believe that the bulk of his magical ability for at least the first half of the series isn't anything that couldn't be accomplished by another magician who was able to learn the scientific principles, approached magic in that same mechanical way, and got the sheer amount of practice that his eventual adventures would force upon him. So it's not that Rudy is necessarily some prodigy at magic, he just kinda stumbled into a deeper understanding of how magic works at its core, and that's where his advantages lie. And honestly, once he starts encountering the true masters of magic like Orsted and Perugius, these revelations are nothing new to them. They have that exact same understanding of the principles underlying magic. And hell, once Rudy meets his peers who get interested in magical research, they end up understanding magic on an even deeper and more technical level than Rudy. Now, as I said earlier, most of what I just went over is not yet revealed to the reader, but I have to emphasize just how consistent this series is in its world building, at least for the most part. I've always been of the belief that good fantasy starts with a solid world and explores the characters interacting with the world rather than going the Harry Potter route of making shit up as you go along. Rudy's early floundering and guesswork is one of those things that plays itself off as this chosen one hero story, but while we will eventually learn that he does have one major biological advantage in regards to mana capacity, his actual skill in magic ends up being the result of his own efforts, and even the bulk of that is something that's not locked off to any other magic user in the world. He just happened to approach it from a beneficial angle due to his otherworldly perspective, and I think that's really neat. So after successfully silent casting, Rudy desperately tries to make it all make sense in his head, and he's doing that through a series of educated guesses. He figures that the incantations automatically trigger the mana effects and that he just managed to do it manually, and he's mostly right. He also correctly realizes that incantations are much easier to teach and to learn from an instructor or a book since silent casting is all about feeling it. It's also true that you can rattle off a quick incantation pretty easily in the heat of battle, whereas silent casting is more difficult in an uncontrolled environment. He also correctly guesses that the reason silent casting is rare to the point the book hardly even mentions it is that people drill incantations and basically develop that muscle memory to the detriment of the subtle manipulation needed for silent casting. Then there's a bit of a pivot from world-building stuff to a bit about a core facet of Rudy's character going forward. One of his key personality traits, and this persists throughout the entire series, is that Rudy tends to have fairly low self-esteem, and pretty much always views himself in a worse light than the people around him do. He's already ashamed of the person he was in his previous life, and that shame only ever grows. In some ways, he still kind of views himself as that 34-year-old loser, and as he becomes a better person, the reality of how bad he used to be only ends up hurting him more. But in this instance, this self-loathing does something very important. It humbles him. Okay, no getting ahead of myself. I needed to calm down and keep my cool. My past self had gotten all caught up in this feeling too, and we know how he turned out. Someone who puffed himself up just because he was better with computers than the average person, then got way too cocky and failed hard at life. I needed to keep a level head, restrain myself. The important thing here was not to think of myself as being better than other people. I was just a beginner, a noob. I was like a novice bowler who just so happened to land a strike on my first toss due to dumb luck. Beginner's luck, that's all it was. I needed to buckle down and focus on studying rather than mistaking this for some sort of innate knack. I find this really fascinating. While Rudy's self-esteem issues are an undeniable character weakness, and as we see him grow and become more accomplished, it evolves into a form of imposter syndrome, in this instance it actually helps him. He outright says that he was an arrogant fuck in his old life, and he wants to avoid making those same mistakes in his new life. And that drives him to actually put in the work to improve himself, not necessarily as a person just yet, but he's determined to develop real practical skills that'll put him ahead in life. Honestly, his low self-esteem doesn't even become a real problem until it starts being inaccurate, as he does actually start to grow beyond his perception of himself. So Rudy continues his initial training, but on his third water ball he feels extreme exhaustion and passes out, his first time depleting his mana, which he accurately guesses with the video game analogy. Am I out of MP then? When he wakes up, he's kinda disappointed. Since it's assumed that mana capacity is hard capped at birth, he figures he just doesn't have all that much to work with. But the next day, he's able to cast 5 water balls before he hit his limit. This reinforces the subtle bit of learning we did earlier. The conventional knowledge of magic in this world cannot be trusted. It said that the amount of mana you could hold was determined at birth, and in one day that was proven false. Once again, we are shown that the people in this world do not fully understand how the magic they use on a daily basis really works. Well, in fairness, some of the ancient figures we end up meeting, like Perugius, Orsted, Badagadi, and Kishirika, do have a deeper understanding, but human society is still suffering from some fundamental misconceptions. Rudy does suffer from a bit of cognitive dissonance, though he accepts that the textbook was wrong after a few more days of exponential growth. And just like the reader recognizes the textbook can't be trusted, Rudy also realizes that he needs to start experimenting, and he applies the scientific method, which I think is pretty cool. We're then treated to another info dump, this time on how magical ranks work. Again, I won't have too much to say here, but this is all important setup for the story to come. I will have a lot to say about the power scaling of Mushoku Tensei in the future. There's the 7 tiers of Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Saint, King, Imperial, Divine. A typical magician would specialize in one category of magic, achieving advanced level after much training while generally being limited to beginner or intermediate in the other types of magic. The rank of the magician is the same as the highest level spell they've successfully cast in any given category. Once they achieve Saint or higher, they get an informal title. So if you cast a Saint level fire spell, you're now known as Fire Saint X. Amusingly, Rudy says, Saint tier magic. I kinda hope to be that good someday. That's hilarious, and it feels like yet another nod to repeat readers, because by the end of the series, Rudy does officially reach King level in water magic and Saint level in all other forms of attack magic. Hell, he becomes a water saint in this book. He's also almost certainly capable of casting Imperial level magic, even though he doesn't bother to actually cast the spells to confirm it. He had much more important things on his plate. He did cast lower tier spells that were easily at the power level of Imperial level spells, as confirmed by multiple other characters. And there was speculation that he was even scraping the border of divine level power, so the fact that he's aspiring to saint level is pretty funny to me. We also get a crash course on some of the water spells that exist. Rudy chose to start with water since it was the least likely to cause damage. But the water spells we learn of are Water Ball, Water Shield, Water Arrow, Ice Smash, and Ice Blade. I figure those are pretty self-explanatory. During his experiments, he discovered that he was able to adjust some of the properties of the spells, but couldn't launch them when silent casting. After a 2-month time skip, Rudy's figured out a lot about the mechanics of magic, though I will say that this info dump is a bit different from the previous ones. While earlier dumps were basically Rudy restating information he got from the book, this is Rudy giving us information that he worked out for himself. But he isn't 100% sure of the specifics or the implications just yet. I mean, the dude's doing science and basically giving us a report on his experiments. He starts to understand that single-threaded process I was talking about earlier, how it goes spell, parameters, effect. He also learned that the parameters must be adjusted in a specific order and that you can't skip any if you want to continue adjusting. So the way it works is you call up the proper element, use extra mana to adjust size, use extra mana to adjust velocity, and then you can release with all its new effect, and you have to do something to the size if you want to do something to the velocity. Incantations automate this process, which makes them more immediately practical, particularly in high-intensity situations. Rudy also learns that you can adjust the initial properties of a spell. So there are established ice spells like Ice Blade, but you can also freeze a water ball. Of course, the possibilities inspire Rudy to make a Dragon Quest reference as he dedicates himself to daily training with the goals of increasing his mana reserves by training to near exhaustion and developing the necessary muscle memory to be able to do silent casting without even thinking. And that's the end of chapter 3. I do feel a bit bad about this section of the video largely being a recap of the events of the chapter. I have nothing against recap YouTubers, but that's just not my vision for my content. But really, while there is some character stuff going on here, most of the chapter is dedicated to exploring the basics of the magic system, and it does so by letting us look in as Rudy starts to piece things together. And while I will say that I like the magic system in general, it's hard to say at this point that there's anything objectively good or bad about it from a writing perspective, because at this early stage it's just telling us what's there, and not really exploring the effects it has on the world and the plot. So it's kinda just on us to accept it as it is for now, and judge it at a later point. But that being said, it is important foundation being laid, and the series does go a lot more in-depth on the magic system later on. I mean, there's magic armor, Nanohoshi's experiments, teleportation, and of course the magic that brought Rudy to this new world in the first place. It gets wild, and it's neat to go back and see the seed that planted all of that. Next we've got Chapter 4, Master. I talked a bit about the structure of Mushoku Tensei earlier in the video, and now it's time to expand on that because there's an extra layer. I mentioned that the first 2 books are structurally the prologue to the entirety of the series, and the event that happens at the end of Volume 2 is the inciting incident of Mushoku Tensei's main plot. Well, the way the first 2 books themselves are structured is a series of 3 smaller arcs, each one focusing on one of Rudy's future wives, arguably the 3 most important characters outside of Rudy himself. It is not a coincidence that these three each get a significant feature early on in the series, even though two of them won't really be major players until we're a good chunk of the way in. Each of the three of them embody a core element of the growth that Rudy eventually needs to undergo, and each of them has a significant character weakness that ends up developing into a strength through several stages. This is really important stuff thematically, and I really like how the series takes the time to make these three an important part of his childhood, and if you think about it, they are the first three people that Rudy ends up developing a strong emotional bond with. The first three chapters of Volume 1 are pretty much entirely meant to set up the world, Rudy himself, and Rudy's initial place in the world. Of course, there's other character stuff going on, there are plot connections being made, that's all there. But really, we needed Rudy's reincarnation, his personality, and an introduction to the magic system to be present before we properly introduce the first of these three pillars of Rudy's character arc. We have another time skip marked by a simple but effective, I turned 3 years old. Rudy learns Paul and Zenith's names. It took him a long time because they rarely address each other by name. Rudy keeps the magic textbook with him at all times as he continues to study, but he hides his magical ability because he's a little paranoid that magic might be frowned upon in this world or that it might be considered inappropriate for children. We'll soon learn that this worry is completely unfounded, but it does establish another core part of Rudy's character. He has a real tendency to overthink things. In instances like this, he basically gets stun-locked by the what-ifs, and he can act fairly irrationally despite his meticulous thought processes. And we do see this trait stick with him throughout the series. Now, as he grows and matures, there are times that this can benefit him. Once he becomes really comfortable with magic, he absolutely excels when he has prep time. When he lays out a plan, it tends to go well, or at least better than could have been expected. However, it does continue to have drawbacks. When he gets caught off guard, he noticeably struggles. We'll see a great example of this early on in Volume 2, but there are plenty of others that I can think of right off the top of my head. The fact that he gets in his own head is one contributing factor to why he never really ends up being any good at swordplay, where instinct and decisiveness are key. I mean, he does have a physical limitation that we'll learn about when we meet Barigatti, but even if he didn't, I doubt he'd have ever done super well. He pretty much gets stuck at beginner level in Sword God style. And there's another part of his personality that this overthinking affects. In fact, I was initially going to categorize it completely separately until I really stopped to think about it. When bad shit happens, Rudy tends to really get in his own head, and that combo with his low self-esteem makes him spiral into depression. This was kind of his default position back in his old life as a hikikomori, but whenever Rudy gets put under severe emotional stress, we see him freak out, lose confidence in himself, and kinda shut down. Okay, I know I warned about spoilers early in the video, but I'm about to discuss some major stuff, so just be warned. When Rudy mistakenly believes his future wife Eris abandoned him after the Demon Continent journey, he wallows in self-pity for months, develops psychological erectile dysfunction, and starts experiencing suicidal ideations. In the alternate timeline where Man-God successfully ruins his life, he becomes self-destructive and completely slips back into the morality of old Rudy, causing everyone he loves to either leave him or die because of him. When Paul dies in the teleportation labyrinth, Rudy completely shuts down until Roxy sleeps with him. There's thematic reason why that's such a big deal for his mental state. Even in the epilogue, where Rudy is in his 70s and Eris overtrained her body and died in her sleep, Rudy slips into depression for a while, blaming himself for not noticing and healing her. Rudy's autistically analytic nature ends up really coloring his entire experience for the entirety of his new life, for better and for worse. Throughout Volumes 1 and 2, we'll see plenty of examples of Rudy navigating social situations based on desired personal outcome. Not in a high-functioning psychopath kind of way, but it's understandable if we consider what I mentioned early in the video. Rudy doesn't really view people as real people just yet, and instead just thinks of them as NPCs. So to him, conversations boil down to dialogue trees in an RPG. Give the correct answers and you can gain things such as relationship points or resources. It's not that he's maliciously manipulating people, he just can't quite process the idea of human connection. And this has both positives and negatives. On the plus side, despite Rudy's social issues, he's able to use his logic to react appropriately to most surface-level social interactions, which will help him in the short term. But it also serves as a bit of a barrier that he's going to have to break if he ever wants to foster more meaningful connections and speak from his heart rather than his brain. And additionally, whenever his logic fails him, it could lead to him handling an interaction incorrectly, though the consequences aren't always necessarily severe. This is displayed excellently in the next scene where Rudy accidentally damages the house with the water cannon intermediate spell. This pretty swiftly blows the lid on his secret magic training. Now, the reason he hid his training was because he was concerned that magic was taboo, which is kinda dumb since he's literally reading a magic textbook, and his mother had healed him with magic, but he's overthinking things as he does. But there are some interesting developments with Rudy's parents and how he views them. Paul shows up first and is obviously concerned for his son's safety first and foremost, which Rudy amusingly considers to be way more admirable than it is, seeing as it was obvious that he caused the damage. I mean, any half-decent father will prioritize his kid's safety, but Rudy doesn't intuitively get that yet. Meanwhile, Zenith pretty quickly puts the puzzle pieces together. The wetness, the magic textbook. So she goes down to talk to Rudy, and he completely misreads her caring behavior as her being angry at him. But that's when his autistic dialogue tree style of interactions goes on full display. If I'd learned anything from my time as a jobless freeloader, it was that getting petulant and defiant when you'd done something bad only made the situation worse, so I wasn't going to take my eyes off hers no matter what. Right now, I needed to show sincerity, and the simplest way to do that was to make eye contact. At least you would look sincere, regardless of how you felt. So when Zenith asks him if he read the incantation, he just flat apologizes because he thinks he's in trouble and goes full damage control mode. But of course, his parents aren't actually angry at him because he just cast an intermediate level spell at 3 years old. They're like, this kid's a fucking genius and we need to nurture that. So they immediately start losing their shit because they are overjoyed and make plans to start looking for a tutor for Rudy. Interestingly, Rudy downplays this whole thing, assuming that they're just proud of him like parents tend to be rather than what he did being actually impressive. Despite the fact that he knows that intermediate magic is typically something that requires a fair amount of training for any magician. And this is the first major example we see of Rudy's low self-esteem inappropriately humbling him. Even taking his mental age into account, his progress is legitimately impressive. But another reason I like this scene is that we get a showcase of Lilia's personality and how she's a genuinely kind person who does things from that stoic and logical perspective, even though it's very minor all things considered. Paul and Zenith were bickering about whether to train Rudy in swordplay or magic, with the main conflict being that they had agreed that a son would be a knight and a girl would be a magician. However, Rudy displays an obvious magical aptitude, so Zenith wants to help that grow. Lilia just butts in and says the obvious answer, shutting down the argument. What if he studies magic in the mornings and practices swordplay in the afternoons? But that's not the important part of the chapter. No, remember when I was talking about the structure of the early Mushoku Tensei books? The early few chapters of Volume 1 are meant mostly as an introduction to Rudy and the world. Yes, there's other stuff going on, but exposition is the point here. After that, we get 3 arcs, each designed to establish Rudy's love interests as important figures in his life. And Chapter 4 is where that transition happens. Soon after the water cannon debacle, Paul and Zenith line up a tutor for Rudy, and it's none other than Roxy, a blue-haired magician who Rudy assumes is around middle school age, though we will later learn, as some readers will have guessed by that point, she's actually a lot older than she appears. But the thing about her is that she fits the physical stereotype of the lolly magician. You know, like Megumin. And of course, Rudy's internal monologue decides to go full creep. Underage, scornful eyes, socially awkward. That right there was the trifecta. She was perfect. I wanted her to be my bride. But then the scene has a few funny interactions where Rudy decides to address the elephant in the room being like, "You're little," which pisses her off. And then there's a bit of a misunderstanding where Roxy assumes that Rudy is just some rich kid with an overly indulgent mother who thinks too highly of his abilities, and Zenith obliviously plays the part. The misunderstanding itself is meant to be amusing, but I actually like something else about it. I know I mentioned it already, but Mushoku Tensei starts out as a soft parody, and one of the ways it does this is by borrowing elements of the hero's journey story structure. Well, step 4 of the hero's journey is meeting the mentor, where the hero will meet someone who will help them grow and develop in preparation for the trials ahead of them. One thing that's very common is for the hero and mentor to start out with a fairly antagonistic relationship. Not like they're enemies or anything, but there's a clear tension there, and the mentor often has some eccentricity that rubs the hero the wrong way. Think Karate Kid's Wax On, Wax Off, where Mr. Miyagi makes Daniel do chores, which upsets him until he realizes he was developing the muscle memory for basic blocks. You see that kind of thing all the time. Well, Rudy and Roxy also have a bit of an antagonistic relationship at first, though Roxy pretty quickly shows herself to be passionate about teaching, and the antagonism mostly comes from the fact that Rudy's kind of a little shit, and they do get over it pretty quickly. The next scene is of their first lesson, and I really love it because it does a couple great things. It establishes a baseline for Roxy's personality and hints at a lot of the things that will become key to her character arc moving forward. It also breaks past that initial antagonism between her and Rudy because that was mostly done for comedic effect. So Roxy ends up damaging Zenith's favorite tree while demonstrating a water ball. Once she realizes how important the tree was, she fixes it with a healing spell. Rudy does his autistic pseudo-manipulation and discovers that if he praises her, she'll remain humble but does enjoy it. One thing we'll learn about Roxy later on is that she has an interesting blend of personality traits that almost seem contradictory at first glance. She's a skilled magician who takes pride in her abilities, though she also does eventually start to suffer from a bit of an inferiority complex, and this relates directly to her teachings with Rudy. When Rudy reveals that he's a silent caster, she is fucking thrilled to have a gifted student, and she really does throw all her passion into teaching him magic, which he would remember and appreciate for the rest of his life. And as Rudy eventually becomes one of the top magic users in the world, she's definitely very proud of him, but also feels a bit weird about the fact that he's surpassed her, and despite his eternal admiration, she starts to feel like her own worth has diminished. These are all really interesting and complex ideas, and it all kind of gets set up by a funny line from Rudy as he's showing her what he can do. I conjured a ball of water just a little smaller and a little slower than Roxy had. After all, if I outdid her, she might get all pouty. Now obviously he's just ticking boxes to make her happy, but it actually does pretty accurately mirror how their dynamic would eventually evolve. In particular, I'm thinking of a point much later on in the series where Roxy is hesitant to teach Rudy a king tier water spell because her status as a water king is pretty much the last thing she has over him at that point in the story. And it all starts with Rudy treating her like the child she appears to be. The rest of the scene has Zenith come out and scold Roxy for letting Rudy damage the trees. His water ball had done the same as hers. Now realistically, we know it wasn't anything serious. Zenith heals the trees no problem and basically just tells Roxy, hey, I'm not happy about this, so please don't let it happen again. Also, we the readers know that Zenith is a very kind person overall, so this is just addressing the situation at hand and nothing more. And I also do like how Roxy immediately gets defensive because in this instance, it was Rudy who caused the damage, but also immediately accepts responsibility and apologizes when Zenith basically said, you're in charge, so it's on you. See, even though Roxy is not a child, though that's not yet revealed to the reader, she does kind of act like a child, but one who's definitely maturing, and I do like seeing how her logic and morals can pretty quickly override her initial emotional knee-jerk reactions. But then she gets all sad and starts drawing circles on the ground, assuming that she's gonna be fired the next day. This is a pretty funny thing on a second read because it actually feels like a mini version of how Rudy handles certain stressors later in life. There are multiple times where something bad will happen to Rudy and he'll just completely shut down for extended periods of time until one of the people close to him is able to comfort him and pull him out of his downward spiral. And one of those times it was Roxy specifically who brings him back. This spiral is pretty much what Roxy's doing right now, though it's obviously not as intense and Rudy does his best to comfort her, and of course there's another funny line that highlights his social ineptitude. I wasn't sure what to do after patting her on the shoulder. I hadn't really struck up a conversation with anyone in close to 20 years, so I couldn't find the words to comfort her. I honestly didn't know what the right thing to say in this sort of situation was. No, I just needed to calm down and think. What would the protagonist of an adult dating sim say to comfort someone at a time like this? It's all so stupid, and Rudy ends up going with a cliche where he says she didn't fail, she just earned more experience. And then he asks her to continue the lesson. It's funny because as we know at this point, despite having a mental age of nearly 40, Rudy does have the emotional and social maturity of a child due to his extended period of isolation. But since he's actually in the body of a child, his awkward attempts at comforting Roxy actually come off as endearing, and it actually does work. She sees that this kid is trying to cheer her up and is eager to continue learning from her. And she is passionate about teaching, so she's able to snap out of her momentary episode, and I think Rudy puts it pretty succinctly. And so, right from day one, I formed a little bond with Roxy. Next we have a little section that does a bit more exposition, but also sets up a minor character thing for Rudy. It starts out by explaining that Rudy's afternoons are spent doing swordplay with Paul or drilling alone if Paul was busy, with the lessons ending relatively quickly due to the fact that Rudy's still tiny and can't physically exert himself for longer. So he uses the extra afternoon time to do more magic practice. In doing so, he learns that spells have baseline attributes and any adjustment to a spell increases the mana cost, regardless of the actual effect. So making a smaller than normal water ball is just as costly as making a bigger than normal one. Roxy confirms this but is unable to explain why, and unless I'm forgetting something, I don't think that's a question that ever gets answered. So we then start to really see Rudy's inquisitive nature come out. Seeing as he's built up his mana reserves a lot, he starts doing more experimentation to try to use magic in more unique and practical ways. Rudy explains how shaping solid objects is possible but difficult, which is a neat little bit of setup for his future endeavors as a figurine sculptor, which itself would serve as the foundation for when he would eventually craft magical armor, though that's still way in the future. He also explains that using magic from multiple branches at the same time costs more mana than doing multiple from the same. This is another nice little piece of setup. So I haven't mentioned it yet, but Rudy does have one unique thing about his physical body in this world. I won't go into too many details now since it doesn't become relevant for a long time, but Rudy does have an anomaly that massively increases his hard mana cap well beyond what a person could normally obtain. It does come with a downside, but again, not relevant right now. But the reason this is some nice world building setup is that it's established early on that combination magic is logically not super common due to the fact that it drains a ton of mana, and the general public doesn't yet realize that mana reserves can be trained. Rudy would eventually become quite adept at combination magic and would come up with a variety of ways to utilize it beyond the standard hit the baddie with magic. And of course, he can just eat the increased mana cost because he ends up with such a massive mana pool that in 99% of cases, it's functionally infinite. This doesn't really come up in the story for a long time, but it's neat to see that the puzzle pieces are already being established all the way back in Volume 1. The next scene is all about Rudy's inner workings, and it's kinda funny, but I also feel like it does a lot to highlight Rudy's path towards growing as a person. The scene starts out with Rudy hearing Paul and Zenith in the bedroom. He mentions that in his old life, sex sounds would bother him and he'd be annoying so that they'd stop whenever he heard them. But in his new life, he's completely nonplussed. And he's not sure why he's had this change of heart, and he notices that it actually makes him happy because it's an indicator that his parents are both happy with one another. Now here's the thing, Rudy has a very long way to grow as a person. He's not pure evil or anything, but he does have a very unhealthy mindset about pretty much everything, though he does have his positive qualities as well. But he doesn't really grow up until about halfway through the series, which is another like 12-ish years if I'm remembering correctly. But in the few years he's spent reincarnated, he has grown at least a bit. He's no longer completely withdrawn and bitter. He's open to the feelings of other people even if he hasn't quite made the leap into having actual empathy, and he's living his life actively working towards a real purpose. He has done a fair amount of healing, and this scene is a great way to showcase that. He's still very immature, but we can see forward motion with something as simple as, other people being happy in a way I can't have no longer upsets me. And I think that's pretty neat. But the story's not quite ready for Rudy to have real introspection just yet, so he contemplates messing with them a bit, though he ends up running into Roxy instead, who is busy being a bit of a voyeur. I find this very curious on a reread because I can't quite tell if this is really in character for her or not. So Roxy just isn't the kind of person who would normally do something like that. Based on how she is as a character for the rest of the series, I just can't see her as being selfish enough to want to violate someone's privacy like that, especially people like Paul and Zenith, who she has a decent professional relationship with. But at the same time, things we learn about her later on do kind of support this a bit. So neither Rudy nor the reader is yet made aware that Roxy is way older than she looks. Like, probably about the same as Rudy's mental age, and it's just that her species doesn't visibly age until much later in life. And Roxy is very lonely because of it. She left her home because she lacks the innate telepathic abilities her species normally has, leading her to feel like an outsider. But among humans, she has difficulties due to the fact that she looks like a child. Even once she gets past the initial bias and her companions treat her as an equal, she has no luck with romance or sex since most guys just aren't going to be interested. And it's gotten to the point where she's pretty much given up. But that doesn't mean she's able to completely suppress her desires, so it does make sense that she might jump at the chance to relieve some of those desires, especially when you consider that Paul is a handsome local celebrity and a seasoned adventurer who has been known to be the object of female attention for pretty much his entire life. So her choice in entertainment makes sense as well. It just did strike me as a little weird when I came across this bit on my second read. But it's also kind of funny on a reread because Rudy completely misinterprets things. Since he still thinks she's like 12 years old, he assumes that she's actually having her sexual awakening, so he's just like, nope, didn't see anything. But that's also interesting because he outright says that he has the decency to just pretend like nothing happened. But old Rudy wouldn't have acted with even that basic level of consideration, so again, even though he still has a long way to go, there is progress being made. There really is a lot of stuff like that in this series. Scenes that seem very surface level until you notice that it's actually very dense with character work, some of which you wouldn't even catch without knowledge that is gained later on in the series. Next, we have a brief bit of exposition that goes over the general vibes of Rudy's magic lessons with Roxy. So this is 4 months later, and Rudy has moved on to the intermediate tier, which is impressive by any metrics. We can see that he definitely has a real affinity for magic, probably in large part due to his passion, since to him it's this incredible new thing despite being just normal in this new world. But we do get to see that Roxy is a naturally good teacher who is engaged with material, attentive to her student, and patient when he doesn't understand something. Granted, Rudy is also an excellent student, but it's shown that he really appreciates her teaching style, and you can tell that they're definitely developing a nice bond. But then, there's another line that's excellent for multiple reasons. Remember earlier when I said that most of Rudy's really out-of-pocket statements actually have a lot of deeper character revelations? It was a while ago, so I don't blame you if you forgot. Well, that happens again here. In my old life, our family hired a personal tutor when my older brother was taking his entrance exams. One time on a whim, I listened in on one of their classes, but it didn't seem like it was anything different from what was taught at school. By comparison, Roxy's lessons were much easier to understand and a lot more fun. Her teaching style resonated with me and got quick results. Of course, it didn't hurt that my teacher was a junior high-aged girl at the budding age of sexual maturity. That was kind of an awesome situation. In my old life, I could have gotten off to that mental image in 3 pumps. So once again, we have an instance of Rudy saying something hilarious that once again reveals that he filters his positive emotions, particularly those about other people, through a lens of sexuality. While he hasn't yet had his major moment with Roxy, he's really starting to appreciate her and the effort she's making to help him grow and develop. He likes her, not just as a cute girl, but as a person. But of course, he can't quite figure that out, so he has to add on that in addition to the things he truly values her for, he ends his thought process with how much he likes being taught by a cute lolly magician. And if you remember from way back in the prologue, he uses very similar vocabulary when talking about his old childhood friend, the track star. We never learn anything about who she was, but we can tell that he really cared about her because she is one of the things that crosses his mind when he's stewing on his regrets. But he can only talk about how the hentai tags that relate to her can get him to bust really easily. And now he's thinking the same way about Roxy. She's starting to really mean something to him, so he's interpreting that as, I've got a hot teacher. Though it's funny how he still hasn't figured out that she's too good of a teacher to actually be the age he thinks she is. Like, she's clearly got the brain of an adult dude. But even though Rudy is a genuinely smart person, that doesn't stop him from being a dumbass. Then we move on to more world building. Though this time it's a little different than we've seen so far. Previous lore dumps have been either Rudy directly relaying what he learned to the reader, or seeing him observe and work things out in real time. This time, it happens during a lesson with Roxy that showcases her interest in imparting knowledge and Rudy's eagerness to learn about the world. And this lesson focuses mostly on the history of the world, particularly how it relates to magic. So Rudy wants to know why there's pretty much only combat spells despite the fact that magic should have other utility. The gist of the history is that magic was created by the elves in ancient times in order to protect themselves. Modern magic comes from humans basically figuring out the core systems and innovating on it, which leads to a tangent about how humans tend to be the ones actively advancing the world's knowledge, with their scientific nature being the advantage they have to match what the other races have, such as long life, physical prowess, magical affinity, or in some cases, immortality, though we don't learn about that much just yet. We also get our first reference to the Great Human-Demon War, which is a major piece of history that kinda shaped the political landscape of the world, and will be referenced throughout the series. The reason that magic is mostly combat related is purely pragmatic. In most cases, it's straight up easier to use non-magical means to do non-combat things. The example Roxy gives is that if you needed to light your way, you could use fire magic, but it makes more sense and consumes less mana if you just grab a lantern. That being said, there are other things magic is used for, such as conjuring familiars to assist you with something. And here's our real first discussion on summoning magic. This plants the seed of its existence in the minds of Rudy and the reader. But since Roxy can't actually use it, it doesn't amount to much yet. Roxy also introduces us to the concept of magical implements, which are designed with a specific magical purpose and function with the help of an inscribed magical circle. This has the advantage of being usable by non-magicians since they can be infused with mana beforehand. These become very important to the story later on, so it's cool to see them being introduced so early on. One of the important things when it comes to world building is a concept known as repeated use. Basically, if something is going to be part of a fictional world, that thing should exist and be shown in its proper context, even if it's not yet relevant to the actual plot. That way, when it comes up and is actually relevant to the plot, the reader is already primed to accept it as a thing that's normal in this fictional setting. And Mushoku Tensei does that a lot. But back to the history lesson, we learn a bit about monsters. Monsters are created when animals mutate due to magic. Sometimes monsters can evolve to gain intelligence and sentience, at which point they become known as fiends, though at the same time, aggressive fiend races are often colloquially referred to as monsters. But that doesn't really matter a whole lot, as that distinction never actually becomes important to the story. What is important is Rudy learning about demons. Now, if you remember way earlier in the video, Japanese has 4 words that translate to demon in English. So to be clear, we're not talking supernatural demons, but fantasy race demons. In this world, a demon is an umbrella term that loosely refers to the collection of races that fought against the humans in the most recent human-demon war. And with this revelation comes Roxy's reveal that she's a demon herself, specifically of the Migard race. She also reveals that Paul and Zenith's initial surprise was not due to her youthful appearance as Rudy had assumed, but her blue hair. Demonic hair carries a stigma of savagery, which increases the closer you get to green. This prompts Rudy to hit on her a bit, though he does so by giving her a sincere compliment on her hair. He finds it very pretty and tells her as much. She's flattered but shoots him down, though she does half-jokingly tell him to try again in 10 or 15 years, which does actually end up happening. So I really like how this scene ends up playing out. While it is mostly a history lesson for the benefit of the reader, it does a lot to showcase Rudy and Roxy's growing bond, and really sets up how Rudy would go on to completely idolize Roxy for the rest of his life. He's always looked up to her from this scene of him learning about the world from his teacher, and continues doing so even after he surpasses her as a magician. And we do see how these two are starting to really care for each other, and how for the first time, Rudy's starting to learn how another person ticks. He's identifying some of her underlying emotions, such as how her stature is a sensitive issue for her, or how she responds well to praise. And that does definitely play into some of the character stuff we'll learn about Roxy later on. She gets happy when Rudy shows an interest in her despite the fact that he's physically a young child, because he might actually be the first person to fully accept her for who she is since leaving her home. As I mentioned earlier, Roxy is very lonely, and she's happy to have found a place and a purpose with people who care for her, even if that does end up being a temporary arrangement. It's good character work. But back to the lesson, we get to a part that pretty brilliantly sets up later events, but it's going to excite the people in my audience who are familiar with my other content. Roxy explains that the reason green hair in particular is hated is because of the Supered race, who basically went on a rampage 400 years ago to the point where both the humans and the demons were like, yeah, these guys suck. And legends of their brutality survived, and the Supered basically became the equivalent of the boogeyman for demon children. And Roxy explains that even though they're mostly gone now, be very careful if you come across someone with emerald green hair and a red jewel in their forehead, because they can be very dangerous. So this whole thing is neat because it's set up for stuff that's going to happen later and stuff that's going to be revealed much later. In Volume 3, Rudy actually ends up meeting and grouping up with a Supered, so it's neat that their existence is already set up here, and he ends up being a kind person, so we realize that the stereotypes against them aren't fair. However, much later on, we learn that the legends about them are actually true. They did go on a brutal rampage and commit massive atrocities in the most recent war, but they were magically manipulated, so it wasn't actually intentional on their part. So that's really neat. They do set things up so that the reader will assume that the legends are either untrue or exaggerated, so it's really nice expectations of a version that's already being set up here. But of course, that's not what Rudy cares about right now. He hears green hair and red jewel, and we get this brilliant interaction. Are all the Supered women? I asked. No, there are men too, like you'd expect. If they do something with the jewel on their head, does it turn blue or anything like that? Roxy tilted her head in bafflement. No, at least not that I know of. Well, I was happy I'd gotten to ask what I wanted. It sounds like they stand out and are pretty easy to recognize at least, I said. So most people, at least here in the West, don't realize why this bit of dialogue is so amazing, but the people in my audience and who run in my circles are probably already getting kind of excited. That bit was a fucking Rants reference. For those of you who don't know, Rants is a series of Japanese adult games which started out as a parody of the fantasy RPG genre, but ultimately developed into a true action comedy epic. And the big joke is that the hero of this story is this hilarious narcissistic asshole who really enjoys the pleasures of the flesh, even if his partners aren't always so eager. It may seem like a weird thing to reference, but not only is Rudy an established degenerate who would absolutely love something like Rants, but Rants is far more influential in Japan than we realize over here. The series has been around since the 80s. One of the games, Kichikuo Rants, saved the developer from bankruptcy on its own. The series finale, Rants 10 Showdown, has the largest script of any video game in the world, visual novels included. That bad boy clocks in at more than 3 times the length of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Rants is actually a pretty big fucking deal over there, despite it being very niche to those of us who are English speakers. In fact, Ryufuji Namaganote has confirmed that Rants was one of the inspirations for Mushoku Tensei. Fun fact, it also inspired Nekopara. But this interaction is Rudy getting all Coomer-brained when he hears about the superficial similarities between the Supered and the Kalar race from the Rants series. They too have blue, or in one case, green hair and a jewel set in their forehead. However, the Kalar are an all-female species that relies on human males to reproduce, which is where Rudy's first question comes from. And notably, when a Kalar loses her virginity, her crystal goes from red to blue, which is where his other question came from. And while the Supered are obviously not Kalar, they are very much based on the Kalar, at least in their aesthetics. I mean, just look at this. Granted, this is a Kalar who's been turned into a devil, but tell me the Supered don't look like her. And this is far from the only Rants reference in Mushoku Tensei. Paul is likely based on Rants himself. Sylphie shares a lot of the personality traits and an affinity for healing magic with Rants' slave Syl. Badagadi feels very reminiscent of the retro iteration of King Ragnarok arc Super Gandhi. Ilinalisa's curse is extremely similar to that of Melface Promenade. Rudy at one point refers to his penis as his hyper weapon, which is famously how Rants refers to his penis. A lot of Rants makes its way into Mushoku Tensei, and as someone who's known for reviewing the Rants games, that makes me happy. I'm not going to go on a huge tangent every time a reference pops up, but I did have to at least acknowledge it once because it's something that's significant to me and my channel. But in any case, the scene closes off with Rudy resolving to steer clear if he ever sees a Supered, as he figures that it's probably not getting a third chance if he bites it again. Then we get another time skip, and it's a year later. We do learn that Rudy is now at the advanced level, and the spells are starting to get bigger but less obviously useful, at least as far as combat goes. For example, Roxy was able to counteract a drought by making it rain to water the crops. And this lets us segue into a bit more of a world building session through Roxy, though this time it's to set up some neat cultural stuff. So in addition to teaching Rudy, Roxy had been doing various odd jobs around the village. She's easily the best magician anywhere nearby, so she's able to do things the villagers simply couldn't. So she basically did side quests for some extra cash, and this kinda surprises Rudy. He starts out by complimenting what he perceives as her just being a genuinely nice person who likes helping people. That's not entirely wrong, but she does point out that she gets paid for her efforts. And Rudy has his first real moment of culture shock. He was in the Japanese mindset of do things without expecting anything in return, but quickly realized that while this expectation of payment might be viewed as greed in Japan, in this new world the cultural expectation centers more around fair exchange. Roxy helps the village, and the village compensates her for her efforts. And they do appreciate her despite the fact that they pay for her services, because the exchange is mutually beneficial. So Rudy does accept this, though this idea will actually come back much later. Rudy does end up taking on a lot of odd jobs and guild missions later on in the series, so this idea of exchange is constantly reinforced. Though there is a scene much later on where Rudy encounters a girl in need of healing, but who can't afford to spare anything to pay for it, and he does end up healing her with no expectation of repayment. So we see this dynamic break down, even though it works just fine in most instances, and it's really neat to see it set up all the way here in Volume 1. The scene then closes off with a surprisingly on-the-nose example of Rudy's self-esteem issues that stem from his regrets for how he lived his past life. Granted, being the shut-in I was in my past life, not only did I not help anyone out of a bad situation, I was the bad situation for the rest of my family. Ha ha ha. Next we have a short scene that's kinda pulling double duty. Rudy had been calling Roxy Miss Roxy, and the gist of the scene is that he asks to start calling her Master instead out of respect for her role as his formative instructor. And we see several different threads that all combine to have Roxy reject that idea outright. The first is that while Roxy is highly skilled, she also does have some self-esteem issues. The second is that she identifies that Rudy has a very strong affinity for magic. Even considering his adult brain, his passion due to viewing magic as this fantastical thing, his naturally high mana cap, though the reader doesn't yet know about that, and the fact that he was able to get quality tutoring early on, he's still developing his abilities very quickly. Remember that advanced level is something that most people spend years to accomplish with a single branch of magic, and Rudy's gotten there with multiple styles in like 2 years. Granted, his circumstances and outsider's perspective allowed him to grasp the fundamentals of magic in a way that makes things easier, but it's still impressive. Roxy outright says that Rudy will surpass her, and it wouldn't feel right to be called master by someone better than her, and she fears that if they develop a proper master-student relationship, she'll become resentful and end up saying hurtful things. This is interesting on several levels. For starters, she actually has a point. Rudy does have a gift for magic in ways the reader isn't even aware of yet, and he does end up surpassing her by quite a bit, and he's arguably her better by the time he's in his early teens. On top of that, she has a complex relationship with self-esteem. She does take pride in her abilities and is easily flattered, but also suffers from a weakened sense of self-worth. That's a strange combination of emotional traits, and it's honestly pretty impressive to see a writer manage a character like this. So we see Roxy have this unfounded negative opinion of herself, but we also see her accurately predict that Rudy will be her magical superior in due time, and she doesn't want to establish a permanent social hierarchy because there will come a time when reality may not support it. But on top of that, her predictions for herself actually turn out to be pretty much completely wrong. As we'll see at the end of this scene, Rudy does internally decide to consider her his master despite her wishes, and for the rest of his life he will always be her biggest cheerleader, heaping praise on her even after he surpasses her. But Roxy doesn't hold on to any serious resentment. I mean, there is a bit when she helps Rudy eventually become a water king, but she gets over that very quickly. But having such a talented student motivates her in the opposite direction that she thinks it will. For starters, Rudy's talent ends up humbling her, and she goes on a massive self-discovery journey and eventually becomes one of the best water magicians in the world, out of a desire to really work hard and realize her own potential after seeing Rudy's progress. But also, when she takes up another tutoring job, she actually ends up feeling a decent amount of resentment towards her new student because he's not as talented or as passionate as Rudy, despite mirroring Rudy's own character arc quite a bit. Though I won't really talk about that until it becomes relevant. She gets frustrated with this person, and even though the breakdown of that relationship was mostly his fault, Roxy didn't really show him the same level of care as she did Rudy. So this is another one of those scenes that has so much going on when you reread it, and that's honestly one of my favorite parts about rereading Mushoku Tensei. There are so many moments that just take on extra layers once you actually know all the things that are initially hidden to the reader. But in any case, the scene ends as I mentioned earlier. Rudy decides to internally consider her his master due to the important role she's playing in the development of his magical ability. And I also think there's a hint of his own self-esteem issues putting him in a bit of denial about his own talent, because he doesn't even consider that she might have a point, and I don't think he realizes how fast he's improving. But that's where we are, and that's the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 is called Swords and Sorcery, and it starts with a very simple, I was now 5. And this fact is used to provide a little more world building. In this world, birthdays aren't really celebrated the same way they are in our world. However, certain milestones in a child's life are. Namely, celebrations are held for the 5th, 10th, and 15th birthdays. 15 is the age of majority, so it makes sense that every 5 years would be a significant milestone. That being said, since regular birthday celebrations aren't really a thing, these 3 points in a child's life are treated as a pretty big deal. It actually strikes me as comparable to things like religious milestones here in the real world. For example, Christians will have First Communion and Confirmation, Jews will have a bar or bat mitzvah. That level of importance. So for Rudy's 5th birthday, his social circle is still limited to his family and Roxy, so it's just the 4 of them celebrating. Paul gives him a set of swords, one practice sword, and one that's actually fit for purpose, like it's been properly treated and everything. And we do see a tiny bit of character stuff from Paul, though it's not something that's really properly developed just yet. So when he gives Rudy his gift, he immediately starts waxing poetic, trying to impart an important lesson to his son, and he just keeps going until Zenith tells him to shut up. So Paul was a bit of a rebellious youth. He left home at a young age after a fight with his own father, and eventually ended up just running off to be an adventurer. And he did a lot of young dumb things like sleeping around and acting like an arrogant brat. But eventually, Zenith hooked him and got him to settle down. And Paul developed this strong desire to be the ideal kind of father that he certainly never had growing up. He wants to be this stalwart figure for his son to look up to as he guides him and teaches him how to be a man. He wants to be the father that he needed as a kid so that Rudy can avoid many of the mistakes he himself had made in his adventuring days. And he wants those storybook moments where the father imparts some wisdom on his son's big day that he keeps with him for the rest of his life. And he's just not very good at it, and in this scene it's played up for comedy. But like, he's really trying, and it's actually very wholesome. He doesn't really get that you don't need to be this kind of fairy tale father figure, but rather he just needs to be there for Rudy and push him to be the best he can be. But you can tell that he really cares, and he does end up becoming a great father figure to Rudy when he stops trying to be the perfect father and instead just acts like the father figure he was always capable of being. Zenith gets Rudy a botanical encyclopedia, which is another pretty big deal considering there's no printing press or any equivalent in this world, meaning books are expensive and the few that the family already has is more than most. Rudy is much more enthusiastic about this gift because for starters, as Zenith points out, he does enjoy reading. But also, this particular book will help him explore and understand his new world a bit more, which is something that excites him. And no, I'm not going to go on another big diatribe about what this interaction means like I did with Paul, because this one is actually pretty simple. This is a showcase of how Zenith is just a very kind person who is very aware of the people around her and how they think and feel. This will come into play much later on after the teleportation labyrinth part of the story, but it's not worth really getting into just yet. And then there's Roxy, who had crafted a wand for Rudy, but she downplays it by saying, "I crafted it yesterday. It completely slipped my mind since you've been using magic this whole time. A master is supposed to create a rod or wand for a pupil who can use elementary magic. My apologies for forgetting." So Rudy ends up stealing my thunder by pointing out the neat character quirk here, and that's the fact that even though Roxy had told him she didn't want to be his true master, she nonetheless embraces the fact that she is his master in every practical sense. I already explained many of the emotional reasons she doesn't want to take that last step to make their dynamic official in the section on the last scene, so I won't go over it again here. But of course, Rudy decides to mess with Roxy a bit, which is a common theme of their relationship moving forward. He responds, "Thank you, master. I'll take good care of it." This annoys the hell out of her, but she can't say anything because it's Rudy's big day and his parents are like right there. I'd be lying if I said I didn't love the way Rudy likes to lovingly tease Roxy. It's cute. The next scene happens the next day, and we've got yet another big dump of world building. So this is when Rudy starts properly training swordplay. Remember that before now, Paul had just been doing conditioning with him. So Rudy explains that swords are by far the most popular means of melee combat in this world, which is actually in stark contrast to the real world. Even though medieval and fantasy media depict swordplay a lot, in most societies it was a bit of a status symbol to be a sword user because it requires a good deal of learning and practice to be effective, as opposed to something like an axe or a mace that has a much lower skill floor. Or a spear, which was like the most effective weapon in armed conflict for a very long time, since the reach advantage was super huge whenever you were with a cohesive unit. But in Mushoku Tensei, there's actually a really good reason for why swordplay is so dominant, though Rudy acknowledges that axes and warhammers are occasionally used as well, even though we don't really see them. The reason nobody uses spears is because due to the notoriety of the trident-wielding Superd's rampage during the last human-demon war, all pole weaponry has a massive taboo on it. People view tridents, and by extension weapons like spears and halberds, as evil weapons. So despite their effectiveness in the real world, literally nobody is willing to use them except the few remaining Supered. And as for why swords are popular even among the lower classes, we'll get back to that very shortly. But I do have to acknowledge that I absolutely love how there's actually a solid in-universe explanation for why things are so different than they were in real-world medieval Europe. It's a really nice touch, and it's one of the things I love about this series. We also see that Paul is a pretty awful teacher. He's the kind of guy who's naturally gifted in swordplay, which means many of the concepts are completely intuitive to him, making it hard for him to properly explain it to someone like Rudy who does not take to it in the same way. I mean, one of the lines is literally, "No, you dolt, that was a step forward like humph, and then a wham. I said humph, and then a fwam." It's kinda funny, but it does reinforce some nice character stuff between the two of them. Paul really wants to be that great dad who raises his son to follow in his footsteps even if he's not very good at it. And Rudy likes the guy, but he hasn't yet grown to fully respect him or accept him as a proper parental figure. That'll all come much later. And then Rudy makes an observation that I absolutely loved seeing on a reread. He guesses that magic plays a part in swordplay, and he is 100% right. So just via observation and exposition, Rudy told us that swordsmen can cut through boulders and can do some magic swordy bullshit to even strike from a distance, which we would later learn is called the Sword of Light. And Rudy also tells us that Paul can cut through a boulder but can't do the Sword of Light. So we get a loose sense of the power scaling since we know that Paul is advanced level. And since we can see things that are impossible in the real world, it's a reasonable conclusion that magic is playing a role here. But additionally, a bunch of books later, we'll get that fact explicitly confirmed when Badigadi tells Rudy about battle aura, which is how sword users utilize their own mana. Just instead of being channeled into spells, it boosts the physical abilities of the user. And also, we don't know this yet either, but that's one of Rudy's big physical disadvantages in this world. The very same aberration that gave him such a large mana pool also prevents him from having a battle aura, which is one reason he never advances past the beginner rank in any swordplay style. It's nice to see that little tidbit set up early on, even though it won't really be all that relevant until much later on. Rudy also explains the 3 schools of swordplay and a bit about how the ranks work for swordplay as opposed to magic. And the way it's split up is actually quite video gamey. So there's Sword God, Water God, and North God. Sword God style centers on a swift, decisive offense and is generally viewed as the dominant style. Water God style is all about defense and counterattacks, making it ideal for those interested in self-preservation as well as those who work as bodyguards. And North God style is about adapting to your circumstances and using whatever advantage you can scrounge up, with the main advantage being that North God swordsmen are harder to predict, and can often continue fighting effectively even when placed at a significant disadvantage, with the example that's referenced a few times throughout the series being that a high-level North God swordsman can adapt to even losing a limb. But this is actually notable in another way, because this is actually the first inconsistency I was able to catch on my reread of the series. Rudy says here that Northgard style was the favored school for mercenaries and adventurers, but that doesn't bear out in the rest of the story. While we do encounter Northgard swordsmen throughout the course of the series, they're pretty few and far between. And I mean, Rudy ends up meeting a lot of mercenaries and adventurers in his time, so you'd think they'd be far more common than they end up being. In fact, we don't really see a whole lot from the Northgard style at all until we get closer to the end of the series, when kings, emperors, and gods of various disciplines all start being major players in the central conflict. It's definitely a minor inconsistency, all things considered, and it certainly doesn't ruin the reading experience, but it's unusual given how meticulous the world building typically is in Mushoku Tensei. But back to the world building info dump, we also learn that the same ranks that magicians use also apply to swordplay, so the ranks go from beginner to divine. He also adds that it's tradition to use the word level or tier for magicians to differentiate between a water saint tier magician like Roxy and a water saint who's a swordsman. That also doesn't always actually happen in practice, but context always makes it clear what's being talked about. So as I mentioned earlier, Paul is advanced in all three swordplay styles, though he decides to teach Rudy a mixture of Sword God and Water God. You can tell that he doesn't really consider North God particularly honorable, so he opts not to teach it to Rudy. I do think that's a bit of a shame, since North God is my favorite style to read about because all the fighters do wild ass shit. But since Rudy is pretty much gimped from high level swordplay, even though that's not revealed to the reader at this point, I guess it doesn't matter all that much. So we see that Rudy just isn't taking to swordplay like he did magic, and even though repeat readers know why that is, an explanation really isn't needed as far as why. But Rudy keeps up with it and tells Paul that he's dedicated because he knows that'll make him happy. And that might seem pretty nice, but the last bit of this scene puts it into perspective. Swords and sorcery. I wasn't sure which I'd ultimately come to rely on. Honestly, I'd be cool with it either way. But it was also my duty to establish a good bond with my parents while I was young. In my past life, I'd been a burden to my parents till the day they died. If I'd been nicer to them, then maybe my siblings wouldn't have kicked me out of the house. I needed to be better to my parents this time around. So one of the things that can get a little bit lost in the sauce in the early phases of Mushoku Tensei is that Rudy is still a deeply flawed and severely damaged person. It's just that when you understand him and see things from his perspective, he is quite likable. He is funny, and he does have an infectious passion for his newfound abilities, but he's still very much in that I'm the protagonist mentality. The nice things he's doing ultimately have a selfish motivation, particularly when it comes to Paul. The reason he's humoring his father is because he believes it'll benefit him in the long run. His relationship with his own parents was estranged, which contributed to his falling out with his siblings, which left him homeless, and he views his actions as a means of not making that same mistake again. He's not yet at the point of doing nice things for Paul because he genuinely wants him to be happy, only that Paul being happy will have positive downstream effects. Again, it can be hard for that to really sink in when we naturally want to like Rudy, since most of his story so far has been from his perspective, and he hasn't been put in a situation where his flaws will cause any real problems yet. But it is important to realize that Rudy has a ton of growing up to do. And honestly, I don't think he manages to really grow up until the university arc, which is a solid ways away. Shit, he doesn't even get to the point of hands to myself until the latter half of Volume 2. He's still very much a work in progress here, and I think this little bit of soliloquy does a pretty good job of reminding the reader of that fact. So immediately after the swordplay lesson, we see how his magic lessons are progressing, with things getting much more advanced. I mean, he is advanced level in the elemental style, so he's already pretty damn good. But Rudy does confirm that he's advanced beyond what his textbook contains. But this is also a bit of world building to explain a bit about magic's utility, starting out with an introduction to the concept of combined magic. That's when you use spells from multiple different disciplines to create unique effects. The example used in this scene is that Waterfall plus Heat Island plus Icicle Field would use water and fire magic to create mist, and a second Heat Island would dissipate it. Combined magic would be something Rudy uses to great effect later in the series, so once again, it's nice to see it set up so early. There's one little interaction I found kind of funny on a reread. As Rudy is learning about combined magic and realizing you can do a ton of things with the right level of ingenuity, he asks, "Magic can do anything, right?" To which Roxy shuts that down, explaining that no, it can't, and if you get arrogant, you'll eventually come across a challenge you can't overcome in that moment. So while this is a good lesson, and it's also some nice character work showing that Roxy has done some growing of her own, she mentions that she speaks from experience. What I find amusing about this bit is that Roxy might actually be wrong about magic not being able to do anything. A big part of the series later on is Rudy and his allies coming up with ways to innovate on current magical thought and doing things that were previously never even considered. But honestly, even beyond the combat innovations Rudy and co come up with, we learn that magic can and has done things like create a time loop, transport people and souls between worlds, reincarnate people. Hell, one of the big twists in the series literally involves time travel, and it's heavily implied that there isn't really an upper limit to what magic can do, with it even shaping reality itself. But then we get another bit of world building that I'm not sure quite lines up with what we're shown in the rest of the series. Apparently around 1 in 20 people become a capable combatant. Of that group, about 1 in 20 are magicians, and of that group, being able to reach advanced tier is 1 in 100. Now, I will say that admittedly, Roxy may be pulling the numbers out of her ass, and over the course of the series, Rudy does happen to encounter more combat-ready people than the average person would. But I find it kinda hard to believe that the numbers are so small. Even though advanced level does indicate a reasonable degree of mastery, it still kinda looks to me like about the same as advanced in swordplay, where it's reasonable to think that someone who dedicates years to training could achieve it. That being said, while I am going on a lot about offhand lines in this video, they are ultimately just offhand lines, and one or two strange statements isn't gonna take away from the overall experience. Roxy also brings up the Renoa University of Magic for the first time, and there are a few things going on with this. For starters, this seed planted in Rudy's mind is going to be the spark that kicks off the plot of Volume 2, since tuition fees are the incentive for Rudy tutoring Eris. Additionally, despite all the fuckery that screws everything up at the end of Volume 2, Rudy does eventually make his way to the university, and a lot of important plot and character stuff happens there, making Rudy's, should I give that a try? Move on to my schoolboy arc? Ring a lot truer than he was probably expecting it to. But it also shows more of the relationship between humans and demons. Roxy had stated previously that demons, particularly those with blue and green hair, were not very well liked. But that was told, not shown. Paul and Zenith were kind to Roxy, and Roxy had earned a positive reputation in the village, so we never really got that prejudice to sink in. But Roxy points out that the Renoa University of Magic is the only one that would accept her, even though we, the readers, can see that she's a talented magician, having reached Saint tier, and would eventually reach King tier. But it's heavily implied, and hypothesized by Rudy, that the other magic schools out there had discriminatory acceptance policies. But Roxy says they'll treat you fairly no matter who you are, and gives it a glowing recommendation, which is interesting considering we later learn that she left the school on bad terms. And to close off the scene, Roxy reassures Rudy that school isn't the kind of decision he needs to make right away, and that he could become something like a mage knight and continue learning both swords and magic. So Rudy realizes that Paul thinks Rudy prefers magic, and Roxy thinks he prefers swordplay. He kind of implies that he's going to take a more balanced approach in his learning, but I'm pretty sure that's a deliberate red herring because he very much leans into developing his magical skills. And after a few more books, he gives up on swordplay entirely. Rudy replies to all this by basically saying, well, doesn't really matter for the time being, this is well into the future. To which Roxy tells him that yes, his future endeavors are well ahead of him, but she's running out of shit to teach him, so he's going to graduate before too long. And that takes him off guard, which smoothly transitions into Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Reasons for Respect, is where we finally start delving into some of Rudy's character issues. Aside from the prologue, the book's been pretty hard focused on world building and establishing a couple of baseline characteristics for the likes of Rudy, Roxy, Paul, and to a lesser extent, Zenith. But now we're getting into the central emotional conflict that defines Rudy's relationship with Roxy going forward. And when it comes to Roxy and later Sylphie, it's deliberate that there'd be some big thing that sticks in Rudy's mind so that during the years they'd be apart, they still remain important enough to him that reconnecting is a huge deal as opposed to them just being someone he was friends with when he was a little kid. We don't really need that with Eris because not only is her introductory arc a full book in length, but then she and Rudy go on the Demon Continent arc together so that emotional build can happen a bit more organically. But Rudy does have several emotional hurdles to overcome. I've already talked about things like his unhealthy and misguided views on sexuality, his difficulty connecting with people, his narcissistic tendencies, but here we're tackling another issue, one that's not really been explored so far. Rudy's agoraphobia and the trauma he suffered on the day of his death. And I have to read you this opening passage because it really showcases what happens when Rudy opens up to us, the readers, and it's also just a beautifully written soliloquy. I had not left home since I'd come to this world. After a point, that became intentional on my part. I was afraid. When I stepped into the yard and looked at the world beyond, memories came flooding back to me. Memories of that day, the ache in my side, the chill of the rain, regret, despair, the pain of being hit by that truck. It was as vivid as if it had been yesterday. My legs trembled. I was able to look out the window. I was able to step into our yard, but I could not bring myself to go further. And I knew why. The serene pastoral landscape that stretched out before me could turn into hell in an instant. As peaceful as the scenery looked, it would never accept me. In my past life, while sitting around the house, frustrated and horny, I'd fantasize about Japan suddenly getting caught up in a war. And then a hot girl showing up one day, needing a place to stay. I knew that if that happened, I'd rise to the challenge. That fantasy was my escape from reality. I dreamt it so many times. In those dreams, I wasn't larger than life or anything, just a normal guy. Just a normal guy doing normal things, living a normal life for himself. But then I'd wake up from that dream. I feared that if I took one step away from my home now, I'd wake up from this dream too. I'd wake up and find myself right back in that moment of crushing despair, battered by the waves of my many regrets. No, this was no dream. It felt far too real. Maybe if you'd told me it was a VR MMORPG, but no, this is reality, I told myself. I knew it was. Reality and not a dream. And yet I still couldn't bring myself to take that one step away from home. No matter how I tried to reassure myself, no matter how much I promised myself aloud, my body would not obey. I wanted to cry. So throughout this video, when I said that Rudy was dealing with some deep-seated trauma, I wasn't being flippant. When I said that Rudy is a flawed person, I meant more than just his moral failings. Think about how Rudy's former life had gone. As a boy, he was beaten and humiliated by some of his peers, who had then decided to spread explicit photos of him to the entire school. And he escaped by retreating into his home, which had all of his comforts. And as much as his parents don't strike me as overtly bad people based on how Rudy talks about them throughout the entire series, they really didn't step up and weren't really there for him when he needed them most. So then he spends the next 20 years in isolation, which does exacerbate his issues and allow them to fester, but also protects him from hurting the way he did back then. And then the next time he leaves, it's because his siblings beat him and kick him out, where he stews on all his regrets and bitterness before getting then killed by a truck as soon as he decides to actually do something selfless for once. And it wasn't an immediate death either. He felt all the pain of that accident until he died. So what does that teach him subconsciously? When I am home, I am safe. When I leave, I enter a world that does not want me and bad things happen. And look, Rudy's not stupid. I know he says a lot of dumb shit for comic relief, but he is a very smart person and always was. Logically, he knows that going out is not guaranteed to hurt him again. Hell, I'm sure he knows that the most likely outcome is that any excursion will be completely uneventful. But the dude has some heavy-duty emotional scars, and at this point he's just not yet strong enough to brute force his way past the pain. He may not have his old room with his computer and his light novels and his figurines, but he has a place to call home, where everyone around him loves him and accepts him and are actually proud of him. Something he hadn't experienced since before his isolation in his old life. His home has once again become his safe place, somewhere he won't be hurt, and he just can't get past the mental block telling him that if he leaves, bad things will happen. He knows that's probably not true, but that doesn't convince that deep part of him that's still the hurt and scared child from over 20 years ago. And that kills him because he can see the timer ticking down to where he won't be able to leave when he's supposed to. He's terrified that his second chance will end up exactly like his first. And I love this soliloquy because the entire purpose of it is to sell the emotions that Rudy is feeling and has been feeling since he was reborn. The actual information doesn't need this page-long passage for the reader to understand. In fact, it could be cut out entirely because the next scene contains 2 very short paragraphs that effectively communicate that Rudy is scared and can't bring himself to leave the home. But that doesn't hit the same as seeing Rudy's pain firsthand. Hearing him lament how much everything feels hopeless and how much he's genuinely suffering, despite the fact that he's probably happier than he's been in decades, really does an excellent job of setting the stage for why it's such a big emotional moment when he's finally able to overcome this particular struggle, and why he develops such a deep gratitude and admiration of Roxy, to the point where Rudy literally expresses it as a form of pseudo-worship. You wouldn't get that without that absolutely beautiful passage right there. The next scene starts with, "The graduation ceremony was to take place outside the village," Roxy informed me, which scares the absolute shit out of Rudy. He's absolutely terrified and puts up a bit of resistance, though he gives up on that pretty quickly because he's smart enough to know that he doesn't actually have a good reason to refuse, and some really nice character stuff comes from this. So Roxy can tell that he's scared, and she reasonably but incorrectly assumes that it's the horse he's scared of. Rudy, not wanting to get made fun of by somebody he still assumes is 12 or 13, doesn't reveal his true fears to her. Though, side note, he should be aware by now that she's not the type to do that regardless, which is a good showcase of how his self-esteem issues and his stunted understanding of other people combine together to warp his perception of reality. So Roxy just fucking grabs him and puts him on the horse against his will, though he doesn't resist. So Rudy wanted to not be bound to his home because he knew that it basically destroyed his last life, but his deep-rooted fear was a barrier that he couldn't overcome. However, unlike his past life, now he has someone who is there to push him past that barrier and say to him, "You will face that fear and you will conquer it," even if she was mistaken about what he's afraid of. And this is also a nice bit of setup for how their future dynamic would play out. While Roxy is not the most dominant personality, she does have this way of stepping up and taking charge when Rudy's in a position where he's emotionally vulnerable and needs her. Notably, after the teleportation labyrinth storyline when Rudy is completely non-functional and grieving, she's the one who pulls him out of it. And the next scene lets us see Rudy's entire attitude change in real time. It's great, you can practically see his facial expressions change as the scene progresses. There's a distinct shift from fear to bitterness to confusion to realization to acceptance to excitement, and in my opinion, it absolutely nails it. Rudy starts out by being like, "Oh shit, they're fucking looking at me." He of course perceives these looks in his direction as condescending, even though that makes no sense. But again, he's scared, he's not thinking rationally. That fear quickly morphs into, well, why the fuck are they looking down at me? They don't know me, why are they against me? But then he gets thrown for a loop when he realizes they're looking at Roxy, not him, and they're looking at her with reverence. And he's confused, but realizes that Roxy had, in the 2 years she'd been tutoring him, been able to develop a strong rapport with the village and they respected her. And you can see the moment, the very second Rudy subconsciously realizes that he can place his full trust in Roxy, that if anything happens, she will protect him. Man, how did the girl who spied on my parents' bedroom antics manage to become someone of such high esteem? The tension ebbed from my body at that thought. Caravaggio's in a good mood, Roxy said. He seems happy to have you riding him, Rudy. Caravaggio was the horse's name. I had no idea how to read a horse's mood, though. Oh, okay, I said vaguely, resting against Roxy, her modest chest pressing against the back of my head. It felt nice. Just what had I been so afraid of? Why would anyone in this quiet village want to mock me for anything? Roxy's voice broke me out of my headspace. Are you still afraid? I shook my head. The looks from the villagers no longer frightened me at all. No, I'm okay. I absolutely love that bit right there. And I know Rudy had a haha boobs moment there, but that's just another example of him filtering positive emotions through the lens of sex. When he leaned back against Roxy, he felt good. He interprets that as boobs good, but it's really because he has, for the first time in over 20 years, fully placed his trust in another person, and that person responded by embracing him, metaphorically speaking. He finally found a safe place that wasn't his home, and this moment stays with him for the rest of his life. From this moment on, Rudy has nothing but the highest regard for Roxy. And as I mentioned before, he becomes her biggest cheerleader, and it's so over the top that it's often played up for comedy. And he'll play it off as gratitude for her teaching him the foundations of magic and nurturing his passion at a young age. But it's really because she broke him out of his shell and gave him the courage to actually engage with the world around him. And once he has that moment, his childlike wonder at the world around him reasserts itself, and he sees how beautiful everything is around him, and he starts asking questions. This is partly because he wants to learn more about the area, and partly because this is his way of spending a bit of quality time with Roxy, since he realizes their time together is running short. He hasn't quite figured out the whole human connection thing yet, but it's very clear that he's trying. And it's telling that he's doing it because he values her and their bond as opposed to how he is with Paul, where it's all about what it'll get him. And one funny note is that there's a line of dialogue where Roxy mentions she doesn't like peppers. In Japan, bell peppers are the stereotypical vegetable that kids don't like, kinda like broccoli here in the US. So Roxy got another childlike quirk, and that's kinda funny and adorable. So with that, we get a little bit of information about the region. Rudy lives in Buena Village, which is located in the Fitoa region of the Asura Kingdom. There are a few dozen households managing the farmland, and Paul is a knight who has taken on a role that's sort of a cross between a mayor, a judge, and captain of the guard. Basically, he runs the place, makes sure everything goes smoothly, and keeps everyone safe. And as Roxy and Rudy make their way past the fields of wheat, they enter into a comfortable silence and let the rest of their journey happen as the scene comes to a close. One of the best scenes in the entire book, in my opinion. In not even 3 pages, we get such a great representation of Rudy starting to heal from his trauma and really starting to grow for the first time. And it's all from a first-person narration by Rudy who doesn't even fully understand his own psyche. The next scene is Rudy's final test. They went so far so that they wouldn't accidentally hurt anyone or cause any damage. The test will be for Rudy to cast the Water Saint tier spell Cumulomnibus, which creates a heavy thunderstorm. Roxy starts with a demonstration, and I want to take this opportunity to praise a bit of stylistic flair that comes with Mushoku Tensei's magic system. Though it's not really been revealed to the reader yet, magic is essentially another natural force in this world, albeit an extremely powerful one, and it has its own rules and logic behind it. As Rudy learns more and more, and as he meets people who are doing more and more complex things with it, Rudy's magical training becomes an exercise in creatively utilizing his scientific understanding of magic. And once we start getting into the creation of complex magical instruments, it ends up being a combination of engineering and programming. So I find it really neat that this scientific edge to magic gets contrasted by the actual incantations. Because we're still at the point in the story where it's playing on the audience's typical isekai expectations, and a lot of fantasy isekai stories have a soft magic system that appears to be supernatural or divine in nature. And the incantations in Mushoku Tensei reflect that. The incantations are described as basically a preset list of parameters for a spell, and I'm not sure if they were developed or discovered. Like, it's not clear if the incantations could have theoretically been different words or not, which is interesting considering they have a fundamental religiosity about them. While religious beliefs do vary in this world, they all use the same spells, and the divine beings referenced in them don't seem to relate to any actual deities that anyone genuinely worships, or at least none that I can remember from the story. Let me give you the spell for Cumulomnibus so you can see what I'm talking about. O spirits of the magnificent waters, I beseech the Prince of Thunder, grant me my wish, bless me with thy savagery, and reveal to this insignificant servant a glimpse of thy power. Let fear strike the heart of man as thy divine hammer strikes its anvil and cover the land with water. Come, O rain, and wash everything away in thy flood of destruction. Humulomnibus. Does it really affect much in the grand scheme of things? No. But it's pretty neat, and it definitely takes on a new layer once you've read a bit further and realize just how scientific the magic system is. I like it, gives the world a bit more vibrancy. So back to the scene, Roxy demonstrates Cumulomnibus, and the horse ends up getting struck by lightning, though she does end up healing him no problem. And she kinda has this moment where she's freaking out a bit because she almost killed the horse, which is not only something that's fairly valuable, but as explained by Rudy's narration, Paul had a strong bond with him and would be very upset if he died. So Roxy's upset even though she did step up and pull through. But then we get another great line from Rudy, and it's funny on multiple levels. She was a klutz. Near misses and scrapes like this were a common occurrence with her. Still, she gave things her all. I knew she stayed up late every night to plan lessons for me, and I knew she tried her hardest to put on an air of dignity so people wouldn't write her off for her age. I like that about her. If it weren't for our age difference, I'd want to marry her. So for starters, I'll get it out of the way that the core message of this bit is very sweet. It shows that while Rudy does find her clumsiness endearing, he also takes notice of how hard she tries and how much she cares, and he appreciates it. I mean, he really does value someone else for who they are, which is completely new territory for him. But there are also some funny things. So for starters, the "I'd wanna marry her" line feels like a little wink to repeat readers because he actually does end up marrying her over a decade later. But when he talks about their age difference, he's probably thinking of the fact that he's mentally a 39-year-old man considering his previous 34 years plus his new 5 years. And he does on some level understand that he couldn't be getting with what he assumes is like a 12-year-old. On her end, she sees the opposite kind of age gap where as far as she knows, Rudy is just a 5-year-old kid, and she's a grown-ass woman. So in a previous scene, she preemptively shoots him down when he kinda sorta expressed an interest in her. But then the reality is that the two of them are actually pretty much the same age. As I said earlier, Rudy has a combined 39 years of experience, and it's later revealed that Roxy is around 40-ish. So there isn't actually a meaningful age gap even though both of them are seeing a different age gap. It's a clever little tidbit that made me very glad that I decided to give these books a second read. So once Roxy recovers, she takes some precautions to make sure that no more lightning mishaps happen, and Rudy casts the spell. The nature of this spell requires constant maintenance, and if the flow of mana is cut off, the weather will dissipate after a while. To complete the test, Rudy must maintain the spell for an hour. And we get a nice little glimpse into Rudy's mindset when casting complex magic, which we haven't seen him do up until this point. A big part of Rudy's magical arsenal later in the series is going to be the unconventional application of different schools of magic. He just does a lot of things that most people wouldn't think of, largely because of his outsider's perspective and his passion for magic. But that doesn't become a massive part of the story until much later. But that way of thinking gets set up here. Rudy assumes that the test is not about raw power and control, but about coming up with something sustainable. Turns out he was actually kinda wrong, and he was expected to just hold the spell for an hour. But the test is entirely results-oriented, so when Roxy realizes that instead of brute forcing it, Rudy had used fire and wind magic to create a self-perpetuating weather system, she immediately passes him, having been thoroughly impressed. Interestingly, Rudy used up about half of his mana reserves to get everything set up. At this point, he's no longer depleting his entire reserves in training like he was at the start, and I'm not entirely sure of the details when it comes to training your mana pool. Like, I'm not sure if Rudy using a fraction of his pool still works as training. My gut feeling is that it is, and he just has not yet reached his cap, but that's just based on pretty much a guess considering the ridiculous amounts of mana he spends on various spells later in the series, which I assume would end up amounting to a lot more than 2 of the spell he just cast. But I don't know for sure. But in any case, the scene ends with Roxy grinning and telling Rudy, "You are now a water saint." And I do need to bring up that the series is already forgetting that magic is supposed to have the word tier attached to it, so do forgive me if I forget as well here and there. So unless I'm just completely forgetting something, which is possible since at the time of recording I've only reread part of the series so far, there are only 2 times in the series where Rudy formally achieving a rank in a magical discipline is given any kind of gravitas, with all the others being like, by the way, I can do this kind of magic now. The first is this scene where Roxy confirms Rudy as a water saint, which is contrasted with a scene way later in the series when, under Roxy's guidance, Rudy becomes a water king. The thing I find interesting about that is how Roxy has completely different emotional reactions to both of those moments. Roxy is an interesting character because there are 2 conflicting parts of her psyche. There's the part that feels she's not good enough, and the part that's proud of what she's accomplished. And you can see a bit of that even here in Volume 1, where Roxy puffs up when praised and is rightly proud of having become a water saint, but also assumes she's getting fired after making a relatively minor mistake. And how we the reader will eventually learn that her young appearance and the accompanying difficulty in finding romantic partners have led her to feel almost unlovable. And in these 2 scenes, she is at very different points in her journey and her growth as a person. In this scene in Volume 1, she's a talented magician who's excited to be teaching a talented student, and she is fucking thrilled when Rudy is able to officially join her at her level. But many years later, she started taking magic a lot more seriously and rises to the level of Water King, which I remind you is a very big deal in this universe. That fact can get kinda lost since Rudy ends up encountering so many ludicrously powerful people in his journeys, which kinda skews our perception of the power scaling. But reaching king rank in any discipline, be it magic or swordplay, will make it so that people know your name. And it's implied that this is pretty much her peak, and that Emperor is probably out of reach for her. So when she's at this level and Rudy asks her to teach him a king tier spell, she's reluctant at first because being a Water King is what makes her special in her mind. And as much as she loves Rudy, they'll have been married for a while at this point, she feels like she's going to be worthless if that thing that makes her special is no longer unique among her peers. She already felt a bit self-conscious next to Rudy since it's become clear that he's well on his way to advancing the world's understanding of magic at its core, and now she's faced with the prospect of, he's going to be able to do everything I can do and more. And this weighs on her. Even though she's grown a lot by that point, it's kinda striking how different her attitude is from back in Volume 1 when she is over the moon at having a student manage to catch up to her. Obviously, a first-time reader won't be aware of this extra layer, but that doesn't mean it doesn't matter, because they'll experience it later when that second scene eventually plays out. And that's something that Mushoku Tensei does a lot of. If you pay attention, there are many instances where a scene will be mirroring an earlier scene, but with some kind of twist to it. And obviously we're not going to really be encountering that in Volume 1, but it is something to keep in mind, and it really makes it feel like the story of Mushoku Tensei was completely plotted out right from the start. I don't know if that's the case or not, and it would be interesting since I don't believe Rifuji Namaganote was actually a professional writer when he first started putting out the web novel version of Mushoku Tensei. But there are just so many instances where one scene feels like a precursor to a scene 10 books later, or how a minor event or even an offhand line ends up becoming important much later on. If I ever get a chance to have a conversation with the guy, I'll have to ask him that. But I think I've spent enough time on that tangent. Hey, had to stretch the video out to 8 minutes somehow. The next day, Roxy decides to leave, and it's interesting how Rudy sees things a little differently now. So the day before, he had a major breakthrough, conquering his agoraphobia and also learning to value another human being. Or well, technically not a human, but you know what I mean. For who they are. I really can't stress enough how important it is that Rudy now understands that Roxy is a real person with just as much agency as him, and that he genuinely cares for her beyond just his gratitude. And this is unsubtly explained in the scene where Paul and Zenas try to both convince Roxy to stick around for a while longer. Here were my parents, trying to keep Roxy from leaving. Unbeknownst to me, they'd apparently become good friends. Which made sense, her afternoons had been a huge swath of free time, and I guess she spent it broadening her social circle. She wasn't just a love interest in a video game, whose circumstances only changed when the main character did something. Now, Mushoku Tensei isn't usually as direct with its messaging as it was in that final sentence, where Rudy might as well have just said that he's starting to get over his main character syndrome and truly recognize that Roxy has her own life, thoughts, and behaviors completely independent of him. And I think the fact that it's so uncommon is what leads me to believe that it's deliberate here. If you've been watching my videos for a while, you'll know that one of my pet peeves with fiction is when the writer doesn't trust the audience and directly says what the underlying thing they're going for is. So I had to stop and think for a while about why it doesn't bother me here. It's not that my love of the series is coloring my perception, because I do actually have some issues with it that I feel pretty strongly about. Yeah, I know that this video has been mostly glazing so far, but my issues are mostly in the latter third of the series. But if it's not an emotional bias on my part, what exactly is it? And I think it goes back to what I said earlier. This was a deliberate choice by the writer to have Rudy explicitly tell us what he's thinking and what he learned, because Mushoku Tensei is usually content to let the themes and developments speak for themselves. This is to show that Rudy has not only grown and taken his first real step in the process of maturing, but that he's recognizing it. Alongside his newfound capacity for both exploration and for human connection, Rudy now has an overwhelming sense of hope, and he probably can't even remember the last time he experienced that. For the first time in a very long time, he now believes that things might actually turn out okay because he can actually interact with the world. Of course, he's still very much a work in progress. Just because he's learned to value another person doesn't mean he has any idea how people really work, and he hasn't even begun to unpack all his sexual hang-ups. But things are starting to look up for him, and he's starting to realize that on a conscious level. So I think the moment of Rudy just saying what he learned was specifically so that we, the reader, can see that he's starting to become at least a little self-aware. But this scene doesn't only do stuff for Rudy's character. The reason she's leaving is because Rudy's talent has thoroughly humbled her. Not in a negative way, but in a, I have not reached my full potential, but now I really want to kind of way. And this goes back to what I was talking about earlier with Roxy's conflicting personality traits. Half of her is proud of her strengths while the other half is an inferiority complex. And with Rudy's rapid advancement in magic, she's gained a new perspective on herself, and now those two halves are working in tandem to push her to discipline herself. She's basically saying to herself, I've been coasting on raw talent all this time and not really taking things seriously. I am capable of so much more and I will reach out and take it. And this experience as Rudy's teacher came with both positives and negatives. On the one hand, it gave her the drive to really train hard, which gets her to the level of Water King, and would eventually score her a permanent teaching job at the University of Magic. However, this experience would also kind of hinder her ability to be a proper teacher, at least for a while. This happens a few books from now, but she ends up tutoring a prince named Pax. Now, I'll have a lot to say about Pax eventually, but that's for another video. But to put it simply, Pax is not as talented as Rudy, he's not as passionate as Rudy, and he's not as dedicated to magic as Rudy. In many ways, Pax is basically the way Rudy was in his old life. But while Roxy was an excellent teacher to Rudy and put in a ton of effort to challenge him and nurture that initial affinity into something lasting, which is important, don't get me wrong, she doesn't really know how to handle a student who's struggling, and a part of her resents Pax, which causes what little relationship they may have been able to form to completely fall apart. I mean, it's not all her fault as Pax was also a bad person, but she was not able to be the teacher that he needed. So I find it interesting that even though this moment is largely a positive influence, it also exacerbates some of her weaknesses. A big part of Roxy's overall character arc is about her learning to accept that she's worthy of love and respect for who she is, rather than just what she's capable of, while also wanting to work hard to be the best that she can be. And in that journey, she stumbles with Pax. I'll talk more about all that when it becomes relevant, but I do love how that seed in her mind is planted here with her revelation that as accomplished as she is, she can still do more. Before Roxy finally says goodbye, she gives Rudy a gift to mark his graduation from her classes, an amulet bearing the symbol of Roxy's people, the Migard. Hopefully I remember to edit in a picture of what that symbol looks like. She tells him that he may be able to get on a demon's good side by showing that he's a friend to at least one demon, but it's ultimately more a symbolic thing than anything. This is something that does stick with Rudy. As I mentioned earlier, he holds on to this experience forever and idolizes Roxy for the rest of his life. And I think it's neat that this symbol that he's exposed to in the first half of Volume 1 would eventually be how he's identified by, I guess, the universe itself, when his name is magically added to the monuments of the 7 great powers all the way at the end of the series. It doesn't use his old name, which we never do learn what it was, by the way. It doesn't call him Rudy. The magic instead identifies him by that symbol of the Migard people, and it all started here. The scene ends with what starts out as one of the most beautiful monologues in this volume, before it does something Mushoku Tensei does a lot of, an abrupt tonal shift. So there are a bunch of times where a scene will start off serious only to shift to humor, and a lot of the time that's done to make the joke even funnier because of the inappropriate timing. And the reverse is true as well, where something will start out funny but all of a sudden become much more serious so that the reader has that stomach drop moment alongside Rudy. In fact, we'll see an example of that later in this video. But here it goes from serious to funny. And that's not to say that the initial part loses its impact, it actually goes over a lot of what I've been talking about these past 10 minutes or so, and it's very heartwarming. Until it gets hilarious. Let me read out how this chapter closes off so you can see for yourself. She took me outside. That was it. Such a simple thing. It was Roxy who'd done that for me, and that meant something. Roxy, who'd come to this village not even 2 years ago. Roxy, who looked like someone who'd never get along well with strangers. Roxy, a demon whom the villagers should have considered beneath their notice. Not Paul, not Zenith. Roxy was the one who took me to the outside world, and that meant something. I say that she took me to the outside world when really all she did was take me across town. Still, the prospect of leaving home had definitely been a traumatic one for me, and she'd cured me of that, just by taking me through the village. That had been enough to lift my spirits. She hadn't been trying to rehabilitate me, but I'd still had a breakthrough because of her. Yesterday, after we'd gotten back home, soaking wet, I turned around to look at the front gate and taken just one step beyond it. And right there was the ground. Just the ground and nothing more. My anxieties had left me. Now I was capable of walking outside on my own. She'd managed to do something for me that no one else ever had, not even my parents or siblings from my past life. She was the one who'd done it for me. I'd been given not irresponsible words, but a responsible sense of courage. That hadn't been her aim, I knew that. She'd done it for herself, and I knew that too. But I respected her. Young as she was, I respected her. I promised myself I wouldn't look away until Roxy disappeared from view. In my hands, I clutched the wand and the pendant she'd given me. I still had all the things she'd taught me. Then I realized, up in my room, I still had a pair of her used panties that I'd stolen a few months ago. Sorry about that, Roxy. Man, that cracks me up every time. Such an amazing monologue, such beautiful prose, only for porn-brain Rudy to fuck it up at the end. And those very panties end up being a massive running gag where they manage to always find their way back to Rudy and he ends up worshipping them for a while. It's a whole thing, not super relevant in this video, but I had to mention it. So that's the end of the first half of Volume 1. As I mentioned earlier, this volume has 2 shorter arcs, with each being designed to set up the 2 love interests who aren't the focus of the first major arc of the series. The third is introduced in the next volume before she and Rudy kick off the main story together, and I feel like Roxy's introduction was done exceptionally well as a setup for when she eventually reunites with Rudy. And she also serves as a great vehicle for a bunch of exposition about the world and about magic. But it also does a great job of showing her setting up Rudy for success, both as a magician but also in terms of breaking his fear of leaving home, which would color their dynamic for the rest of the series as Rudy continues to look up to her even when he surpasses her in terms of magical ability. And it also sets her up to start her own arc. While she was obviously doing stuff before the story began, it was mostly just a bunch of wandering without any real sense of direction. After her encounter with Rudy, she steels herself and starts acting with purpose, and that brings her to a place where she ends up being very important to the story, and not just because of her connection to Rudy. But now she's left, and while she's not totally forgotten in the books to come, she won't really be in focus for quite some time. So let's move on to the next chapter, the next arc, and the introduction of Sylvie, who is objectively the best. Fucking come at me. Chapter 7 is simply called Friends. And I really like how the story transitions from that first arc with Roxy into this new arc with Rudy deciding that he was going to go out and explore the area, which is the immediate logical follow-up to his emotional breakthrough. And that exploration puts him in the right time and place to meet Sylvie. These are 2 distinct segments to the story, but the shift between them is about as smooth as you could possibly get considering the first ended with a major character going away. But of course, Rudy needs to get permission first. After all, he had already made up his mind to be a good son after he felt the consequences of being a bad son in his old life. So he asks Paul if he can go out and play, and the exchange they have does a great job of highlighting an element of Rudy's personality that the first half of the story arguably neglected a bit. He has no idea how people work. His emotional intelligence is basically nothing, and he mostly relies on his intellect to try to figure out what to say in any given situation, which doesn't always work considering he has trouble reading people or figuring out what people really mean behind just their words. This scene also shows a bit about how Paul thinks, and both of these things combine to give us a mildly humorous scene. So the part that's not explicitly written out is that Paul, while obviously proud of Rudy, is a bit concerned. Part of that is as an emotionally stunted adult in a child's body, he's fucking weird and always has been, even to the point where they thought he was sick because he never cried as a baby. But Paul is also concerned because of his own past. I strongly suspect that Paul is loosely inspired by Rance the character, and as regular viewers of my channel will know, Rance is a total piece of shit who just does whatever he wants and he just so happens to have the strength to back it up. Well, while we never really get an in-depth look at Paul's youth, we do know he was impatient, arrogant, a bit too talented for his own good, and a notorious womanizer. And as we'll learn later in Volume 1, he did even commit a rape at one point, though he would come to regret it. But eventually, Zenith got her hooks into him and he fell in love, cleaning up his act and starting to grow up. And the thing is, he was kind of enabled in his bad behavior because he was so naturally gifted at swordplay, very quickly becoming advanced in all 3 styles. And honestly, if he had the discipline and humility, I wouldn't be surprised if he could have potentially risen to Saint or possibly even King in one of them. And when he looks at his son Rudy, he sees a kid who has more talent with magic than he had with swordplay, and he really does not want him to go down the same path he did. And the pieces of this come to the surface in this conversation with Rudy. As he's sending Rudy out alone for the first time, he wants to set him on the right path and be that good father figure I already talked about earlier. So he's doing his best to try to send him off with a bit of wisdom so that he can avoid those pitfalls and be successful out in the village. But he's also not trying to dump all his heavy internal thoughts onto Rudy, so he tells him, "Yeah, I was a brat who always chased after women in my youth." Meanwhile, Rudy's just kinda missing the point of the conversation at every step. He tries to act like a cute kid, but it just ends up being creepy. He unsuccessfully tries to guess Paul's intentions a few times, but it's the end of the conversation that I like best. Paul jokingly tells him that he can honor the Greyrat name by getting a girlfriend. Rudy takes this seriously, and when Paul says, "Hey now, you need to be nice to girls," and don't go around bragging just because you can use powerful magic. Real men don't get strong just to brag about it. Now, there are some interesting implications to that statement, since Paul very much used to be the kind of guy who got strong and bragged about it. But the best part is Rudy's aggressively autistic reaction to it. That was actually good advice. Man, I wish my brothers from my past life could have learned that. But Paul was right. Power wielded for its own sake was meaningless. And even I was able to understand that, given the terms he'd put it in. I understand, Father. Power should be reserved when you can make girls see how cool you look. And to be clear, it's confirmed in the narration that he genuinely thought that's what Paul was getting at. It's a bit hard to explain why I find this so funny without you directly experiencing the story in full context. Rudy's first-person narration has this way of making fun of Rudy's social issues via a sort of deadpan delivery. Later in the series, it's strongly implied that the books that we're reading are canonically his journals that future historians have been unsuccessful in translating. I think that's bullshit for a variety of reasons, but one of them is that narrator Rudy tends to experience things in real time, at least usually. He's not writing like someone telling a story about his past. The story is technically past tense, but the perspective of narrator Rudy is kind of a mix between past and present tense. He's telling the story in real time, and his interjections are what he's thinking in the moment. The reason this is significant to this deadpan humor I'm talking about is that Rudy will just confidently misinterpret something that's often obvious to any well-adjusted reader, and narrator Rudy will just state something completely stupid as if it were indisputable fact. And when it doesn't quite go the way he expects, he has a very quick oh shit moment and then shifts into trying to deal with the situation that he may well have just caused or exacerbated. And that's what he just did in this scene. Paul was transparently trying to impart a basic life lesson, that being, be responsible with your talents, to Rudy, who reads it as Paul trying to teach him how to pick up chicks. It's just so fucking stupid, and I just love this lighthearted, goofy tone that the series often has. But it's also pretty interesting because after Rudy's blunder, he immediately recovers the situation and figures out what's really going on, and covers up his mistake as a joke before correctly identifying Paul's intended message. And this shows that while Rudy's ability to read people is at the point where even my autistic ass is saying, come on dude, it's not that hard, he also actually has a lot of raw intelligence that he can apply to social situations. This is kinda covered up by the fact that he does and says stupid things that are often completely inappropriate to the situation. But when he realizes that he misinterpreted Paul, he immediately does his mental calculations to correct his understanding of what's going on and adjusts his behavior accordingly. This may not seem super impressive at a glance, but you have to remember that this is not intuitive to him, so he's basically brute forcing it by piecing together bits of data and logicking it through. It says something about how smart he is when he realizes that his gut instinct fails him. He is capable of quickly analyzing the available information and reaching a logical conclusion. So there was a surprising amount to talk about with that short little conversation, and it ends with a short but impactful, and then I left home. Something Rudy never thought he'd be able to say. The scene showing Rudy's first excursion beyond his home also ends up doing a couple of interesting things. Firstly, it shows that while Rudy is healing, he still has a lot of unresolved trauma, and that just because he had a major breakthrough doesn't mean he's better yet. And it uses this to also deliver a bit more world building. So Rudy leaves his home and explores the village, introducing himself to people as he goes. And he's able to do this without his social anxiety messing with him because since he's Paul's son and Roxy's protege, most of them already knew who he was long before they actually met him, which made things feel much easier for him. And of course, he also acknowledges Roxy's role in helping him overcome his fears, ending with an amusing callback to the end of the last chapter. Paul and Roxy's combined relative fame was more than half of what helped me feel so comfortable. The rest was all thanks to what Roxy had done for me, which meant, I guess, that Roxy was to thank for the bulk of it. I'd have to take very good care of those treasured panties. But then Rudy gets into what he's doing and why. He's not just aimlessly exploring, he's deliberately learning about the village and the surrounding area, and specifically using his botanical encyclopedia to try to figure out what kind of plant life naturally grew outside the farms. Why? Because if he ever gets kicked out of his home, he'll still be able to get around and he'll still be able to sustain himself off the land. Even 5 years after arriving in this new world, he's still reeling from getting kicked out of his old home, and he wants to make sure to have contingency plans for something he suspects he might have to deal with again. So for several days, this is what he does until he decides to check out the forest, which gives us another bit of world building, where we learn that the general area of Buena Village is largely monster-free, both because natural magic builds up a lot less in open plains than it does in dense forests. More magic means more monsters, so the fact that forests weren't super prevalent in this area means that not many new monsters would get created. Remember that at this point in the series, everything is still kind of operating as a soft parody of fantasy isekai, so Buena Village is kind of being set up as the tutorial stage of a video game. Another reason this area is safe is that the villagers would form a hunting party monthly that would go into the forest area and clear out whatever they find. So we get some good info about monsters in general. Not something that's going to be super relevant right away, but it makes the entire world feel a bit more real, and when Rudy eventually gets stuck in the Demon Continent in Volume 3, we already have this foundation for why it's so dangerous compared to his home. And we also see a bit of Rudy's self-esteem issues as well as a brief peek at his attitude towards the world around him. He's concerned about potentially getting into a fight with a monster because in his old life he was weak and lost every conflict he'd ever been a part of, even though there were only 2 that we know of. He's also hyper-aware of the dangers of overconfidence, so he decides that he's going to prioritize flight over fight and get Paul to deal with danger if possible. This ties into his self-esteem issues and the fact that he constantly underestimates himself. Looking over my notes from my second read of the book, I literally wrote, "He's a silent casting water saint for fuck's sake." And it's true. He is already an extremely powerful magician. No battle experience, sure, but logically speaking, he's more than capable of handling any monster he's likely to come across in this part of the world. And it's also interesting because even though his attitude does shift and evolve as he grows up, gets stronger, and gets involved in much more than his fair share of fights, he maintains this general non-violent approach, which is contrary to what you'd expect in a world that's still a soft parody of isekai with elements that are implied to be somewhat video gamey. And I do like that. That's something that happens quite a lot in Mushoku Tensei, where a character will have a trait and as they go along their arcs, that trait will change but still be the same at its core. Like, for example, Sylphie is the type of person to essentially give all of her love to the people she cares about. This starts out with her developing a bit of a codependent bond with Rudy, then shifts to her being a profoundly loyal bodyguard to Ariel, to eventually accepting that the best way to love and support her family is not constant sacrifice and taking on tasks she may not be suited to. It's to help in the areas she's strong in, but to also just be there to provide her love and support and be willing to take a step back when Rudy needs to leave on a dangerous journey and say, "It's okay, you don't need to worry. I'll take care of our loved ones and we'll be waiting for you when you return." These are 3 distinctly different behaviors with distinctly different motivations, insecurity, duty, and love respectively, but they all stem from that core of wanting to give to those she holds dear. And Rudy's aversion to violence is yet another minor example of this concept. It's one of the reasons these characters are generally agreed to be exceptionally well written. These characters can go through immense levels of growth and change while still being recognizable as the same characters. What I'm getting at is they don't do the tsundere thing where growth basically translates to becomes a different person. And I appreciate that as a reader. And speaking of Sylphie, I think it's high time for her introduction, don't you? So Rudy is exploring the forest when he hears a confrontation, and I absolutely love how this starts. And that's when I heard them. Voices. "We don't need no demons in our village." At the sound of that voice, painful memories came flooding back. I remembered my time in high school and what had led to my becoming a shut-in. I remembered the nightmares about being called Pencil Dick. These voices reminded me so very much of the voices that had called me by that terrible nickname. These were the voices of someone who used the numbers on their side to torment someone beneath them. So this is great. As we learned pretty definitively in the lead up to this moment, Rudy is definitely still dealing with a lot of the trauma from his former life. He's starting to get better, but he's still got a lot of shit to work through. But so far, we've only seen the purely negative effects of his past. But in addition to all his hang-ups, it gave him one extraordinarily strong moral conviction. More than anything else, Rudy fucking hates bullies. He detests the idea of those who pick on the weak and are cruel for cruelty's sake, and he never wants anyone to suffer the way he suffered back then. So when he runs into a group of bullies picking on another kid, he intervenes, and this is the first time we see Rudy make a purely moral decision. This is the first time that he does anything where the only reason is that it's the right thing to do. Yes, he's been a good son, a good student, and tries to take the feelings of those around him into consideration, but it's all been couched in a layer of, what can I get out of it? Even back in the prologue where he saved that teenager's life and unintentionally sacrificed his own, the reason he says he did that was that he didn't want to feel bad. But when he sees a kid getting bullied, he says, "This is wrong and I will not stand for it." And that's a big deal. And his hatred of bullies would be a driving motivator for many of the things he does moving forward. Whenever he sees someone being taken advantage of, he does something about it, and that's a neat trait for a character who at this point is still severely flawed. But as serious as this is made out to be, the actual confrontation is pretty mundane all things considered. And that makes sense when you consider the fact that these are all children. So the bullies are all targeting this kid who we'll soon learn is Sylphie. They mistook her for a boy, and so does Rudy. They're tormenting her and throwing mud at her. So they're definitely being little shits, and their behavior is without a doubt hurtful, but they aren't actually subjecting her to any serious physical harm. So Rudy, being a powerful magician with some basic swordsmanship training, starts launching mud at them and is able to get the upper hand, and they just weren't able to hit him. Interestingly, Rudy is actually kinda terrified, though he doesn't back down. Even still, my legs were locked in place. Sure, there were 3 of them, but it felt so pathetic freezing up at having kids shout at me. Was mine just destined to be the saga of a bullied shut-in? And this is actually one of the reasons for a running theory of mine. I suspect that even though Rudy does have 34 years of memory from before he was born into this new world, his emotional maturity consistently remains roughly in line with his biological age. I'm not sure if this is a consequence of his stunted emotional growth from his previous life or if his new brain is influencing him, but Rudy does often have the kind of emotional reactions that would be appropriate for someone of his physical age. In this instance, we see him scared of these bullies despite 2 very important facts about this scenario. Firstly, all they're doing is throwing mud and trash talking. Shitty behavior for sure, but the risk level is very low here, and an adult mind should know that. Secondly, as I said earlier, he's a silent casting water saint for fuck's sake. He's already more powerful than most people in the world, and if he really wanted to, he could turn these kids into a smear on the ground without skipping a beat. So he quite literally has nothing to fear even if they did want to actually harm him. Honestly, I find this whole interaction to be kind of adorable since it's basically just something you might actually see in the real world with kids, even though Rudy is taking it very seriously. But in any case, once the bullies realize that they can't actually hit Rudy, again, he's light on his feet thanks to Paul's training and has magic to boot. They give up and go away, and this is a big deal to Rudy, though he undercuts the moment with a bit of a joke. I'd done it. For the very first time in my life, I'd beaten the bullies. Not to brag or anything. But yeah, despite the humor of this moment being about stopping schoolyard bullying by literal children, it's actually pretty big that Rudy was finally able to stop bullying in its tracks, even if he wasn't the target this time. So Rudy turns his attention to the boy they'd been bullying, and she's just covered in mud and clearly still kinda terrified. And hilariously, as he's helping her out, he gets completely thrown off by how pretty this boy is, and his internal monologue gets a little bit creepy and he just kinda harps on about it. He made me want to protect and care for him, as if he were some small animal. If you were a lady who was into Shota stuff, he'd have your panties soaked on the spot. Well, if you could get past the way he was all caked in mud. And also, he crawled over to the irrigation ditch, hunched on all fours as he peered into the water. If you were a guy who was into Shota stuff, you'd certainly have a definite throbbing in your pants too. And that's not all he says, but he's just going on and on about how pretty and pure this kid looks, and at this point, both he and any first-time readers will still be under the impression that this is a boy. And overall, it's kinda funny, partly because it's kind of absurd how weird Rudy's being with his internal monologue, but also it's hilarious that this unabashed pervert is now low-key questioning his sexuality. And it's not even the only time Sylphie makes Rudy question whether or not he's gay. It happens again like a dozen volumes later. Though to be fair, that was part of a story that was deliberately meant to be a near-direct parallel to Sylphie's introduction in Volume 1. And we do get a bit of early characterization of Sylphie, since while Rudy's helping her get cleaned up, he's giving her instructions and she's just meekly obeying him. She does start out with some self-confidence issues, and is also just a natural sweetheart, so she does tend to be on the more passive and submissive side, though as I briefly discussed earlier, her attitude and behavior does evolve over time. And by the way, I do have to say that this scene is accompanied by one of my favorite illustrations in the entire series. It's just so adorable. I'm not really going to be talking much about the artwork of Mushoku Tensei, since I'm much more interested in discussing the writing, but don't get me wrong, Shirotaka absolutely killed it with all of the art in Mushoku Tensei, and I absolutely love it. So as Rudy is using magic to help clean Sylphie off, he figures out why she was being bullied. Pointy ears and emerald green hair, which would indicate that she's got some kind of demon heritage. Rudy does internally freak out a bit at the hair because Roxy was so adamant about him avoiding the Superd, but he recovers quickly once he realizes that Sylphie doesn't have a gem in her forehead. The two get to talking and Rudy feels an immediate kinship due to their shared experience of bullying, even though Rudy's happened long ago. And again, I do really like how despite Rudy having all these flaws both developmentally and morally, he also has a few strong convictions that'll guide his personality moving forward. So once he actually fully heals from his trauma and matures into a real adult, he's left with only those few positives that came along with all the negatives. A nice little way of having it be that his trauma still stays with him to an extent, but eventually ceases dragging him down. We also get a nice little indicator of one of the other ways Rudy is a bit different in the context of this world. He is very much not racist. Now, I know that we here in the real world in the modern day probably hear that and be like, yeah? But don't forget that Mushoku Tensei is set in a medieval fantasy world with many attitudes and morals that we today would find archaic, including the fact that slavery is a legitimate institution in this world, though that's a topic for a different video. It's not super relevant to Volume 1. Also consider the fact that for most of history there's been constant war between humans and the various demon races. The fact that they've been at peace for a few hundred years is highly unusual, and those deep-rooted tensions never really got resolved. And of course, both groups live mostly separately, so it's much easier for them to other each other. I'm obviously not saying that the racism in Mushoku Tensei is a good thing, but it is understandable given the context of the world as it exists. But Rudy doesn't think like that. He came from our world, where overt racism is generally frowned upon. We don't know this yet, but Paul and Zenith had made demon friends and allies in their adventuring time, and so did not bring up Rudy to be racist. And the person who he cares about most at this point is also a demon. To him, race is meaningless, so when he learns that Sylphie is a quarter elf and some unknown mixture of human and beastman, Rudy accepts her and comforts her, and based on her reaction, he's probably one of the first people outside her family to treat her as an equal. And what's more, I have to bring up Rudy's overall sense of justice as it relates to bullying. It really is something that he has this hard moral line that cuts through all the various flaws and weaknesses, and it pushes him to be good even if his baseline urges and overall selfishness might otherwise lead him to do otherwise. I didn't want to pry too hard into the affairs of a stranger's home life, but I'd been a bullied child myself, so I wanted to do something for him. Also, I just felt bad for him, being bullied just for having green hair. Some of the bullying I'd experienced had been a result of stupid things I'd done, but not this kid. No amount of effort on his part could change how he'd been born. He'd been destined from birth to have mud balls pelted at him on the roadside just because his hair was a bit green. Ugh, just thinking about it was enough to piss me off again. So Rudy now has a third motivation for building a relationship with another person. With Paul and Zenith, it's pragmatism. They're his parents and it'll serve him well in life if they get along. With Roxy, it's gratitude. She lifted him up and brought him out of his lowest point and set him on a path where he could grow and become bigger and better than he'd ever thought possible. He continues to feel like he owes everything to her and wants to make her happy because he feels she deserves that much from him. But with Sylphie, he sees a kindred spirit, someone who's going through what he went through. While he does have some selfish motivations for befriending her, which I'll get to shortly, he also feels an urge to be the protective and supportive figure that he really could have used during his first childhood. And he immediately is like, I'm sticking with this kid no matter what. And I have to say, Rudy kicks off their friendship in the most 5-year-old kid way possible. Sylphie says that Rudy might be excluded if he's nice to her, and he replies with, if that happens, I'll just play with you. As of today, we're friends. Again, I'm convinced that Rudy is doing his growing up in real time because that does sound exactly like something a kid would say. Hell, when I was like 6 years old, I remember going up to another kid and saying, "Wanna be friends?" We remained friends for the next 12 years until we lost contact after graduating high school. The last thing I want to talk about before we move on to the next scene is that there's another line that becomes very funny upon a second read of the series. So one of the ways Rudy justifies his friendship with Sylphie, or Sylph as he mishears, is the belief that he will grow up to be very attractive and will therefore do very well with the ladies. Rudy hopes that he'll basically be able to be the less attractive but more approachable friend, so that the less confident women will shoot their shot with him instead. This is another example of Rudy not quite viewing people as people just yet, and to him Sylphie is still halfway an NPC, though he does actually feel for her. But he follows this up with, "Besides, I prefer a girl who's a little unsure of herself as opposed to one who's brimming with confidence." This line is kinda hilarious to a repeat reader like myself for two reasons. First and foremost, in the very next book we meet Eris, who would go on to become Rudy's first real love. To call her brimming with confidence would be an understatement. She is forceful and arrogant to the extreme, so exactly the opposite of what Rudy claims to like, and it's funny how she becomes the first person he falls for despite that. But also, as Rudy grows up, he eventually changes this perspective of his. And in fact, he actively does whatever he can to build up both Roxy's and Sylphie's self-esteem whenever he can, and he ends up loving and admiring them even more as they truly start loving and accepting themselves. So he goes from wanting this stereotypical submissive housewife type until he eventually falls for 3 very strong women. I just thought that was amusing. In the next scene, Rudy meets Sylphie's dad, Laws, and I have to say, while Rudy does ultimately make a good first impression, the conversation comes across to me as aggressively autistic. While I've mentioned that Rudy's emotional development is in line with his biological age, roughly speaking, he still has the intellect of an adult. And when he tries to talk to adults as a kid, he's just fucking weird. He's deliberately hitting all the points that a good kid might say, but he's doing it in a way that feels like he's just marking off a checklist because he's trying and failing to act like a kid. At one point, Laws is acknowledging Sylphie's hair and ears and saying how he hopes Rudy will still be friends with her regardless, and he goes, "Of course, sir, and even if Sylph was a super, it wouldn't change my attitude one bit. I stake my father's honor on it." And when Laws compliments him, because in his mind this is the most verbose 5-year-old he's ever seen, Rudy decides to kinda stick up for Sylphie a bit to try to prevent Laws from comparing the two, as Rudy naturally has a bit of an advantage with his 39-year-old intellect. And he says, "Being good at things as a child doesn't mean that person will keep being good at things as an adult. You don't need to be jealous now when there's still time for Sylph to grow up." See, that's a nice sentiment, but it's still just weird coming from a 5-year-old because he's trying desperately to be what he thinks a good child ought to act like. Interestingly, he acts much more like an actual kid when he's talking to other kids, or people he thinks are kids in Roxy's case. When he's around younger people, he lets his guard down and actually says what's on his mind in a normal, casual way, as opposed to what comes off like a pre-rehearsed speech. Sure, he still speaks differently than other kids even in that context, but not so much that it would draw any attention. And Sylphie actually notices his code switching and is confused by it. Rudy explains that he's just trying to speak in a polite and respectful manner to his elders, but it still comes off as weird. And the adults in his life don't quite know how to react, and Laws mentions that Paul had said that talking to you makes one feel like an underqualified parent. I've kinda gone back and forth in my head about what exactly this means, because you could read it a couple different ways. There's the possibility that Rudy is just so different from a normal kid, at least when interacting with adults, that you don't have any real idea of what makes him tick. Kids are normally pretty easy to read, and Rudy being so odd kind of forces you to completely change your perspective on what a kid is. But I'm leaning more towards this other interpretation. The ways that Rudy needs to grow and the things that he needs to be taught are not in line with a typical child of his age. He speaks in such a way that he just understands certain things really well and is able to articulate them. So for a parent, they may look at Rudy and realize that he does need guidance as he grows up, but someone like Paul doesn't know what the fuck that looks like. He can't teach him the things you'd normally look to teach a child of his age because he already understands them. So how do you properly parent a child when you don't even know what direction you need to go? And for Paul, this is doubly the case since he can't even really draw on his own childhood experiences for guidance because he and Rudy are such different personalities that need different things. Where Paul was impulsive, insensitive, and restless, Rudy is withdrawn, calculated, and driven. Both of them lacked a true appreciation for the people around them, but Paul can't see that in Rudy because Rudy is trying to meticulously build these bridges because he sees the logical benefits. He's not quite at the point of being genuine with people, but it's hard to tell the difference from the outside. It's kind of like how a psychopath will be able to pick up and mimic all the appropriate social cues and emotional responses, to the point where most people can't tell they're faking it. Rudy is not a psychopath, but he is so emotionally stunted that there are times where his intellect takes over where his emotions are too underdeveloped. But I'm thinking that Paul is just completely lost about what he can do to be a good father to Rudy, and it's kinda messing with him a bit. I'll dive into this more a bit later because there's a scene coming up that reinforces this idea. Another thing I really liked about this segment is how it deliberately makes sure that Laws doesn't actually use any gendered language to describe Sylphie. Since Rudy, and by extension the reader, still thinks she's a boy named Sylph, a scene with her father could very well end up being something that could tip off the reader to the fact that she's a girl before the big reveal later in the book. But Laws never ends up saying anything like she or her, and instead of my daughter, he says my kid. It all sounds very natural and something I appreciated upon a reread. Even though I knew that Sylphie was a girl when I first read the book, I didn't actually catch this little tidbit on my first read. Now granted, this is probably less notable in the original Japanese. See, Japanese is a very context-heavy language, and it's common for subjects and sentences to be omitted entirely when they're not strictly necessary to understand the sentence. And also, while Japanese does have second and third person pronouns, they aren't as common as they are in English, and they'll often use someone's name rather than you, he, or she. So this point of praise probably goes a bit more to the localization than Rifuji na Maganote, but it's neat nonetheless. The scene closes off with Sylphie and Rudy going out to the hills to play, both excited because they finally found their first friend. Rudy had been isolated for decades and lost what few social connections he had at the time and was incredibly lonely as a result. Sylphie is still an actual child, but was ostracized due to demon phenotypes. It's very cute. Sylphie ends up asking Rudy to teach her magic, which he readily agrees to. And side note, the way Sylphie gets excited about magic is absolutely adorable. Sylph's eyes glimmered to life. He postured and waved his hands as he explained, like when you made warm water go all sploosh from your hands, and when you made that nice warm wind like whoosh. I don't know, little kid excitement is something that always made me smile, even in fiction apparently. One thing to note is that Rudy mentions that his mana reserves had grown to the point where he can't even really tell how much mana he was using in a given day. We learn much later, I'm talking like a dozen books later or something like that, I don't remember exactly, that Rudy's body in this world has what's known as the Laplace aspect, which massively increases a person's hard mana cap at the cost of making them incapable of producing a battle aura. Which, to quickly explain since now's not the time for details, means that they won't be able to have the enhanced physical capabilities of warriors in this world and are pretty much limited to their raw muscles. Rudy's giving some subtle hints about this capacity even early on. It's definitely implied that he has an abnormally high mana capacity already, and it's one of those things that we learn more and more about as we go until we eventually get a full explanation of the Laplace aspect. It's neat to see these puzzle pieces get set up now that I know how everything fits together. Earlier in the video, I mentioned that Mushoku Tensei loves its tonal shifts, and that soliloquy at the end of the previous chapter was a great example of that. Well, we get another nice one here as the scene changes. The scene I was just talking about ends after Rudy saved the day, made a friend, and started spreading his passion for magic, and overall had a wonderful time. And so, Sylph and I played until the sun went down. When I got back home, Paul was furious. Where before we had a shift from serious and heartwarming to funny, which was funnier because of how inappropriately placed it was, here we have warm and fluffy to oh shit, which is enhanced by the fact that we were just recently feeling pretty good about things, and it's not immediately obvious what's going on. Of course, the stakes are fairly low, objectively speaking, but we're still in kid mode with Rudy. A parent who's upset with you can be a scary and overpowering thing. But before I actually go into what happens in this scene, there's something really important I have to bring up because this scene here is the first example of one of my favorite writing tricks that does so much to reveal the inner workings of the various characters. It happens a bunch of times throughout the series, and without exception, I fucking love it every time. What happens is that there will be a scene, usually from Rudy's perspective, and whatever happens in that scene plays out like normal. But then the next section is that same scene from someone else's perspective, sometimes first person, sometimes third person. Seeing how two different characters react to the same event is great at showcasing things that a character might be keeping hidden away. We the reader get to learn some things about how a character thinks and feels without it being revealed to Rudy. And that is one of the trappings of any story that's done entirely in first person. The fact that it's difficult to convey information to the reader that the protagonist doesn't know, especially in something like Mushoku Tensei, where Rudy's narration appears to be happening in real time as opposed to him recounting events after the fact. Mushoku Tensei's perspective switches provide an effective way to actually give us this information without Rudy being clued in. And another thing about the scene replays in particular is that we get to see what people actually see in Rudy and what they think about him. As a result of how much of a failure his past life was, Rudy's got a bit of an inferiority complex. And we've already seen it crop up a couple of times, with the prime example being how he thinks of himself as just kinda good at magic, when in reality he's already better than most and is a silent caster, which is something very few people can say. But even as Rudy improves himself and starts building up his self-confidence, he always thinks less of himself than the people around him. Though he does end up meeting most of the strongest combatants in the world, so his perspective is a bit skewed. But when we're viewing the story primarily through Rudy's eyes, we have to remember that he's a somewhat unreliable narrator. He plays down his own abilities and his own qualities because even when he does accept himself for who he's become much later in the series, there's still this tiny part of him that sees that 34-year-old NEET who died homeless and alone. But when a scene replays from someone else's perspective, we get a different look at Rudy, one that isn't covered by the scars of his past, but what the people around him can see today. So oftentimes these scenes will not only do some serious character work for whoever's the focus, but it'll double dip and do some extra Rudy character work as well, and again, I can't think of a single time in all 26 books where a scene replay happened and I didn't fucking love it to bits. So our first look at this scene is from Rudy's perspective. The reason Paul is angry is that one of the bullies had told his mother that Rudy had hit him, who then relayed the story to Paul. And as I've discussed already, Paul has two driving motivators in regards to Rudy. First, he wants to be a good father. He wants to be that strong and righteous figure that he never really had in his own childhood so he can guide Rudy on the path to being a good man. And secondly, he is fucking terrified that Rudy's magical ability will go to his head, and turn him into the same kind of arrogant, selfish asshole that he used to be. So Paul sees a chance to finally correct what he believes to be poor behavior from Rudy, and he is damn well going to correct it. And from Rudy's perspective, we get another very kid-like experience. So, like Rudy, we the reader know that he didn't do anything wrong. He was protecting Sylvie from a group of bullies and he didn't even get violent with them, and instead just launched mud. But Paul is not willing to hear his side of things, and we get a few rapid-fire cycles of Rudy tries to defend/explain himself, Paul scolds him, cutting him off half the time, and Rudy having an internal, fuck, this isn't working moment. This goes on for about a page or so, and it's hard to really express the frustration this invokes, and it still has a punch after multiple reads. Remember, I read this book twice and had it open as a reference when scripting this video. Even now, I can read this bit and get a little on edge. And I think it's because most of us have been there before, at least once or twice as a kid. You're getting yelled at for something you either didn't do or there were mitigating factors at play. Your parents just aren't listening to you, they're not letting you explain, and it's not even the yelling or the punishment that's upsetting you, it's the sheer injustice of it all. And of course, you're still a kid. You can't really process these kinds of thoughts and emotions properly, and it's just an unpleasant experience all around. And Rudy is having a very similar experience, but he actually has the adult intellect to be able to see what's going on and to be able to articulate it. Paul's telling him, when you've done something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. And while Rudy briefly considers it, he rejects that idea outright because he has nothing to apologize for, and because he strongly dislikes this parenting strategy and doesn't want to reward it, which would then have him do the exact same thing to any future children he may have. This is very telling. Old Rudy would have apologized, no question about it. Old Rudy's style was worming his way out of conflicts and saying whatever he felt needed to be said to appease whoever was upset with him at the time. But new Rudy's different. He's grown. Far from perfect, mind you, but there was one virtue that had been given room to flourish in his new life. He has an extremely strong sense of justice. And to him, backing down just to de-escalate would betray that sense of justice. It would be wrong, which keeps him defiant and overrides his previous plans. which were to logic his way through everything and to artificially craft a persona of the perfect son. And Rudy's getting more and more snippy as his frustration grows until he's being outright condescending. And then this cycle is broken when Paul loses control and slaps Rudy in the face. This is where the dynamic shifts, because Rudy for once is able to correctly read another person and identify something important. It didn't look as though Paul had intended to strike me. There was a distinct look of consternation in his eyes. And as we'll see very clearly in the replay, he's absolutely right. Paul did not mean to hit him, and he immediately regretted it. So now Paul is a bit shaken because he's having a moment of, oh shit, I just fucked up. But Rudy is still fired up. He's still upset at the injustice of the situation because he knows he did the right thing and would do it again in a heartbeat. And for the next page and a half, Rudy starts getting pretty manipulative. But unlike his general manipulation tactics that he'd been using for as long as he had any autonomy in this world, he's not doing this for selfish reasons. He's not thinking about what he's going to get out of this conversation, and at this point he's not even trying to get out of trouble. He's in full-on attack mode, and he's really pushing Paul's buttons, with the general message being, I've always been honest with you, but you won't even hear me out. And then he finally says something that resonates with Paul. Even if it does wind up it's my fault he got hurt, I'm not going to apologize for it. I didn't go against anything you taught me, and I'm proud of what I did. And you can see the switch flip in Paul's brain right there, because his response is, wait, hold on, what happened? He was already off balance because he felt bad about hitting Rudy, but now you can tell he's thinking, oh shit, I might have really fucked up. Rudy could have stopped there, and it's arguable that he should have. But he's still red hot, and I love this moment because this is the first time since being reincarnated that Rudy has really expressed true, genuine emotion. It's certainly not the first time he felt emotion. He felt fear and determination when defending Sylphie, joy at having made a friend, love and gratitude towards Roxy, and wonder and excitement at the world around him. But he kept that all inside. He never let the mask slip, a mask that was so obvious that even Sylphie picked up on it. But now he's actually letting it out, and Paul is seeing the real, genuine Rudy. And the real Rudy is currently pissed, and he twists the knife with a real gut punch of a monologue. Please don't worry, Father. The next time I see 3 people going after someone who won't fight back, I'll ignore it. In fact, I'll jump in so that it's 4-on-1. I'll make sure that everyone around knows that the Greyrats take pride in bullying and ganging up on the weak. But once I grow up and leave home, I'll never use the Greyrat name again. I'll be too ashamed to let anyone know I belong to a family so hard they ignored actual violence and accepted verbal abuse. As this was all going down, narrator Rudy was getting fired up as well, and his thoughts are matching the energy of his words. You should quit while you're ahead, Paul. I know I don't look it, but I've spent over 20 years talking my way out of arguments I can't win. If you had even one solid point to make, this might end in a draw, but justice is on my side this time. You don't have any hope of winning this one. At this point, Rudy had stopped trying to be productive with this conversation. He was giving it a go at the start, but that didn't work, and his frustration grew and grew until it took the reins. And Rudy has stopped thinking about it and is just lashing out at an injustice. And I know I already said it, but he's fucking pissed, and he just keeps getting hotter and hotter. But then Paul apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Tell me what happened. And despite being the angriest he's been in a long time, Rudy immediately calms down and thinks back to Paul's earlier words. When you do something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. Rudy was incensed as the result of an injustice. He was being scolded over a misunderstanding when he had gone out of his way to protect an outcast and to be her friend. And even worse, he wasn't even allowed to present his case. And he let all that frustration out. But once Paul apologized, that injustice was corrected. That injustice was the thing that was overriding Rudy's more logical side, that would have likely tried a more diplomatic approach, or perhaps would have just taken the L until laws corrected the record at a later time. And once that injustice was gone, there was no more anger aside from one snide thought. And this showcases this sense of justice that's going to be an ever-present motivator for him moving forward. The first half or so of the Mushoku Tensei series is about Rudy growing up, both physically and in regards to maturity. I know I've been talking about Rudy's positives a lot, but the guy is a bit fucked in the head. He does inappropriate things like stealing Roxy's underwear. He's selfish and tries to be manipulative, with most of his kind actions being done to prop up the image he's trying to cultivate. He emotionally keeps most everyone at arm's length, and any strong feelings he does have are largely kept inside. And let's be real, he can be kind of a little shit at times. So I like how we get this early setup for one of his most admirable characteristics in the very first volume. Rudy does eventually grow up and becomes an overall good person, and it feels like a natural extension of what we had at the beginning. where it can be hard to tell just how much of behavior is his actual personality and how much is the result of his trauma and isolation. So as Rudy ends up going on his various adventures, it makes sense to us why he'd take an interest in helping the people around him, even before he's done enough growing up for us to expect him to consistently do the right thing. This scene also shows that Paul is surprisingly mature given how he's up to this point been characterized as a bit of a goofball. Yes, he mishandled this particular situation because he was feeling a bit self-conscious about his performance as a father, but it takes a lot for a parent to admit to their young child that they made a mistake and to apologize for it. Even though Paul was not always a very good person, and as we'll find out later in Volume 1, he's still nowhere near perfect, he has grown up quite a lot since his youthful misadventures. Rudy doesn't really pick any of this up and continues just trying to navigate the situation as it comes. But he tries to leverage his win to simultaneously comfort Paul and also nudge him away from immediate disciplinary action in the future, and he does this by giving some actually really good parenting advice. You don't need to apologize. In the future, if you think what I've done is wrong, by all means, scold me as you like. All I ask is that you hear me out first. There are going to be times when words don't cut it, or when it's going to sound like I'm making excuses, but if I have something to say, please just try to see my side of things. Now, Rudy's just doing this for self-interested reasons. He knows that as someone with an adult's memories, he's capable of conversing on the same level as Paul, but that he doesn't necessarily know that. But if he can at least state his case when conflict arises, he has a good chance of smoothing things over, and if he's in the right like he was on this day, he won't have to face unfair punishment. It's a mentality of, if he's willing to at least listen to me, I can talk to him as an adult and potentially convince him I'm right. But in his selfish opportunism, he accidentally hits the nail on the head. If you have a kid and there's a situation happening, it's actually a good idea to start out by listening to what they have to say. It lets you cool down for a bit since you'll have to temporarily shut up, you'll be able to make a decision without potentially missing out on vital information, and most importantly, the kid will feel like you actually care about how they feel about the situation, which will make any punishment more likely to be effective since it can be more easily framed as a dispassionate consequence for their actions, rather than, you did something I don't like, so I'm gonna do something you don't like. But the thing is, it takes a lot of humility and maturity for a parent to do that. So I think this whole situation with Rudy and Paul is kind of amusing. Rudy will eventually become much more adept at relationships, but at the moment he's not there yet. But in his desire to be at least partially treated as an adult to make his life a bit easier, he ends up stumbling into the right answer. And it says a lot about Paul, who comes off as the reformed delinquent, but is able to take his words to heart almost immediately. Of course, Paul still does have room to grow, and his relationship with Rudy continues to evolve as he learns more and more about what it means to him to be a father. And another interesting thing is that while this is ultimately a positive experience, it's also starting to set him up for a future failure. While we the readers know that Rudy is kind of a dipshit, to Paul he's a 5-year-old super genius. He appears to be intelligent and wise beyond his years, and he's able to navigate situations with a level of control that a child that age shouldn't have. While Rudy does in many ways have the emotional development of a young child, his intelligence is able to mask that, and he presents as much more mature than he really is, especially considering how that contrasts with him being 5 years old. That plus his gift for magic is making Paul kind of put him on a pedestal. There's a part of him that can hardly imagine Rudy having any sort of serious failing as a person, and while he is proud of him, he also feels a bit worthless as a result. And this kind of comes back to bite him much later on in the story when the two reunite after the Demon Continent arc, where Rudy's trying to impress Paul, who just lashes out in response. He basically viewed Rudy as so perfect to the point of it being a moral failing. And it took a talking to from Geese, who I've got a lot to say about, but not in this video, who told him, he may be special, he may be different, but he's still a kid and he's still your kid. He struggled plenty, but he just bragged because he wanted to make his dad proud, to get him to realize that Rudy isn't everything he'd built him up to be. Assuming this video does well enough for me to justify continuing with this series, I'll talk more about this whole dynamic when it comes time for it, but I did find it interesting how this whole interaction makes Paul a better father, but it also makes him a bit worse in that he puts these outrageously high expectations onto Rudy in a cataclysmically high-stress scenario. Rudy's perspective of the scene ends with two little tidbits, the first being the reveal that Paul was 24 years old, meaning that he had Rudy at 19. And a lot of Paul's doubts start to make a bit more sense when you realize just how young he is and how little guidance he really had. The second is that Rudy kind of views the situation as concluded and asks if he can bring his new friend over to play. After getting the yes, the section ends with, satisfied with that response, I headed into the house with my father. I was glad he didn't hold any prejudice against demons. It's kind of funny how something that was such a big emotional deal for Rudy had become kind of out of sight, out of mind, and how he's just like, it's pretty cool that this guy's not racist. Rudy still kinds of views people as not real at this point. And while he does have a few flashes of empathy here and there, he doesn't really start breaking out of that mindset until he starts growing to care about Eris in Volume 2. So he just doesn't realize that he actually stood up for himself in a way that he realistically never has before. His temper was up, but he still maintained a degree of control over himself and was able to bring a difficult situation to a peaceful resolution. That's a pretty big deal, but he pays it no mind and immediately moves on once the immediate conflict is over. But that's enough about that, let's move on to the first scene replay of the series with Paul's perspective. So unlike how Rudy's narration tends to be him telling a story in the moment, Paul's section feels much more like he's looking back and telling the story after the fact, though the line is somewhat blurred at times. And I think there are two reasons for this shift in style. The first is more of a technical thing. We already got a detailed play-by-play with Rudy. He told us all the individual events, quoted the entire dialogue, the scene was fully mapped out. If Paul were to use that same writing style, a lot of this replay would just be restating the exact points that we just read. So instead of quoting every line of dialogue and describing every individual action, he speaks more in generalities. But that also ties into the second reason for this stylistic switch. Paul gets very introspective in this scene. After all, the point isn't to advance the plot since we literally just saw this plot beat a second ago. This scene is 100% character building. The way it works is that Paul's version of the story runs about the same length as Rudy's. Instead of the one-to-one account, he'll describe a chunk of the interaction in like a sentence or two, and then he'll explain his overall thought process. What he's thinking, how he's feeling, his memories that are influencing his decisions. During Rudy's POV, we saw Paul's words and actions and could tell what he was feeling in a general sense, but now we really get to see what's going on in his head. And also, for a first-time reader, this will be the first time we see how complex Paul's mind really is. Remember that up until this scene, his entire characterization was that of an overly enthusiastic young dad who doesn't fully know what he's doing, but you can tell his heart is in the right place. This scene is a big shift from that, and I absolutely love how it starts. My son was angry. The boy had never been one to display much overt emotion, but here he was silently fuming. How did it come to this? So even Paul realized that this is highly unusual for Rudy. He's a very emotionally withdrawn person, partly as a residual effect of 20 years of isolation, but also because he's trying to craft this perfect image of himself that's masking his true persona. But while we know that Rudy was angry at the injustice of the situation, Paul's just confused and likely chalks it up to regular little kid emotions brought about by his first taste of freedom and his first conflict with a peer. So Paul then explains his side of the lead up to this scene. The leader of the bullies had gone to his mother with a black eye from a mud ball and lied about what happened, and the mother then went over to Paul to raise hell. Paul then explains why he decided to approach Rudy in the way that he did, and this makes another little stylistic element of the writing a bit more clear. See, Rudy is not the most reliable narrator. When it comes to raw facts like this thing happened at this time or recounting dialogue, he's solid. But for things he doesn't know for a fact, he is much more likely to color things to fit his interpretation. And as I mentioned a bunch of times already, Rudy has self-esteem issues, and at this point he's extremely bad at understanding what other people are thinking and feeling. Rudy started out this section by saying, "When I got back home, Paul was furious." And quick side note, I do love how both iterations of this scene start with, "the other person was angry." But when we read Paul's side of things, we can see that he wasn't actually angry at all, or at least not at first. He could tell that the other kid was fine and would heal up no problem. He could tell that the kid's mother was overreacting. He wasn't even particularly upset at the fight itself, as he figures that's just something that kids are going to do from time to time. No, his concern is that Rudy, despite being a little kid, is already a high-level magician who's also been training swordplay for several years at this point. If he gets into a real fight, he could seriously hurt someone. He figured that the two argued over something stupid, and it escalated until Rudy eventually landed a punch. So he wants to set him straight since there is no such thing as a fair fight between Rudy and another kid, and also because he thinks quite highly of Rudy's intelligence and knows that he's capable of dealing with situations without violence. So despite Rudy's belief that Paul was really angry with him, he was actually just concerned, and given the circumstances and the false information he was given, his plan was actually pretty reasonable all things considered. And again, Paul thinks highly of Rudy. He's not concerned about being too harsh because he knows that he's smart enough to get it eventually. And as he's recounting the part where he hit Rudy, we get to see that he's not the most reliable narrator either, and he misinterpreted what Rudy was trying to do. We know that Rudy was earnestly trying to explain himself and Paul wasn't letting him speak, but Paul took it as Rudy giving him lip. And the point where things boil over really does a great job of delivering that "oh shit, I just fucked up" moment that I was talking about earlier. I'm sure that from my son's perspective, they were having a fight on equal footing, but when someone has powers like his, they need to be aware of just how strong they are. Besides, he'd hurt someone. I needed him to apologize. He was a smart kid. He might not understand now, but I was sure he'd arrive at the right answer in due time. With that in mind, I took a firm tone to ask what had happened, only for him to respond with condescension and sarcasm. It galled me, and in the heat of the moment I struck him. And here I was, trying to teach him a lesson about how people with power shouldn't resort to violence against people weaker than them. I don't even know how I can really add to that because it just speaks for itself so well. Paul was trying to do what he felt was the right thing, lashed out when his emotions boiled over, and he had the maturity to immediately realize that he'd made a serious mistake and completely regretted it despite the fact that he was still pretty heated. You wouldn't expect the cavalier former adventurer that we've been introduced to have this level of introspection. He understands himself surprisingly well, and that must have taken a lot of work to accomplish, though I'm sure Zenith played no small role in this. Now, even though Paul knew he was wrong, he still had the instinct to ramp things up. But he controls himself, and we get a bit of exposition for Paul's backstory, and it completely explains all of Paul's behavior in this scene. My father's blood ran in my veins, the blood of a stubborn, unyielding curmudgeon. And it ran in Rudius's veins as well. Just look at how stubborn he could be. He was definitely my kid. When I was told to get out, I gave my old man some tit for tat and did exactly as he said. I might drive Rudius off as well. He said he'd wait until he grew up before leaving home, but if I told him to get out right now, I bet he would. I'm sure it was in his nature. I heard that not long after I left, my father took ill and died, and I heard he regretted our big fight till the very end, and I was glad to hear it. No, if I'm being honest, I regretted it too. If I told Rudius to get out and he really did leave, I'd surely regret that as well. I had to be patient. Hadn't I learned from experience after all? Besides, on the day my child was born, I decided that I would never be a father like mine. Shit man, no matter how many times I read that, it still hits me. I know I've been talking about Paul's fears and insecurities, but I don't think I was really able to sell just how deep-rooted they are and how much they drive Paul's actions. Why he tries so hard with Rudy. It's not that Rudy's words really reached him like it seemed to Rudy. He instead sees himself in Rudy and it scares the shit out of him. He remembers how his own father continually screwed up and how it only hurt the both of them. He's scared of the fact that he can see that same cycle happening with him and Rudy. He promised himself that he wouldn't be like his own father, and that was powerful enough to break through his natural stubbornness and allow him to de-escalate and apologize for the mistake he knows he made. And here's the thing that's kind of tragic about Paul. What he did right there is a deeply admirable thing, and while he's certainly not perfect, he is at his core a good father. He strives to do the right thing and to right his wrongs as they happen. He has the right attitude and is doing a pretty good job all things considered. But he doesn't see it that way. He doesn't see that he was able to break his own familial cycle of conflict and toxicity, only that it had threatened to continue with his own son. He doesn't see that he was able to make things right after a mistake where most parents wouldn't have been able to. He just fixates on the fact that he screwed up in the first place. In his efforts to try to be a good father, he's convinced himself that he's a bad father, or worse, that he's becoming like his own father. Because he's not completely flawless, the flaws are all he can see. If you think back to Rudy's recounting of events, he pretty much let the situation go as soon as things were resolved. He knew that Paul screwed up, but they were good now, so no reason to dwell on it. But Paul internally laments this situation, and it almost feels like a miniature version of one of Rudy's depressive spirals. If what Rudy said was true, then what he'd done was a laudable thing, something he should be proud of. But instead of being praised for his actions, all he got was a father who wouldn't listen and struck him instead. When I was young, my father did the same thing to me so many times, never listening to my side of things and always blaming me for not being a perfect son. Each time it happened, I felt so miserable and helpless. Well, whatever lesson I'd been trying to teach here, I'd failed. Ugh. And he expresses pride in his son, and it's just clear as day that he really does love him. But he also says that he feels an ache in his gut. That's him feeling like he's not good enough. He feels like Rudy deserves better than him, and he's hurting because of it. And I will say that with this being our first real look in Paul's head, it's very heartwarming when this entire character arc closes off with Rudy using his love and trust in Paul as the emotional support that allows him to overcome some mindfuck magic. It was a moment that cemented how Paul was not only a good father, but he was the father that Rudy needed. I have plenty to say about that, but it's better suited to a different video. So Paul is proud but hurting, and he ends the chapter with a bittersweet but hopeful, "For now, I can at least be happy that my son had made his first friend." So Paul's going through some shit, but he's not letting him get the best of him, and he can at least appreciate the good in his life. And I have to reiterate, the way Mushoku Tensei likes to replay scenes like this is one of my favorite little writing flares, and when looking into it on a deeper level, I'm impressed by just how effective it is at really drilling down into a character's mindset in a relatively short amount of time. This happens a bunch of times throughout the series, and I love it every time. Chapter 8 is titled Obliviousness, which is pretty funny in hindsight since this is where it's finally revealed that Sylphie is in fact Sylphiette the girl and not Sylph the boy. But we'll get there. This chapter is definitely a heavy hitter in terms of Rudy's character and a great continuation of the themes from the previous chapter, but starts out with another 1-year time skip and a general assessment of Rudy's whole situation. A few pages of this is how things are at this point in time, with a bit of world building mixed in there. Rudy continues with his swordplay training with Paul and self-study of magic. He's also doing his best to use magic to amplify his swordsmanship. This is interesting as a repeat reader for a couple of reasons. For starters, it's yet another early example of the outside-the-box thinking which would eventually become a core component of his fighting style in the future. But when I read about him doing things like wind magic to boost a swing, all I can think of is that he's basically trying to replicate the effects of a battle aura without even knowing that's a thing. As a quick refresher, the reason that warriors in this universe are capable of such superhuman feats is that they can unconsciously channel their mana reserves into their bodies and weapons, which enhances their natural abilities and allows them to basically do magic that stabs you. However, Rudy has a magical mutation known as the Laplace aspect, which while being a massive benefit to him as a magician, makes it impossible for him to generate a subconscious battle aura. He does at one point briefly succeed in manually generating one, but quickly realizes that it's impractical. He would eventually give up swordplay entirely, as he never was able to get past the beginner level due to this limitation. But at this point in his life, he's keeping his options open and he's doing what he can to become a better fighter. I do like how he's basically thinking like a North God swordsman, especially when he says things like, "There were 2 ways to get better at fighting games. Keep practicing to improve, or find a different way to beat your opponent with your inferior skills." It really is a shame that North God style is so underrepresented in this series. In my opinion, it's easily the most interesting of the 3, and I would have liked to see more of it rather than having every significant North God swordsman in the series show up in the latter third of the series. Rudy also mentions turning the ground to mud under an opponent's feet, which I have to say sounds an awful lot like the Quagmire spell which would become a signature of his nearly a decade later. Rudy also now has a goal with his training. He wants to beat Paul in sparring at least once in the next 5 years while he's still in his prime. While he never really ends up accomplishing that goal, it's a bit complicated, not for this video. My gut's telling me that if Paul never sent him off to the Boreas Greyrats at the end of Volume 1, he probably would have beaten him eventually. Even though his swordsmanship never really went anywhere, it was only a matter of time before his magical ability and quick thinking paid off. There's a bit of exposition about the head bully, and it turns out that his mother is a Karen who's into Paul and uses every little bruise as an excuse to go complain to him, which the kid isn't thrilled about. Rudy explains that after a few interactions, the 2 friend groups come to an unspoken truce agreement and leave each other alone. I do like how succinctly that potential plot thread is put to rest. It's clear that Maganotte never wanted this to be a major thing in the story, but the bullies were necessary to push Rudy into action and to facilitate Sylphie's introduction. And in other stories, it wouldn't be surprising to see the bullies become the antagonists and to structure this part of the story around that conflict. But here we get a pretty definitive declaration that the situation has resolved itself. When Rudy and Sylphie played together, it was actually Rudy teaching her to use magic, and Sylphie's mana reserves grew substantially, not unlike Rudy's did during his early self-study. There's also a nice bit of misdirection when this makes Rudy say, "I had very little belief in the idea that there were limits on a person's magical reserves anymore." I like this as a repeat reader because we later learn that he's wrong here. There are limitations that do vary from person to person. However, it's also the case that you can train your mana capacity at a young age up to a certain point. It just so happens that both Rudy and Sylphie used a lot of magic at a very young age, which likely pushed them both to their respective natural limits. And of course, Rudy's Laplace aspect puts his limit absurdly high. But while he is wrong about there being no limits, it's a very understandable mistake to make since all available evidence points to that conclusion. And it wouldn't be until many books later where someone who is extremely knowledgeable about magic is able to enlighten him. It's neat to go back and see the ways that Rudy can be an unreliable narrator without being dishonest or stating objective facts that are incorrect. Then we get a bit of world building when we learn that Sylphie is struggling a bit with fire magic, which introduces us to the concept of affinity and opposition schools of magic. Basically, positive or negative experiences or perceptions of certain elements can make it easier or harder for a person to work with that kind of magic. The example given is dwarves. Since their societies are typically centered around dirt and metalwork, many of them develop an earth affinity, and since most of their natural disasters end up being the result of steam or flooding, many develop a water opposition. With Sylphie, Rudy's assumption is that she's scared of fire due to a minor injury that left a burn scar on her hand. While it is a perfectly feasible explanation, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes a bit deeper than that. While we only know Sylphie as a child at this point, as an adult she's one of the most empathetic characters in the entire series, And once someone earns her trust, her well of love and loyalty is practically bottomless. To complement this, she also develops a strong affinity with healing magic, to the point where she completely outclasses Rudy in that regard. Given that Sylphie has this extremely caring and wholesome personality that reflects in her magical affinity, which is all about the reduction of harm and preservation of life, it stands to reason that the inherently destructive nature of fire just simply goes against everything she is as a person. She struggles with fire not necessarily because she's scared of it, but she can't intuitively connect with an element that consumes and damages. And while Rudy claims to have no opposition school, we will eventually learn that healing is a bit of a weakness of his. While he does become proficient in it, it certainly lags behind his attack magic. And I think that's likely because he has trouble with the whole empathy and human connection thing due to his past trauma, in complete contrast to Sylphie's openly loving nature. But that's ultimately just speculation on my part. In addition to magic, Rudy's also been teaching Sylphie how to read, and I do have to say that this scene of the two of them kind of exploring magic and reading is very adorable all around. So there are a few funny bits in Rudy's narration because he can't really process his blend of positive emotions like pride in Sylvie's progress, a sense of satisfaction and purpose since he's starting to discover a passion for teaching, a general admiration for his new friend who he really cares about, and the fact that since he still thinks Sylphie is a boy, his pretty appearance is still making him low-key question his sexuality. Which is especially funny because the exact same thing happens again like a dozen or so books later. Rudy's also kind of rationalizing his thoughts as a furthering of his prior plan of using Sylphie's attractiveness to have a shot at a less confident woman. He calls it Operation Hot Friend Bait, because let's not forget that Rudy is still a massive dork. We also see that Sylphie, after a year of training with Rudy, is able to successfully cast an intermediate tier water spell. While I'm not discounting the fact that Sylphie is a highly intelligent person, which she proves many times over throughout the series, the fact that she was able to get so good so quickly suggests that magic may not actually be as hard as it initially seems. Rather, it may just be that society's knowledge of magic is still very lacking and it's simply not taught in an effective manner. And we will eventually confirm that this is true, at least for some parts of magic. For example, Rudy teaches multiple people how to silent cast, and even ends up becoming a professor of silent casting later in life, despite the societal assumption that you basically have to be a magical genius to do it. So I suspect that if magic were taught the way Rudy intuitively understands it, the average person could potentially manage to reach advanced or even saint tier with practice. But with all of this going on, we also see that Sylphie is very enthusiastic and also has that childlike wonder and is extremely curious about pretty much everything. Once again, very adorable, and it also does a great job of showing that the two of them really have started to bond, without having Rudy outright say as much. In the previous chapter, which was a year prior, Sylphie was quiet, reserved, and hesitant. Like, she had to kind of mentally prepare when asking Rudy even simple questions. She really came across as scared and alone, but in this scene she's become comfortable around Rudy, and you can tell she trusts him enough to show her true personality, which is bright and energetic, eagerly exploring the world, absorbing knowledge like a sponge, and generally being much more assertive. For example, her inquisitive nature results in Rudy explaining that he can get unique results by using 2 schools of magic at once. But since you can't chant 2 spells at one time, he reveals his ability to silent cast. And rather than being all timid like before, she just goes, "Hey, teach me how to do that." I just love seeing characters naturally grow and evolve as time goes on. And if you've watched my videos, you'll know that one of the things I love to see is when a writer trusts their audience enough to let them absorb these little details without explicitly pointing them out. And yeah, this is a textbook example of that. Interestingly enough, Sylphie immediately picks up silent casting, like within minutes, which again leads me to believe that it's probably easier than it's made out to be. But then it starts raining and Rudy brings her to his home so they can both dry off and warm up. And now we have the infamous bath scene. This is a big one, and it's the first instance of Rudy learning certain lessons the hard way. I've already talked a bunch about how Rudy is still severely flawed and has a lot of growing up to do. And one of the unfortunate consequences of this is that sometimes he ends up hurting the people around him. Not out of any kind of malice, but he ends up crossing lines because he just doesn't know where they are. When he goes too far with whatever action he's taking, someone he cares about gets hurt and he inevitably feels terrible about it. He may not know when he's overstepping, but he can recognize when the tone shifts after a major fuck-up. And he absolutely hates the fact that he caused someone he loves, whether romantically or otherwise, to suffer. And that reinforces his persistent low self-esteem. Even when he makes things right and grows as a person, the fact that he hurt someone sticks with him. But it's not all negative. He feels so much regret over these situations in the moment that he always ends up learning an important lesson and adjusts his behavior so that he never makes that same mistake again. So the scene starts out with the two arriving at Rudy's home where Lilia already readied warm water and a towel, adding one more when she saw that there was a guest. It actually kind of struck me on a reread that it's been a long time since Lilia was last mentioned at all. The story was so focused on Rudy and Roxy, then Rudy and Sylphie, then Rudy and Paul, and Lilia just wasn't really involved. She does end up having her time in the spotlight before the book is over, but it's kinda weird how she basically ceased to exist for a few chapters. But that's not super important. Lilia leaves them to it, and Rudy strips down while Sylphie is very clearly very uncomfortable, to the point where even Rudy picks up on it. So here's the situation. Rudy's trying to get Sylphie to get her wet clothes off so that she won't catch a cold. And because he still thinks she's a boy, he views it as no different than something like showering in the locker room. It may be embarrassing at first, but you get over it. Sylphie is protesting strongly, which is very out of character for her, something that Rudy does not pick up on. So he's trying to pressure her, and she's clearly not on board. Eventually, he lulls her into a false sense of security, and with an internal pop culture reference, he says, "Come to me, Zenra Pendulum," which is apparently a reference to a light novel series that isn't available in English. He quickly pulls her underwear down. So earlier, we looked at an instance where Rudy starts off giving a serious narrative speech about an emotional breakthrough, but then pivots into a dumb joke. He talks about how much he appreciates everything Roxy did for him before going, "Oh yeah, I still have those panties I stole. Oops." And the tonal shift itself amplified the comedic value of that moment. Well, here we have the reverse of that, where Rudy is having his internal Rudyisms, and it's funny before a massive "oh shit" moment. And likewise, the tonal shift here, which is even more abrupt because we get this hilarious illustration right on the previous page, amplifies how bad Rudy immediately feels. Let's take a look at what Rudy says before we get another perspective shift. Sylph shrieked. A moment later, he squatted down and curled up into himself to hide his body from sight. But in that moment, what flashed before my eyes was not the pure short sword to which I had grown recently accustomed. Nor, naturally, was it a dark blade bearing ominous sigils. No, what was there, rather, what wasn't there, was, well, replaced by something that shouldn't have been there. It was something I'd seen many times over in my past life, on my computer monitor. Sometimes it was covered with a pixelated mosaic, other times it was uncensored. I'd stare, always thinking about how much I wanted to lick and be inside the real thing someday. My dark lust inevitably causing my white cannon to hit the mark on a handful of tissues. One of those. That's what Sylph had. He was a she. My vision went white. What I'd just done was not okay at all. "Rudius, what are you doing?" I came to my senses to see Paul standing there. When had he gotten home? Had he come into the room because he'd heard Sylph cry out? I stood petrified. Paul did likewise. There was Sylph hunched and curled up, naked and sobbing. There I was, also naked, with her underpants clutched in my hand. There was no talking my way out of this one. It was raining outside, but it sounded so very far away. One of the things I've been saying repeatedly throughout the course of this video is that Rudy is not a malicious person, but he does have a lot of emotional and moral failings. But what I've neglected to mention up to this point is there are actually two different types of morality that Rudy struggles with, if we treat morality as doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. The first type of immorality is what most of us think when we hear the term, doing things for selfish aims without concern for who it hurts. Rudy did have a bit of that going on with his general strategy so far being a soft attempt to manipulate the people around him, so that he can build up this facade of the good son, the good friend, the good kid. He was doing good things because he viewed it as a way to get good results down the line, rather than because it was the right thing to do. And he already started making some progress in that area. He wanted to do nice things for Roxy because on some level he knew that this was a person who had helped him and he wanted to pay that kindness back. He felt good when he stood up for Sylphie, and he decided he was going to be her friend because he felt a kinship with her due to his own history as a victim of bullying, which evolved into him genuinely caring for her as a person and developing a bond with her, though admittedly that one doesn't really solidify until they reunite as adults. The second type of morality is one that Rudy struggles with for a very long time. Like, it takes him years past this point before it really starts to sink in on a fundamental level. Sometimes you do bad things without even realizing it until after because you don't care enough to consider how other people might feel. It's not that you want to hurt people, but you don't think about whether or not the things you do will hurt people until after someone does get hurt, because you just aren't being mindful of the feelings of others. And that's a big one with Rudy. In this bath scene, he didn't intend to hurt Sylphie, and that's evidenced by the fact that he immediately had a "that was wrong for me to do" moment. But look back to the beginning of the scene. He was still pressuring Sylphie to strip despite the fact that she was clearly uncomfortable. Even if she was a boy, that wouldn't have been cool. It's understandable that he wanted to get her out of her clothes so she could warm up and dry off, but in the moment he just didn't care enough to come up with a solution that would have made her more comfortable, such as agreeing to turn away until she was covered with a towel or taking turns. And when he pulled her underwear off, he acknowledges that his motivations were that he was being a mischievous little shit. At this point in his life, he doesn't really care if his actions are going to hurt someone, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care when they hurt someone. He just still needs to learn that the feelings of others are important at all times, not just when he crosses a line. So interestingly, the next part of the scene, which is meant to be a deliberate mirror and flip of the previous chapter's confrontation, is only shown from Paul's perspective, and I think I know why. Rudy is in a very emotionally turbulent state, and the one thing we see multiple times throughout the series is that when things get bad enough to overwhelm him, he tends to completely shut down, and in those moments he needs someone to pull him out of it. Now, this is not that serious of a spiral, and the incident itself isn't even serious enough to cause lasting harm. Hell, when Sylvie grows up, she views it as an awkward moment that's kinda funny when you look back at it. But regardless, Rudy seriously fucked up, and he knows it. He's in a mental loop of, I fucked up, and I don't think Rudy's normal detailed narrative style would really benefit things at all. And in fact, I think it could actually hurt the impact of this scene. Rudy doesn't speak a whole lot in this interaction, speaking mostly in two-word sentences. Seeing him so blunted in contrast to his normal personality is all we really need to get the full impact of how he's feeling in this moment. Rudy's mental state is him knowing he screwed up and feeling bad about it. It doesn't need to get any more complex or detailed than that at this point. But as much as this is a scene about Rudy, we also get to see a bit more about Paul, which we do need a bit more of an inside look for. Now, Paul is much more in control than in the last chapter, and he doesn't dwell on his past as much because in this case, he's not the one who screwed up. So he's able to take on the role of both the giver of facts and the emotional driver of the scene, in contrast to the previous chapter where he was pretty much just all emotion. It starts out in a mildly humorous way. I came home after work to find my son assaulting the young girl he always liked spending time with. This has a few layers when you really think about it. On the one hand, Paul has a general mindset of, Rudy's a good kid, if he does something bad, he probably didn't mean it and it's probably fixable. So even though the situation looks bad, he's taking it as he's finding it. But for repeat readers, we know that despite the fact that Paul's genuinely a decent guy, he has a dark past. In particular, he's a rapist. In his youth, he raped Lilia out of selfishness, so he knows from experience that even if Rudy did something absolutely horrible, he can still grow from it. And at least Rudy will have a proper father figure to help him along that path. So even though it's kinda funny to see how nonchalant he is, it's a bit dark when you think about it. And then we see the lasting effects of the previous chapter. I wanted to tear into him on the spot, but I'd managed to stay level. Maybe this was another case where there were circumstances I wasn't aware of. I didn't want to repeat my previous failure. For now, I decided to put the sobbing girl in the care of my wife and the maid while I helped my son clean up and dry off. I already mentioned that Paul is one of the most self-aware and emotionally intelligent characters in the series, and that fact is kinda disguised by how his personality embodies the charming rogue character trope. We already saw how he drew upon his own father's failures to become a better father himself. And repeat readers will already know that before the series started, he did the work to become a substantially better person after he fell in love with Zenith. But now we get a chance to see the entire process from mistake to learning from it to applying that knowledge later. And the interesting thing is that Paul ends up benefiting from this lesson in ways he didn't intend. His earlier mistake was not getting all the information and blaming Rudy for something that wasn't his fault, but he quickly accepts that he's wrong and resolves to do better. A year later, he uses that lesson to suppress his initial instinct to blow up at Rudy because he might not know the totality of the situation. This enables him to have a very effective parenting moment with Rudy despite the fact that the circumstances here are completely different, with Rudy actually being at fault here. Even though the lesson Paul had learned was don't jump to conclusions, it had the add-on benefit of keeping him level-headed so that he can take a difficult situation and turning it into a teaching moment that'll stick with Rudy, rather than just lashing out, punishing him, and hoping it sinks in. And there's also a neat little continuation of a theme that was explored a bit in the previous chapter, because the first thing Rudy says to Paul is, I'm sorry. What was the lesson that Paul had been trying to teach Rudy before he knew the full story? When you've done something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. In clear contrast to the last time Rudy was in trouble, he immediately apologizes as soon as he's snapped out of his trance, and he absolutely refuses to defend himself in any way. This is something that Paul explicitly points out, as it makes him think a bit of his own youth, because he feels like Rudy may have inherited his own high libido and issues with self-control. And it makes him feel partially responsible, and a part of him wants to be sympathetic because he himself was kind of a sex pest in his youth. Something about seeing my boy so utterly dejected made me feel guilty. That fondness for women came from me. When I was little, I was full of youthful vigor and virility, and incessantly chased after cute girls who caught my eye. I managed to keep myself more subdued these days, but I really couldn't restrain myself in the past. Maybe I'd pass that on to my son. And once again, repeat readers will have a bit more context as far as what he exactly means by that. The way it's written implies that in his youth he was a bit of a skirt chaser and a playboy. Now that is true, but there was more to him than that. Yes, he was a talented warrior who made a name for himself as a high-level adventurer and could charm the pants off anyone, literally in some cases. But that didn't serve him long term. He was an arrogant dick at times, he broke hearts, and he certainly used people for sex, which is actually what his original intention with Zenith was before he fell for her for real. And he ultimately burned nearly every bridge he had built as an adventurer for one reason or another. I personally cut him a bit of slack because he was a teenager at the time, but he still did some pretty bad things, up to and including actual rape. So he's once again concerned that Rudy might fall down the same path as him and really wants to make sure that doesn't happen. But I have to say, Paul does some really solid parenting here. Granted, Rudy already feels bad for what he did, but Paul is able to work through the logical steps of what went wrong, so that Rudy can learn from his mistake and become better for it. He asks Rudy why he did what he did, and in contrast to the previous chapter, he lets him answer. Then he goes on to how Sylphie feels, then to the fact that he'd been told not to act this kind of way, then acknowledging what he assumes were Rudy's motivations and saying he understands but he still can't act that way. And it really is a great way of expressing to Rudy that what he did was wrong, why it was wrong, while still showing that he's ultimately scolding him out of love rather than any desire for retribution or punishment. And then he expands on the apology lesson from the previous chapter when Rudy for the third time says, "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize to me," I said. "You need to apologize to Sylphiette, right? Is Sylphiette going to forgive me?" You don't apologize just because you hope to be forgiven right away. Without even realizing it, Paul touched on one of Rudy's core moral issues. Apologizing is the kind of thing you do not to mitigate any negatives to you, but because what you did was wrong and apologizing is what's right. Rudy's been very results-oriented up to this point. The way he interacts with people tends to be a calculated thing where he does things with the intent of securing the best possible outcome. And Paul is instilling in him the idea that sometimes there are things you need to do because they're the right things to do, whether or not it ends up working out for you in the end. This is a lesson Rudy needed to learn. And as I said earlier, some of his most significant emotional lessons come from him hurting someone he cares about, and never wanting that to happen again. In this case, it doesn't perfectly sink in, but it does become a core memory for him, and moving forward he becomes a lot more conscientious of the people around him. The scene ends with a de-escalation in tone. Once Paul was sure that Rudy got the message, he could see that he felt terrible, and he was scared that his best friend might hate him now. And Paul's narration even says that it's obvious that Rudy really likes Sylphie. So his next action was to comfort Rudy, telling him that everything will most likely be okay and that Sylphie will forgive him if this incident was a one-off, and his apology is sincere. So the harsh pain Rudy was feeling at the start subsides into more of a dull ache. And then the tension subsides entirely as the scene ends with a funny moment. Rudy has stood up from the bath, looked to Sylphiette, and opened with, "I'm sorry, Sylphie. Your hair's short and so I thought you were a boy this whole time. I'd always thought our son was perfect, but maybe he was a lot dumber than I'd thought. And that was the first time I'd ever thought that." I love that. The scene got its message across, but doesn't have us wallow in the somber tone and pulls us out with a joke. But it's also kind of interesting how Paul is starting to half understand Rudy in this moment. The thing is, Rudy is smart even by adult standards. His lack of success was not due to a lack of intelligence. He's good at absorbing knowledge and has a strong sense of logic and the creativity to use that logic to innovate. But emotionally, he's a fucking moron. He doesn't understand people in the slightest. This whole incident happened because he just couldn't comprehend that other people didn't necessarily fit into his preconceived notions of them. This was reflected firstly in the setup to this scene, where he acts without regard for Sylphie's feelings. Or more accurately, he didn't realize that his feelings and interpretation of the situation wouldn't translate over to Sylphie. He assumed that because he was trying to help her warm up and thought of his actions as more silly and playful than anything, that she would feel the same way even when all the signs indicated otherwise. But this idea is also reflected in a much more in-your-face manner. His preconceived view of Sylphie was as a boy, and in the year they'd been friends, he never figured out his mistake even though he really should have, at least by accident. But he just didn't realize that someone might just not fit the mold he had put them in, and it took something major to snap him out of it. And Paul picks up on this. As intelligent as Rudy is, he just doesn't grasp certain core concepts yet, which is why it has Paul wondering if Rudy's actually a dumbass. Back to Rudy's perspective, we see a bit of the aftermath, though it immediately maintains the "everything is going to be fine in time" tone, with Rudy flat out saying, "After a lot of apologies, compliments, and reassurances, I got her to forgive me somehow," completely skipping over the immediate upset and tension to the point where they are tentatively cool now. Then Rudy has a bit of denial leading into an epiphany. And sections like this are the main reason I'm not a fan of how the end of the series strongly implies that these books are actually Rudy's journals. Aside from the fact that he doesn't even start keeping a journal until he's several arcs deep, there are sections like this where you get to see him process information and emotions in real time. These 4 paragraphs right here are a stream of consciousness where we can see the gears turning. He starts out by trying to logic away the fact that he didn't realize Sylphie was a girl for a fucking year. He goes on about how she kept her hair short or how she never wore distinctly feminine clothing, and he speculates why these statements might still be true. He's just really trying to work everything through his brain until he pretty much just simultaneously hits the nail on the head and stops himself from dwelling on the matter. If I'd met her 3 years from now, I wouldn't have mistaken her for a boy. I only thought she was a cute boy because of my own preconceptions, not because she was androgynous or anything like that. Like if she'd... No, enough with that. Anything I said now would just be an excuse. Again, he hasn't quite learned the full extent of what he needs to learn, but he's starting to get there. He's able to summon the self-awareness to say, no, the mistake was my own damn fault for not looking past my initial assumptions. And at the same time, he's also able to realize that either way, what's done is done. He can't go back and undo a year of misconceptions, so there's no point in dwelling on it when the future is far more important. But when it comes to the present, Sylphie may have forgiven Rudy, but things are still weird between them. Now, Rudy's really the one making it weird, as we'll learn a bit later, because rather than thinking of her as friend, he starts thinking of her as girl. But he views it as her being kind of scared of him after the bath incident because she understandably shies away from touching him for a while. So basically, he thinks she's the one making it weird, but that it's his fault. And he's in an interesting situation mentally. He doesn't quite realize that Sylphie just wants her friend back. She doesn't want him to tiptoe around her because she's a girl, and he finally realizes that. She just wants to spend time with the Rudy she's known for the past year, who protected her when she needed it, who saw her green hair and pointed ears and accepted her anyway. And Rudy doesn't really know how to navigate this situation. He was able to avert the crisis he caused, but he's not really good enough with interpersonal communication to properly square things with Sylphie. And unfortunately, he kind of pushes all that down so he can preserve the one true friendship he's been able to cultivate in decades. I forced a smile to mask my feelings. Sylphie was my only friend. At least we could still play together. There might be some lingering awkwardness, but at least we were still hanging out together. For today, I told myself, that would be good enough. It's a very bittersweet way to end this segment. He's happy that he can still spend time with Sylphie, but terrified that he may have irreparably damaged his relationship with what is probably the person he cares about the most at this point in time. You can definitely feel his pain and hopelessness, and on a reread, it's moments like this where Rudy is just expressing raw emotion as he navigates through all the hardships he avoided in his past life that stick out to me. For all the magic and gods and metaphysical fuckery that makes its way into the story, I think these character moments are the underappreciated highlights of Mushoku Tensei. As we move on to the next scene, there's an interesting stylistic decision here to put a pin on that particular unresolved plot thread and give us an update on Rudy's abilities alongside yet another world-building session. Volume 1 really is pulling a lot of weight when it comes to laying the foundation for the series to come. So at this point, Rudy is beginner rank in both Sword God and Water God styles. He is a Water Saint, with all other attack magic spells at advanced rank. He's also intermediate level in healing and beginner at detoxification. This is a nice early indication of something that would become a bit more clear later on. Healing magic in general is an opposition school for Rudy, despite his claims that he has no opposition school. Granted, he would eventually become quite good at healing magic, but nowhere near the level of his attack magic. And even now, as early as 6 years old, his healing capabilities are lagging behind, and it's disguised by the soft implication that he just hasn't had as much of a chance to practice with them as he did with regular elemental spells. With this, we get a little bit more on how healing magic works. There are 4 schools of magic under the loose banner of healing. There's of course general wound healing. A skilled enough healing magician with the right spell can heal pretty much anything short of actual death, with limb regrowth being an imperial level ability. Detoxification is all about creating and cleansing potions and diseases from contaminated foods to complex magical ailments. Protection magic is something that Rudy himself admits he's not entirely sure about since Roxy didn't actually know it and so couldn't teach him. But it involves bolstering defenses and creating barriers. This doesn't become super relevant for quite a while, so no point going into detail now. And lastly, there's Divine Strike magic, which is all about fighting undead and other similar forces. This is something that, much like North God swordsmanship, is really cool in concept but woefully underutilized in the series as a whole. It makes sense with the world building as it's pretty much monopolized by the leaders of the Millis religion, meaning that almost nobody outside the religious hierarchy is able to learn or teach it, but still it only gets a couple of mentions here and there, and I wish it was more of a fixture in the world. I mean, Rudy does eventually interact with people who have standing in the church, so why not include it then? Most of my complaints with Mushoku Tensei as a whole center around the fact that sometimes Magonote was a bit too ambitious for his own good. Most of the time it pays off, but every so often he decides to include something without ever really being able to utilize it. This becomes especially noticeable towards the end of the series, with many of the characters who didn't have 10 plus books to establish themselves. But there are elements early on that fit that mold too, with Divine Strike magic being one example. But after this explanation of the various magical schools, we get another interesting look at how Rudy approaches magic and how that may actually limit him in a sense. He just kind of assumes that you need to understand the underlying mechanisms of the desired effect to be able to silent cast a spell. So if he wants to create mist, he needs to know the steps that need to be taken in order for that to become a reality, and he simply executes on those steps using his pre-existing scientific knowledge. And this is why he believes he has trouble with healing magic. He doesn't remember all that much about wounds and biology, so he doesn't know the steps that he needs to recreate in order to heal someone without chanting an actual spell. But this mindset doesn't actually seem to be universally true. Much later on, we'll see that adult Sylphie is capable of silent casting healing magic, which is not only something she taught herself, but is something that Rudy is never able to do. Call it intuition, but I doubt the medical knowledge of this medieval fantasy world is advanced enough for Sylphie to have learned about the immune system and cell growth. So she must have been able to understand healing in a different way than Rudy understands attack magic. So this is yet another instance of Rudy arriving at a logical misconception. His assumptions make sense, but they're not correct, and he ends up moving forward based on those incorrect assumptions. It's a nice way of showing how sometimes Rudy's intelligence kinda gets the better of him. The last paragraph of this scene pulls away from the world-building info dump and just gives us this incredibly dense look at Rudy's character at this point in time. So one thing I mentioned a couple of times is how early on in the series, Mushoku Tensei is almost a soft parody of isekai, and it's a result of Rudy's perspective of his new life. Because he was a hardcore degenerate otaku when he was reborn in a fantasy world, he just kind of assumes that it follows the same isekai rules that he's used to seeing in fiction. That's why he thinks of things in video game terms and why he kinda treats the people around him like NPCs, where he just needs to say or do the right thing and their mood bar will go up. He doesn't quite grasp that this is all real, and he's still in a bit of denial as far as how bad he was in his old life. In retrospect, maybe I had wasted way too much of my past life. No, it wasn't a waste. Sure, I didn't have a job or go to school, but it wasn't like I'd spent the whole time hibernating. I'd immersed myself in all sorts of video games and hobbies while everyone else was busy with things like studying or working. And all the knowledge, experience, and perspectives I'd gained from those games would be useful in this world. Or, well, they ought to be. They hadn't really been so far. So like, he's starting to get it, but he's not quite there yet. I love how in the early Mushoku Tensei books, Rudy keeps pressing up against the barriers caused by his own issues. He's trying, but he just has so much growing up to do that he can't always figure things out even if he's leaning in the right direction. And we get even more of that with the next scene where it shifts back to the earlier Rudy and Sylphie thing. So Rudy is feeling a bit down, partly because of the Sylphie thing, and partly because he's feeling a bit like this life is gonna kick his ass just like the previous life. Paul picks up on this and decides to do a bit more parenting. This is a nice way to continue the overall process of Paul learning to become a better father to Rudy. And even though Rudy doesn't fully appreciate him until much later on, his guidance is something that does end up being a very positive influence in his life. But think about how this situation evolved, at least as far as serious parenting moments go. First, we had a scene of Paul screwing up. He jumped to conclusions, acted rashly, and lashed out at Rudy when he didn't deserve it. Then we move on to another scene where Paul uses what he learned from his own screw-up to effectively help Rudy through a time where he seriously screwed up, did something bad, and hurt someone he cared about. He didn't go off on him, but he also didn't excuse his behavior. He was able to gently guide Rudy towards a general understanding that what he did was wrong and why. And in doing so, he also developed a bit of a rapport with Rudy, even if Rudy isn't consciously aware of it. And now we have a scene where Paul can jump on a chance to parent Rudy, which need I remind you is a major motivator for him, but in a situation that's not particularly serious or urgent. So it's able to be a largely positive experience as opposed to the other two times which were about mitigating a bad situation at best. I mean, several times throughout this scene, Rudy points out that Paul has an ear-to-ear grin on his face. As I've mentioned before, Rudy does still have the emotional development of a child at this point, so this dynamic does mimic the kind of thing you'd see between a young parent and an actual kid. Rudy's having a bit of a rough time because he upset his friend and he views it as a lot more serious than it actually is. Paul, on the other hand, can see that the stakes are pretty low here. He knows that the two are most likely going to be just fine, and he's also just kind of excited about being able to lead his kid through the perils of childhood affection. So he's all pumped to be like, your dad's going to take care of you, you'll see. And the resulting conversation between them does several interesting things in short succession. So to start off, Rudy is in kind of a mini version of one of his depressive spirals. It's very minor and it doesn't stop him from functioning, but he is kind of caught in a loop of negativity where he simultaneously feels worthless but also unfairly targeted. That's just what his mind tends to do. So he starts out by thinking Paul will get angry at him for not being at 100% during training, and then that he'll make fun of him for his troubles with Sylphie. Now, I think even a first-time reader would know at this point that he wouldn't do either of those things. I mean, he is the kind of person who likes to tease people, but he wouldn't poke at an actual sore spot because he does genuinely love Rudy, and would never want to do more than annoy him a bit. Most of the people in my own family are the exact same way, so I can really relate to this personality type. But this time, Paul can see that while it's not super serious, Rudy has an actual problem that's upsetting him, and he gets to be the cool dad who fixes it. And offering to give him advice is enough to pull Rudy out of that spiral. His brain starts working and he starts to realize that this is likely to be a positive. Just from observation, Rudy can tell that Paul is pretty good with women. He has a beautiful wife, that bully's mother has a thing for him, and when he sexually harasses Lilia, she's kinda into it. So he's kind of interested in hearing what Paul has to say now. And then Rudy shifts into one of his most manipulative thought processes so far. While he's starting to scratch the surface of understanding that the people around him are not NPCs, he's just not there yet, and he still thinks that relationships function like they do in video games, where the correct dialogue option will get you the optimal results. So he amusingly asks if he should grovel at Sylphie, which catches Paul off guard. And Rudy tries to wrestle some control in the conversation by threatening to tell Zenith that Paul had been making eyes at Lilia. This leads to the reveal that Paul is in fact at the very least flirting with her, if not having an outright affair. Before long, we'll learn that this flirting does in fact escalate into a full-blown affair. And weirdly, Rudy gives zero fucks one way or another. That's interesting to me because looking back, both past and future Rudy would have had an issue with this, though for different reasons. And in fact, even in this book, Rudy ends up having a problem with it. Old Rudy would have been bitter and spiteful. You've already got one beautiful woman, why do you need a second when I can't even get one? But that mindset died down in almost no time after he reincarnated. Future Rudy would have a moral problem with it. As he would eventually grow to care for the people around him, and in particular he would love Zenith as his mother, he would have been upset that Paul betrayed her because she deserves better than that. Even Rudy's own infidelity had much different circumstances that significantly mitigated the severity of what he did. He was in a depression so deep that it was starting to threaten his physical health. The woman initiated it to pull him out of that depression, and his wife had previously told him that she would be understanding if he couldn't control his libido. Even with all that, Rudy still felt terrible about it. So there's no way that Rudy would have been cool with Paul cheating on Zenith. So it's interesting to see this middle ground where Rudy's just like, yeah, that's just what you do when you're a guy like Paul. Maybe he'll teach me his ways sometimes. But then Paul starts giving some good, if a bit surface level advice. His advice pretty much boils down to, open up to her and she'll accept you. That's why you need to show her your softer aspects too. Use your strengths to protect her and she'll protect your weaknesses. That's how you keep a relationship going. These words are practically prophetic. And this idea ends up being the endpoint for Rudy and Sylphie's relationship dynamic many books later. There comes a point where Sylphie ultimately decides that where she needs to be is not fighting alongside Rudy on his increasingly dangerous adventures, though she certainly is capable of it, but instead she stays behind to watch over their family. She uses her biggest strength, which is her overwhelming love and compassion, to ease Rudy's worry and allow him to focus on the task at hand while he's away, as he knows his loved ones are in the most capable hands there are. And while Rudy is using his incredible magical strengths to achieve a particular goal which stems from a desire to protect his family, Sylphie is able to cover for his emotional needs when he returns from a long journey and just needs someone to hold him. And it's at this point in the relationship where the two really feel fully content with how things are between them. Of course, the story doesn't just stop, but it definitely feels like the two of them have reached their ultimate destination as partners, and Maganote, that sneaky motherfucker, planted the seeds of that all the way back in Volume 1. But Rudy doesn't really understand the true meaning of what Paul is trying to say at this point. Remember, he still doesn't really view people as people yet. He certainly cares about Sylphie, but he just hasn't overcome that particular emotional hurdle. So he's interpreting this lesson as another manipulation thing. Paul, the notorious skirt chaser who is possibly cheating on his wife, is trying to give Rudy advice on how to build a strong, lasting relationship, and Rudy literally says in the narration, "Aha, now I got it. I could use my attitude to control other people's emotions. Of course." Rudy then runs off to put what he thinks he just learned into practice as Paul closes off the scene with a hilarious, "What the hell did I just teach my 6-year-old son?" So Rudy's simultaneously excited and nervous for what's about to happen, and it's adorable because it's very kid-like. He's overthinking as usual, trying to make a plan for how he's going to do this thing, and it all goes completely out the window as soon as Sylphie shows up. And she can tell that he's kinda freaking out a bit, and he decides to go for it. Not with any kind of grace, mind you, but he just kinda blurts out a variation of what Paul said to say. And as scuffed as it is, this is the first time we've seen Rudy actually open up to someone in any kind of deliberate way, and that's a pretty big deal. He definitely doesn't know how to properly express himself, even though his current feelings are pretty easy to understand, all things considered. He feels bad because he can tell that things are weird between them, and he's worried that he may have damaged their relationship to the point where it'll never fully recover. He's genuinely sorry for what happened, he cares about her, and he doesn't know what to do. So he just stumbles his way through his feelings, and it works surprisingly well. The thing about Sylphie is she's much more emotionally intelligent than Rudy, even at this point in time. I plan to talk about this in another video, but Rudy's 3 love interests and their character arcs each represent a different skill Rudy needs to learn to overcome his challenges, and to be the man he always wished he could be. Roxy represents the intellectual side of things. Rudy needs to be smart and knowledgeable so that he can push the limits of his magical ability and figure out solutions to the obstacles that present themselves to him. Eris, who we'll meet in Volume 2, represents action. All the thinking in the world is useless if you can't do the thing when the time comes, or if you don't give it your all. So sometimes Rudy needs to just act so as not to let opportunities pass him by. Sylphie, on the other hand, represents the emotional side of things. Rudy does not thrive on his own. He needs people who care about him by his side, and he needs to learn how to forge those bonds, not just the romantic ones, but friendships as well. By the end of the series, Rudy's allies end up being arguably more of a boon to him than his magic, and Sylphie is the embodiment of that emotional connection. And even here as a 6-year-old, Sylphie more or less picks up on what Rudy is feeling. Even though he sucks at expressing himself, she knows what he's trying to say, and she goes up to him both to comfort him and to get her own feelings out in the open. You know, Rudy, you've been acting really strange recently. And the next page can be boiled down to Rudy slowly having an epiphany. There's some humorous logicking going on in his head as he realizes that he actually has been treating her differently ever since he learned she was a girl. And as he's wont to do, he's trying to internally justify his behavior and why he's having so much trouble with it. If I'd been an adult or Sylphie more grown up, I could have used my know-how of adult visual novels. If she were a boy, I could have leveraged the experiences from my past life when my brother was younger. If I'd been an adult or Sylphie more grown up, I could have gotten by with my knowledge of adult dating sims. But she was a girl my age, and sure, I'd played games where you could romance girls around her age, but besides, that wasn't even the sort of relationship I wanted with her. We were both way too young. He's still in denial here. He hasn't quite figured out that this is real life, not fiction. You all know that I love a good visual novel, but they don't often tend to be accurate reflections of how people interact. Rudy's just saying, oh, if the circumstances were a little different, I'd know exactly what to do and everything would be better. But realistically, no it wouldn't. He would be just as clueless if Sylphie were actually a boy or if they were older. But that's what Rudy's telling himself. But one thing he does know is that he feels a kinship with her because of the bullying connection, and he wants to always have her back because nobody had his back when he needed it. But even so, he doesn't know how to talk to a girl, and it's all too much for him. But of course, Sylphie is once again able to completely break through Rudy's mental stun lock. I'm sorry, but Rudy, I don't hate you. And she accompanies that by patting him on the head, which is both hilarious and adorable. So could you please just act normal? And so Rudy finally realizes that Sylphie just wants the Rudy she's always known. From her perspective, she's always been a girl, and the way Rudy had treated her for the past year was excellent. Rudy finally fucking gets it. But since it's Rudy, he can't just take it for what it is. Instead, he adds yet another layer to the chapter's title, Obliviousness, and resolves for Sylphie's sake to become an oblivious protagonist. Weird way to justify not being strange around your friend, but if that's what it takes for him to not get sidelined by her femininity, that works. So the dude's still got a ways to go, but he just took a major step forward. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. A big part of Rudy's journey is learning and growing after a fuck-up. It's one thing to coast on good times, but that's not going to get him where he needs to go. He hurt Sylphie as a result of being extremely inconsiderate of her desires and feelings. He pushed her boundaries and ultimately crossed a major line. And after the initial crisis was averted, he overcorrected. He became hyper-aware of her discomfort and basically kept her at arm's distance so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her again. And he didn't even consciously realize he was doing this. But at least he did learn that her boundaries are important, and he does become more considerate of people in general after this. I mean, he does get pretty creepy with Eris in Volume 2, but she more than matches his energy, and it's not quite as weird when it's someone who regularly kicks his ass. But Sylphie ends up reeling in that overcorrection once he shows that he's able to at least somewhat open up to her and gets him to a point where he doesn't view her as girl or possible future girlfriend, but instead just the same Sylphie he's always known. The friend that he's grown to really care about. Even though he's still framing it in a weird way, he's learning, and that's a nice way to close off this mini-arc. Chapter 9 is titled Emergency Family Meeting, and it starts out by once again setting up a tonal shift. The first half page is all about Zenith announcing she's pregnant, which is excellent news since she was having trouble conceiving again after Rudy. So naturally, everything is going great. The household is all happy, and even Rudy himself is excited at the prospect of having a little brother or sister, though he's secretly hoping for a sister. And the way Rudy's narration goes in this section, there isn't a lot of outright joking, but the way he's talking is kind of sickly sweet in a humorous way. Like, oh Rudy, you lucky guy. Or a half-serious quip about how a brother might end up destroying his shit with a baseball bat, a clear reference to what happened shortly before his death. And of course, we know by this point that Magonote loves to turn the tone of a scene completely on its head, and this time is no different. The last line sets us up with an ominous, The problems didn't arise until about a month later. And we don't have to agonize about what those problems are, because the first line of the next part of the scene reads, "Our maid Lilia had discovered that she was pregnant as well." It is confirmed shortly after that it's Paul's, but I love how from the very first line, the reader should be able to immediately know what's going on. In the previous chapter, it had been established that Paul was pretty flirty with Lilia and that she was kinda into it. There wasn't a lot of emphasis put onto that moment, and it was more meant to be comedic than anything else, with it being the thing that humbles Paul as he's in the middle of puffing himself up during his advice/banter session with Rudy. But as we've seen multiple times already, comedic lines in Mushoku Tensei often hide other things, and in this case it was to show that Paul and Lilia had a bit of a thing for each other. And now we see the expected outcome of such a situation. At this point, Rudy reveals that he's fully aware that they've been fucking for the past month. Paul and Zenith hadn't been having sex due to the pregnancy, and Paul would regularly be motivated by his lower brain. And I do have to say that as much as this is a pretty serious moment, we the reader have a bit of a disconnect because Rudy gives negative fucks, and most of his narration is some kind of joke or snide comment. It makes this scene almost kinda surreal. For example, let me read you the bit where Rudy reveals that he knew about the affair. Ever since Zenith had gotten pregnant, Paul had been forced to go without sex. And he was an especially lustful man who'd been sneaking into Lilia's room in the middle of the night. If I'd been an actual kid, I would have thought they were just playing cards or something. Unfortunately, I knew all too well what was really going on. They weren't playing any game of old maid. There was playing around, and there was a maid involved, but this was no mere round of cards. It's funny for sure, but it really doesn't feel right. And I believe that's intentional. Rudy starts getting really ridiculous as soon as we learn definitively that Paul and Lilia had really fucked Zenith over in a profound way. Look, I like Paul, and he's been very effectively humanized throughout the course of this story, and especially in recent chapters, which, by the way, is a great way to make us still like Paul even though we're getting a first-hand look at a deep flaw of his. But there's really no way to positively spin cheating on your pregnant wife with someone she considers a friend. Also, even with the little we know about Zenith at this point, we can tell that she's a good woman who definitely didn't deserve that. So to the average reader with a functioning moral compass, this situation feels really bad. And when Rudy starts joking around in the narration, it's not the same kind of funny and enjoyable that it usually is. It's just uncomfortable, and I think that really highlights some of Rudy's issues. At this point, though Rudy has been slowly developing his emotional and moral capacities, he's still got a long way to go. And at this point in time, he just doesn't have any kind of moral problem with what Paul did. In fact, he's more annoyed that Paul was too stupid to use contraception than that he cheated on his pregnant wife. And we also get to see an aspect of Rudy's personality that had been touched upon a bit earlier but was never fully explored. He has a very transactional view of relationships. That's a big reason he behaves in the calculated way he does. He views his positive behaviors as kind of an advance payment for a future boon from the people around him. And despite Rudy's flippant attitude here, that mindset rears its head again. Rudy feels like he owes Paul for helping out with Sylphie, so he internally resolves to cover for Paul as best he can. I mean, the situation's not looking good, but Rudy is thinking about trying to spin things so that Zenith could be convinced that someone else might be the father of Lilia's child. But Paul immediately torpedoes that by following his own teachings. Sorry, this child is, probably mine. Obviously, that's not fixing anything, and it certainly doesn't excuse his behavior, but remember what he said to Rudy back during their fight. When you've done something wrong, the first thing you do is apologize. As Paul himself stated in previous scenes, the old him would have had excuse after excuse, anything to deflect the heat off of himself. And the fact that Rudy isn't like that and was willing to own up to his fuck up with Sylphie is something Paul admires about him. And to his credit, he swallows his pride and owns up to what he did. And even Rudy has the slightest twinge of admiration for that, even though he still just doesn't feel anything about how his mother was betrayed. Good grief, really? Well, no, I suppose I should commend the man for being honest. Seeing as how he constantly told me to be honest and be a real man and be sure to protect women and never impugn your sense of honor, and other high and mighty stuff like that day in and day out, the least he could do was practice what he preached. Well, whatever, I couldn't say I hated him for it. It's kind of fascinating to see Rudy fist-fighting with his conscience in this scene until he begrudgingly accepts that Paul belatedly doing the right thing is not a bad thing. But this thought is broken up by the transition to the next part of the scene, and thus was convened an emergency family meeting with Lilia included. A bit cheeky to frame them all as family considering they do eventually become one big family after tensions cool down and forgiveness is dished out, but like, right now it's very much not that. So for the next page and a half, there's not actually a whole lot of layered stuff going on, which is pretty unusual for Mushoku Tensei. Shit, this part of the video is page 241 of the script. There is no shortage of things to talk about here. But the story dedicates this portion to establishing exactly where everyone stands at this point in time. So for starters, Zenith as the wronged party is the one in charge of things, and aside from slapping Paul in the face, she's more or less keeping her cool. Paul is in trouble, so he's just been relegated to the corner of the room. Lilia is of course her normal stoic self. While her emotional suppression is likely a trauma response, which is not healthy, it does have the benefit of allowing her to keep her head in stressful times such as this. She knows she did a cruel thing and expresses that she expects the plan to be that she helps Zenith with her birth and then she gives birth herself, and then she travels with her kid to her homeland where she will be raised. As Rudy explains in the narration, this is very possibly a death sentence for one or both of them, and even if it isn't, it's likely that Lilia would be attacked and ultimately sold into slavery. Slavery in Mushoku Tensei is interesting, and though it's an ever-present feature in the world, we never actually learn a whole lot about how it actually works. It's not that any particular group of people are enslaved, but it's a thing that can happen either as a punishment, as a means of satisfying a debt, or can be done in a moment of desperation where it's either sell yourself to slavery or you're dead. However, as Rudy explains, it's also possible to be captured and sold, which is ostensibly illegal but hard to enforce. As far as I can tell, there's not any way to really tell someone is a slave until you actually see them in that position. So I'm actually not sure why long-term slavery is even possible. Like, if a slave successfully fucks off for even a little bit, how could their owner prove that they are in fact a slave? And as we see here, it's easy for free people to be unlawfully made into slaves, and there doesn't seem to be any real mechanism to prevent this. Again, it's not the most important thing to the story, but it always kind of bothered me that it doesn't quite make sense. It does work to facilitate plot points when it comes up, such as how much later Rudy will buy one of his companions to rescue her, how we'll go up against slaver bandits, or how one character ends up being a noble who had been illegally enslaved and abused at a young age. But even though it functions perfectly fine as far as the actual plot goes, it does raise a lot of unanswered questions if you think about it, and it is something I consider a flaw of the series. But back to the story, Lilia is suggesting a pseudo-exile, and Paul tried to speak up for her, but then we get Zenith cutting him off with, "You keep your mouth shut." I really like this. Based on how this scene started, we were given a soft impression that Zenith was fairly calm about the situation since she lashed out once and then appeared to regain control. However, when she yells at Paul like that, you can tell that she's actually filled with a cold rage. And it's kinda terrifying because of how contrary this is to everything we've seen of her so far. I mean, the most confrontational she'd been up to this point was when she was a little bit stern with Roxy after she let Rudy damage their tree. And that was purely a pragmatic thing before she went right back to being her extremely kind and motherly self. So this one line does a great job of launching off our own expectations of Zenith to really sell just how furious she is at this moment. After that, we have a few paragraphs that actually kinda bother me the more I think about them. It didn't bug me at all on my first or even my second read, but as I was working on this script, it sticks out to me more and more. Let me read them to you first. Zenith chewed on her nails with a look of consternation. She was clearly conflicted as well. She didn't want Lilia to suffer, on the contrary, the two were quite good friends. Considering how they'd spent the last 6 years running this household together, it was probably fair to say they were best friends. Well, except for the part how Lilia was now carrying Paul's child. If Lilia had gotten pregnant because she was raped in some back alley, Zenith would have unquestionably sheltered her and allowed her to— no, she would have insisted she raise the child in our home. Zenith appeared to be grappling with two separate emotions, her fondness for Lilia and her feelings of betrayal. So here's the thing, this is a great overview of how Zenith is thinking in this moment, and it genuinely does a solid job of getting to the root of this conflict and building tension as far as what's going to happen to Lilia. I just have a tough time buying that Rudy is capable of identifying this series of emotions in another person. As we'll see shortly, he doesn't even really understand how basic morality and altruism work outside of his one strong conviction in regards to bullying. I'm not sure he's actually empathetic enough at this point to be able to read Zenith well enough to figure out how she's thinking, even though this probably wouldn't be particularly difficult for anyone who isn't Rudy. The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that this might just be a rare misstep from Maganotte. But that being said, I do like what it's actually trying to accomplish. As we've seen, Zenith is extremely angry, but we do know that she's generally a very kind-hearted person, and it makes sense that she'd have become close to Lilia in the 6 years they've lived together. And it brings up a very pertinent question. If it weren't for Rudy's actions later in the scene, what would Zenith's choice have been? It's a question that never truly gets answered. Now, as hurt as Zenith is in this moment, I have a hard time believing that she would have been okay with Lilia and her unborn child being condemned to either death or slavery. I know that in the bonus chapter she says she was on the verge of torpedoing everything, but I still don't believe she would have gone that far. I don't think Zenith is a vindictive enough person for that to have happened, but I can also see her coming to the conclusion that there was no way Lilia could stay in the home with them long term. After all, her presence would be a constant reminder of her betrayal, and it's been proven that she and Paul can't be trusted around one another, so who's to say the affair wouldn't continue? I genuinely don't know what would have happened if Rudy didn't get involved. It's an interesting thing to think about. But as I've just mentioned, Rudy does get involved, and it starts out with him having to justify it to himself. So I already mentioned how Rudy views things through a very transactional lens. Altruism is something that just doesn't compute for him at this point, and he doesn't quite realize that it's normal to have intrinsic motivation to do morally good things for their own sake. The one exception would be when it comes to stopping bullies and supporting the victims of bullying. That's a strong conviction for him that's so fundamental to his mindset that he acts on that principle without even thinking about it. But for other things he doesn't necessarily have strong underlying feelings about, he doesn't quite get that he may just want to do the right thing because it's the right thing. But deep down he does have that desire and he simply can't articulate it or even understand it. And in this moment he does not want Lilia to leave and most likely suffer a horrible fate because that would be wrong. Not to mention that her innocent unborn child would be caught up as well. So he comes up with a post hoc rationalization for why he needs to help her, and it goes back to that transactional mindset that had him willing to cover for the affair early on. He latches onto a simple concept that he's able to build on to convince himself that this is something that needs to be done. I was indebted to her. He decided that he's going to help out Lilia because he owes her, or at least that's the logic he needs to convince himself to act on his underdeveloped morals. So why exactly does he feel he owes her a solid? He starts out by giving a basic overview of how she's always looked out for him and did an excellent job taking care of his various needs, but even he's not really buying that. But then in true Mushoku Tensei fashion, Rudy makes it funny. Once again, this humorous moment is disguising deeper character work, with the whole thing being his way of justifying an altruistic deed through his transactional lens of the world. So he goes into the time that Lilia had found Roxy's panties, the ones Rudy had stolen, in Rudy's room. I'm not going to read it word for word, but it's on screen now, so if you haven't read the book for yourself, first of all, thank you for spending 4 hours of your life on this video. But give the page a read for yourself. It's just funny to see Rudy trying and failing to worm his way out of the reality that he's a massive perv. And the reason he feels he owes Lilia is that she kept those panties a secret. She never told anyone. She basically did the medieval fantasy equivalent of deleting his browser history. And naturally, Rudy figures that saving her life would be an equitable way of paying her back. And it's extra funny because those of us who are not, well, Rudy, we know exactly why Lilia acted the way she did, and it wasn't to do Rudy a favor. She basically understood the situation and made the snap decision that this was above her pay grade. It's like if you're visiting a family member and find a sex toy in their home. You leave it, walk away, and act like it never happened. That's what Lilia did, but to Rudy it was a big deal because he was expecting there to be hell to pay, which never came to pass. And in his own words, I owed it to her to repay that debt. So Rudy once again decides to flex his manipulative talents, completely unaware that he still sucks at it. He tries to play the part of the naive child, and he's the only one who doesn't realize that it isn't very believable. After all, they all know full well that he's a genius by 6-year-old standards. Also, he doesn't act this way ever, so it's pretty obvious that he's bullshitting. But Rudy's plan after acting excited to get another sibling is to essentially offload Zenith's anger from Lilia onto Paul, to try to tip the scales towards the don't let her go out and die side of things. To accomplish this, he makes up a lie that Paul had been blackmailing Lilia for sex. And interestingly, Zenith has kind of the same mental process that Rudy just went through, except the variables are tweaked a bit. She was having a bit of a moral crisis. Deep down, she had a nagging desire to do the right thing and take Lilia in despite everything. She knew that sending her away would end very, very badly for her, but at the same time, she was deeply hurt by both Lilia and Paul, and it wasn't easy for her to embrace that righteous side of herself as she was going through one of the worst days of her life. But then she was given an excuse. Rudy told her that Lilia was innocent and Paul was 100% the villain here. Now, she's smart enough to know that's total crap, but she entertains the idea and creatively interprets Lilia's dumbfounded shock as a silent acquiescence. And then Rudy kind of browbeats her with rapid-fire arguments for not sending her away. And that's enough for her to overcome her raw emotions to do the right thing. Lilia, I insist you stay with us, Zenith pronounced. You're family at this point. I am not letting you do something as foolish as leave. And that seemed to be the final word on the matter. Paul's eyes went wide. Lilia brought her hand to her mouth, holding back her tears. What a powerful resolution to that immediate conflict. Everything from the past 6 pages was building up to those 4 sentences right there. All of that tension, all of that build-up culminating with Rudy giving little push after little push. All of it coming together in a moment of cathartic release where Zenith pushes past her pain in a display of kindness rather than cruelty. And I also have to acknowledge that one sentence that Rudy attaches no real significance to despite the fact that it's actually huge. Lilia brought her hand to her mouth, holding back her tears. This is the first time we've seen Lilia have any kind of substantial emotional response to anything unless you count being creeped out by baby Rudy. But for the most part, up until now, she only had the tiniest of emotional expressions. As I mentioned way back in the beginning of the video, I'm guessing this is a bit of a trauma response where bad shit happened to her, She felt terrible, and so she decided to bury her feelings so as to not feel that kind of pain again. And that stoicism is what led her to accept her unceremonious dismissal as a bodyguard after literally saving the life of who I assume is Ariel, and it's why she was prepared to accept the likely death sentence of leaving the Greyrat household. But the fact that she was, well, not fully forgiven at this point, but was given an opportunity that she certainly did not expect, that broke through her walls, and again, she started to cry. I have more to say about Lilia, but there will be a better place for that shortly. And of course, Rudy doesn't really pick up on how huge this is. In his eyes, he's repaying a debt and reassigning blame so that Lilia didn't have to suffer the entirety of Zenith's wrath. But in reality, he may well have just saved 2 lives. And he closes off this section with a completely nonchalant, "Alright then, that was all done and settled." Before we really move on, there's one more page going over the immediate aftermath, at least for Zenith. And it also sets up a really nice parallel for a future story beat. Despite just having done an extremely altruistic thing, Zenith is still quite pissed, and after a moment she decides to go into the other room to cool down. Rudy follows her, and he once again has to justify to himself why he's about to do a good thing. In his mind, he's trying to fix the damage he thinks he just caused to his parents' relationship due to the blackmail lie, now that it had served its purpose in saving Lilia. Rudy's logic is that if the 2 of them get divorced, that'll cause problems for him, so he goes into the room and immediately confesses to the lie. Zenith obviously already knew that and said that she wouldn't have married someone capable of acting that way. Which is a little uncomfortable since we'll learn shortly that Paul had in fact raped Lilia, just not recently. She reaffirms what Paul briefly mentioned in the bath scene, which is that when he was younger, he was kind of a man whore, though he reined himself in since. So Zenith was actually accepting of the fact that there was a decent chance that he'd one day cheat on her, and it was more the sudden revelation that shook her. And we then have a great line right here. "Make sure you don't grow up to be someone like that, okay, Rudy?" She gripped the top of my head even more firmly. "Make sure you treat Sylphie real nice, okay, Rudy?" I love that line because it does 2 significant things. Firstly, it ties into many of Paul's worries. Remember that one of his biggest fears is that Rudy will grow up to make the same mistakes he did in his own youth due to his attitudes that he clearly hasn't managed to completely lock away. And despite Rudy's weird attitude towards Paul at this point, he does look up to him in some capacity, more so since he helped him with his girl troubles. And now Zenith is there telling him, don't be like him. And the part that's unsaid is, he loves me but he still hurt me. I don't want you to hurt your loved ones like that. And that ties into another great thing this line does. So Rudy does do a lot of his learning and gets a lot of his motivation out of a desire to avoid hurting the people he cares about. And when he's an adult, 2 of the things he's pretty solid on is that he doesn't lie about important things to the people he cares about, and he takes responsibility when he screws up. And that's what fuels the key difference between this whole scene and a scene that parallels it several major arcs later. At that point, Rudy and Sylphie are married, and Rudy had just finished up with the teleportation labyrinth. A lot of shit happened there, but the relevant bit is that on the way back, Rudy is severely depressed because some bad shit happened and he completely shuts down in one of his spirals of self-loathing. Roxy ends up sleeping with him and pulling him out of it. There's nuance there, but it's not relevant right now. Rudy recovers and confirms that he does indeed have strong feelings for Roxy, which she clearly reciprocates. But Rudy's already married, and that means that depression or no, he just cheated on Sylphie and he does not feel good about it. But he also wants to marry Roxy, and side note, marriage isn't really a formal thing in this universe, so there's nothing preventing polygamy. So when he gets back home, he pretty much immediately confesses what happens to Sylphie, and the resulting scene kinda functions as a twist of this scene in Volume 1. Sylphie, fully aware of Rudy's high libido, and the fact that he comes from a distinguished line of horny men who don't always take too well to monogamy, had, much like Zenith, accepted that this is something that had a reasonable chance of happening, and had in fact told him as much beforehand. But unlike Paul, Rudy doesn't hide it. He apologizes profusely, he's genuinely remorseful of the betrayal itself and not just the consequences, and it happened with someone that he truly loves. Because of all these factors, Sylphie isn't even upset and is in fact happy that Rudy loves her enough to feel as bad as he does. Paul, on the other hand, cheated because he was incapable of going a few weeks without sex. He only opened up when there was no other option, and it seems like he's more upset about getting caught than about what he did. So while the result ended up being the same in both instances, that being the existing wife accepting the woman who would become the second wife, Paul's situation resulted in conflict, pain, and damaged his relationship with his wife, while Rudy's wife welcomed the new addition to their family with open arms and it was treated as a happy thing. Mushoku Tensei does that kind of thing a lot, where a plot point will have a very similar flow or set of facts to one that happened much earlier. Sometimes it'll be for tragic irony, like the one where Rudy was hurt by someone he cares about, and while he was struggling with the consequences of that, he ended up hurting someone else in a very similar way. Sometimes it's just meant to be an interesting or amusing little detail, such as how Rudy and Sylphie's reunion has very similar plot beats to Volume 1 when they meet for the first time. And sometimes it'll be like what I just recently described, where a key detail will be different and the outcome will change to reflect that. It's a really fun detail, and you do catch some of them on a first read, but it becomes glaringly obvious on a reread, and the more I look at the text as I write the script for this video, the more I pick up on. But in any case, the scene closes off with Rudy having lost some respect for Paul and noting that he ended up using the next day's swordplay practice to get back at Rudy for throwing him under the bus. We're then treated to yet another perspective switch. This time we get a page and a half of soliloquy from Lilia, and we're immediately hit with a bit of expectation subversion. I'll just come out and say it, I was the one who seduced Paul. Everything we've been told up to this point would have led the typical reader to believe that Paul was the one to initiate the affair, both because Paul tends to think with the wrong brain, and because Lilia is so emotionally repressed that you just wouldn't think of her as someone who would make such an impulsive emotional decision. And it's notable that we're in first person for this part of the story. Back towards the beginning of the book, Lilia's perspective was in third person, and a big reason for that was to create a bit of distance between Lilia and the reader. Lilia is not really the type to let people see inside her, and having her actions described by an omniscient narrator rather than told directly by her helped make her look kind of robotic and detached compared to the sections with Rudy or Paul, where they're more or less bearing their soul to the reader. But here, we finally get to hear Lilia discuss her feelings firsthand. And much like Paul's sections, her style is more like someone looking back at a past event rather than being present in the moment like Rudy. Though like Paul, she does blur the line a little bit at times. There are two things this accomplishes in this instance. Firstly, since Lilia starts by telling the story of how the past month played out and goes into a bit of her and Paul's history from years prior, it makes sense that since she's talking about multiple points in the past that we'd keep that same relative perspective when she transitions to talking about Rudy in the present. It maintains tonal consistency. And the other thing is that like Paul's section in his fight with Rudy, Lilia is fairly introspective here. She dwells on her recent mistakes and is also forced to confront one of her preconceived biases head on. Having that more distant past perspective facilitates this tone of looking back on how you think and how you feel. But while the perspective remains consistent, the way Lilia speaks and tells her story does not. And this is something I'm actually very impressed to see in a translated work. Seriously, little details like this are often lost in translation, and being able to successfully bring things like that over, you need to have a strong understanding of writing as an art form, the skill in the original language to pick up on the little details, and the writing ability to be able to go and replicate them in the target language. That is a difficult task. So Lilia slowly shifts the way she talks throughout the page and a half. She starts out with a hyper-stoic, matter-of-fact way of speaking, and she even describes things that should invoke extreme emotion the same way she'd say something like, "I had eggs for breakfast that day." Just look at this. I had no intention of doing such a thing when I first came to this house, but to hear them moaning night after night, to clean a room that smelled of a man and woman who were very satisfied, I had my needs and they were building up. At first I was able to deal with those needs on my own. Watching Paul practicing swordplay in the yard every morning, however, stoked the fire inside me that had never completely died. Watching him reminded me of our first time. We were still so young, back when he was staying at the training hall where we practiced. Paul snuck into my room at night and forcibly had his way with me. I didn't dislike him, but I certainly didn't love him back. It wasn't exactly the most romantic encounter. I'd cried at first. The immediate thing that jumps out to me is that this is the reveal that in their youth, Paul had raped Lilia, and she puts absolutely zero emotional weight onto that statement. And she's so emotionally fucked in the present day that she not only minimized her pain in her mind, I mean it clearly upset her at the time, but she kind of romanticized the event to the point where she got nostalgic about it and even interprets it as an act of love, which it very much wasn't. She suppressed her trauma so completely that she trained away any negative reactions to things that she should have negative reactions to. She should have thought of Paul as that asshole who raped me, but instead views him as someone offering gainful employment that she has leverage over. When she moves on to their reunion, emotion starts to creep into the narration. It's no longer this happened then that happened, instead it's wow he looks good and I had to resist my urges. Then when she talks about the affair itself, it's I am responsible. I gave in to my urges and stabbed Zenith in the back, and this pregnancy that's threatening my livelihood is my just punishment for it. She still views things in a very consequentialist way, but it's clear that she feels bad. She knows she did something morally wrong, and she's upset at herself to the point where she almost viewed that potential death sentence as completely deserved. And then she talks about Rudy. But I was forgiven. Rudius forgave me. Rudius weirded me out, and so I made a point to avoid him as much as I could. The boy was smart. He probably realized I was avoiding him. Even so, he had saved me. I couldn't imagine that felt good for him, but he chose me and my child over his own feelings. I would owe him for that for the rest of my life. He was someone who deserved my respect. Yes, he did deserve it. I would owe him a debt for as long as I lived. What Rudy did really touched her. It broke through her walls and she began to feel and feel strongly. Now, Rudy had convinced himself that he was just repaying the solid she did for him with the panties, but deep down he just needed it as an excuse to do what he knew he had to do because it was the right thing to do. And Lilia is so grateful to him that she actually assigned additional altruism not just beyond Rudy's perception of himself, but beyond the actual reality of the situation. If you remember from early in the book, Lilia had a strong aversion to Rudy from the start. While that did get better once Rudy stopped being in permanent goblin mode, she still wasn't quite comfortable with him. She assumed that a kid of his intelligence had to have picked up on the fact that she only interacted with him as much as was needed to do her duties. But Rudy can't read people for shit and basically conflated her strong work ethic, which involved taking care of Rudy in many ways, with general kindness and care. So he had no idea that Lilia didn't like him, just that they didn't really click in any meaningful way. But to Lilia, the situation was that she treated him coldly and he went out of his way to save her nonetheless. But regardless of the reality of the situation, Rudy's actions meant so much to Lilia that she did a total 180 on that stoicism of hers, at least with Rudy. She went from suppressing all her emotions to being filled with the drive to pay back the kindness she had been given. She views herself as in debt to Rudy for what he did to pay back his own perceived debt, which is kinda funny. Lilia then resolves to raise her child to serve Rudy, and notably finishes her section referring to him for the first time as Master Rudius, out of respect. I won't go into it too much here, but it is kinda interesting how that promise she made to herself ends up playing out. When her daughter Aisha starts growing up, Lilia does try to groom her into being someone who would work for Rudy. There is something to be said how Lilia is essentially trying to conscript Aisha for her own purposes without regard for what she thinks about everything, and it is a flaw of hers that she let her gratitude towards Rudy overshadow the care and concern she should have had for her own daughter. But in the end, Aisha does actually end up in Rudy's service and embraces that role, first as a maid at her own request, but eventually she runs his mercenary organization. So despite things not going how Lilia planned and despite fierce opposition from Aisha before she actually met Rudy, everything still got where Lilia wanted it to go in a roundabout way. So Lilia never ends up actually being an emotional character, but this scene definitely marks a shift in both her personality and in her dynamic with Rudy. So we're back to Rudy's POV, and we get a time skip of a few months, and it starts off with a somewhat surprising acknowledgement that nothing really happened during that time. Personally, I would have expected that despite the resolution of the previous scene, there would have still been some nuclear fallout at play. Or maybe there was and Rudy was just blind to it, which is a real possibility given his people skills. Before the scene really kicks off, he gives a quick update. Sylphie is able to silent cast intermediate magic and was starting to really understand it on a fundamental level. Rudy had seen minimal progress in swordplay, which isn't surprising since repeat readers will know that he can't generate a battle aura, so his ability is hard capped to whatever he could accomplish without any magical influence. But then he moves on to discussing Lilia for just a bit. Rudy may be really bad at reading people, but even he noticed that Lilia had done a complete 180 in her treatment of him. He incorrectly guesses that her previous aversion was fear of a child knowing how to do magic rather than the reality that he creeped her the hell out. However, he does understand that this newfound attitude came from a place of gratitude. A key difference in how Lilia is acting now is that she's actively trying to form a bond with Rudy and engaging with him on a regular basis by telling him stories about Paul's younger years. And the way Rudy describes it sure is something. Apparently they had both studied swordplay at the same training hall many years back. She told me things like how Paul had been very talented back then but hated to practice, or how Paul would skip training in order to gallivant around town, or how Paul had forced himself on her in the middle of the night and taken her virtue, or how Paul had eventually fled the training hall. I think you can see the part that sticks out like a sore thumb. Rudy just casually throws the rape story into the middle of everything, and if I had to guess, I think it was because Lilia told it to him in much the same way. As we just saw in the previous scene, Lilia remembers the event the same way one might remember an awkward sexual encounter. An interesting blip in her and Paul's shared history. In my notes I wrote, why would you tell that to a child? And yeah, in some ways Lilia is as socially deficient as Rudy, not even realizing that this is an inappropriate topic of conversation with a 6-year-old child. Much less the fact that rape is very, very bad, not just the mildly unpleasant experience she made herself remember it as. Rudy is actually more upset by this than Lilia is. He was a rapist and a cheater. He was trash. And this is how Rudy transitions into the subject of his thoughts on Paul. And it's really hammered home how mixed Rudy's feelings are at this point. I mean, Paul had just recently almost destroyed the family, and Rudy just learned that he's done sexual violence in the past. But he also realizes that he does have his positive qualities as well. It kind of feels like Rudy's overcompensating a bit for how hard of a hit his opinion of Paul took. Remember that shortly before that previous scene, Rudy had just begun to hold Paul in very high regard, and even tacitly approved of the idea of him having an affair and sleeping with whoever he could. But then the big confrontation happened, and Rudy saw just how much it hurt his mother and how close Lilia had been to having her life ruined. And even though he was kinda cool with the idea of cheating before, he strongly detests the idea of hurting the people you care about. even if he can't articulate that thought just yet. And because Paul broke that moral line that Rudy now has, he has to deal with that opinion suddenly crashing down, and he did a 180 into being all, yeah, he's a piece of shit, even as he compliments him. But then we get a lovely little bit of stylistic flair. "Come on, look at me," Paul said, pulling me out of my daze. We were in the middle of sword practice. So I didn't mention it a few minutes ago, but Rudy actually starts out this section by speaking in that same distant past perspective that we've seen from Lilia and Paul, and it's framed as him zoning out and just thinking about the current state of affairs. He reverts back to his in-the-moment perspective as soon as Paul snaps him out of it. So the distant past was used not just because he was summarizing the past couple of months, but because in the moment he was actually thinking back to those times. So he was thinking about the past and he was using that past perspective, but switches back to his normal style as soon as he's torn away from his daydream. Does this serve a greater narrative purpose? Not on its own, no. But it's a nice little touch, and to someone like me who loves looking at the technical side of writing, it's very fun to see things like this. The rest of the scene is an extended, here's where Rudy and Paul stand at this moment. And there's some character stuff going on, but it's also just a funny scene in general. There's a lot of banter back and forth here, and it's amusing to see the two of them trying to verbally one-up the other. And I will say that Rudy's actually kinda being a dick here, and it's yet another instance where his emotions are pushing him in a direction that his logical side wouldn't have gone. After all, if he was following his plan from before, he'd outwardly forgive Paul and continue being the model son in all ways. Instead, he rubs salt in Paul's wounds. Don't you want to grow up to be a cool guy like your dad? The nerve of this guy, honestly. Is it cool to be a guy who cheats on his wife and risks tearing his family apart? Rudy's got claws when he sees something morally wrong, I'll give him that. But interestingly, it's at this point where Rudy's opinion of Paul is at its lowest that they actually start to really connect a bit for the first time outside of that one series parenting moment in the bath scene. They have a bit of a bond moment over their shared degeneracy, Paul being a man whore and Rudy being a coomer. And yes, they do understand one another as far as their libidos go, but why is it that the point where Rudy's conscious mind is rejecting Paul outright, is he actually starting to get where Paul is coming from and unconsciously start to respect him for real? Well, I suspect that this one paragraph is Rudy actually projecting his own thoughts of Paul back onto him. When it came to video games, if nothing else, I was fond of girls and loved harems. Based. Perhaps on an intrinsic level, I was the same sort of womanizer that Paul was. Maybe the incident where I'd yanked Sylphie's underwear off was where we'd started to see eye to eye. Maybe seeing my weak points had made him lose that drive to be an unreasonably strict father. He was still growing too. Now, that moment is immediately undercut by another bit of comedy, but I find Rudy's take on the situation very interesting. He assumes that Paul seeing undeniable proof of his flaws as a person shattered the idealistic image he had of Rudy, and so he started to treat him as the nuanced and complex person that he is. And there may be something to that. Remember, that moment was when Paul first started to question whether or not Rudy was the flawless kid he thought he was, even if that sentiment was masked by him humorously saying, wow, my kid might actually be a dumbass. But I think Rudy had a very similar experience with Paul. Before the pregnancy scandal, Rudy had kind of put Paul on a pedestal as well. With the exception of their fight, Rudy pretty much always had positive things to say about him, and he certainly admired him when he helped out with the Sylvie situation. But then Paul's infidelity and the consequences of it went on full display, and Rudy saw firsthand the mess that Paul had gotten himself into. And hell, Rudy even had to clean up that mess for him. So Rudy's own image of Paul got shattered, and especially once Lilia started telling Rudy about Paul's old mishaps, he started viewing him as the nuanced and complex person that he is. And Rudy's low self-esteem actually helps him relate to Paul because while he's saying that Paul is trash, he also considers himself trash, so there's a degree of kinship there. But there is one other key thing that I think is very important for the direction Rudy will end up taking in his personal growth. Before the big confrontation back when Paul was helping with Sylphie, Rudy kind of admired Paul's permissive attitude towards physical affection, and low-key considers that maybe he could learn to be like that and bag some ladies himself. But now that mindset is completely changed, and it's actually kind of interesting to see the exact point where he's like, wait, no. Maybe, rather than being oblivious, I should try to learn from his example? No, calm down. I remembered the look in Zenith's eyes when the family meeting of ours came to a close. Did I want someone to give me that look? One wife would be plenty, thanks. Aside from the fact that this line is funny when you consider that Rudy eventually ends up with one more wife than Paul, you can see that core motivator tearing him away from the thought process of, maybe I should be like that. He started going down that mental road and his conscience basically said, no. He hurt her and he hurt her badly. We don't want to hurt the people we love, so we will not do what he did. And that is something I really like about Rudy as a character. He is a deeply flawed person at the start, and even at the very end, there's always going to be some room to grow. But he always has these core values, and with the support of people who care about him, he latches onto those values and builds himself up around them. It becomes a lot more obvious in later books, but it's cool to see these things set up so early, before all the main characters have even been introduced. The scene shifts a bit when Paul is trying to connect with Rudy by leaning on his attachment to Sylvie, and gets Rudy to admit that she's cute and definitely a candidate for future interest. Though at multiple points throughout the book, Rudy makes it very clear that he's thinking a decade or more down the line when he has those thoughts. But the reason Paul did this was because Sylvie was standing right behind Rudy and he didn't notice it. So Paul was teasing Rudy about what he perceives as a childhood crush. But he's also clearly trying to push Rudy to be more honest with Sylvie, though Rudy is not quite self-aware enough to realize that he has no idea how people work. "Go on, repeat what you just said for her," Paul said. I let out a tiny snort. I didn't understand this guy at all. Guess Paul still had a ways to go. Even heartfelt words eventually lose their impact if you heard them so often you got used to them. Repeating those words now was a no-go, so I just flashed Sylvie a wordless grin and offered her a wave instead. Rudy clearly still has a very tropey idea of how relationships work, and he still kind of views it as X input gets Y output terms. Now, the two of them were definitely too young for this to really be important just yet, but Rudy still has to learn that as long as you're honest and heartfelt, kind words aren't going to stop being meaningful. And in fact, when their relationship does progress after they're reunited around a decade later, Sylvie does end up growing to be the kind of partner who prefers giving and receiving frequent expressions of love, rather than the traditional Japanese kind of dynamic that Rudy is leaning towards, which is not to be too expressive so that the moments you do open up are that much more impactful. So Rudy doesn't open up to Sylvie about how much he cares for her, and has this idea in his head that if he compliments her too much as a kid, it might end up going to her head. Again, his entire frame of reference for this is anime, and the fact that his sister in his past life was a bit of a bitch. But Sylvie is clearly taken aback by what she overheard Rudy saying. She's definitely too young to be having any kind of romantic feelings, but she does recognize that Rudy is very special to her. Now obviously she's been caught off guard as collateral damage from Paul's teasing at Rudy, and she blurts out that she thinks Rudy is cool. Rudy completely misreads the situation yet again. Sylvie was excellent at being diplomatic. I nearly mistook that look in her upturned eyes for sincerity. I'd certainly meant it when I said she was cute, but there were no romantic feelings behind that. Not right now, anyway. It's pretty obvious to anyone reading that Sylvie wasn't just placating him, she actually meant it. But since they're both 6, that doesn't really matter. There's a bit more back and forth banter with Rudy getting the last word. Then he closes off the scene with an acknowledgement that the conflicts are over and all is well for now. And so, today our house will be a peaceful one yet again. The next scene is a page long, and once again there's actually very little layered stuff going on. Both Zenith and Lilia end up giving birth on the same day, and there were some complications with both. Zenith's was a breech birth, which is scary even in our world with modern medical knowledge and technology. However, with Lilia's leadership and Rudy's constant healing magic, all went well and baby Norn was born. It was a shock when Lilia went into labor as well, considering she had gotten pregnant a month after Zenith, meaning this kid was going to be a preemie. However, there were no issues, and a midwife was able to take care of things, and baby Aisha was born. A bit small, but otherwise healthy. There is one thing about this scene that I want to briefly mention, and it's Rudy once again inserting a bit of color commentary. Paul was in an unenviable position, however. The women in our household had now doubled in number. Who was going to wind up on the bottom of the totem pole in that situation? Probably the guy who cheated with the maid and knocked her up. As for me, I was hoping to establish myself as the cool older brother. No way was Paul getting any respect. This is kind of funny for a few reasons beyond the fact that Rudy is doing the very kid-like thing of planning out how to make his little sisters look up to him as they grew up. But also on a reread, we know that things don't actually turn out that way. Rudy would actually miss the early years of his sisters' lives due to him being sent away at the end of the book, and that departure being extended by the Fatoa displacement event sending him to another continent, so he never gets a chance to form a natural sibling bond with them. But also, Paul would be more or less idolized by at least Norn, since he gets pretty much thrust into a position where he has to take charge and take action for the sake of his family. Even though he has some issues along the way, he stepped up and dedicated his entire being to the purpose of reuniting his family, and he was loved for it. And while Rudy does end up winning both of his sisters over eventually, they both start out by disliking him, though admittedly Aisha flipped very quickly after Rudy passed her "is this a good guy?" test. After all, a common feature of the series is that the best laid plans of Rudy's Greyrat often go awry. And that's the end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 is called Stunted Growth, and I should mention now that we're pretty much past all the major important parts of Volume 1. Of course, there are still things to talk about, and there are certainly important plot elements, but there aren't really any other major growth moments for Rudy in Volume 1. The rest of the book is its own dedicated mini-arc that provides the setup for the events of Volume 2, and it stays pretty on target with that. The chapter starts off with Rudy hitting the age of 7, and his sisters are doing what babies typically do: cry a lot and require constant upkeep. Paul and Zenith are losing their shit, while Lilia takes it in stride as she has experienced due to previous employment. And one nice little touch is that she's playfully teasing Paul and Lilia about this. Now this is what child rearing is. Things with young Rudius were much too easy. You could hardly call that real child rearing. This is indicative of two things. Firstly, it shows that Lilia, Zenith, and Paul are all cool with each other now. They were on good terms, and whatever lingering animosity there was has since been worked out. Secondly, this is not what we've come to expect from stone-faced Lilia. And I think the reason she's able to act this way is that she's actually happy. She loves the state of her life, she's surrounded by people who care about her, her animosity towards Rudy is gone, and last but certainly not least, she's an excited new mother. Before, even when things were good, there was always something holding her back from being truly content, but now everything's going her way for once. Another interesting thing is that Rudy actually steps up when it comes to taking care of his sisters. He had some experience with babies since he helped out with his brother from his past life and was able to take care of some of the childcare for Norn and Aisha. Even though it's not the biggest thing, it is Rudy actually doing the responsible thing for once. Even though he's been able to do the right thing from time to time, he's still not at the point of being truly responsible yet. Paul, meanwhile, is completely out of his element, which Rudy is quite internally critical of. And this criticism serves as a transition to an extended soliloquy that's pretty much a glazing of Paul's prowess as a warrior with a bit of world building thrown in there for good measure. Rudy confirms that Paul is advanced level in all three sword fighting styles, and we get a bit of an explanation as far as what some of these ranks say about someone's actual skill. And I'll fully admit that even after looking up the Kendo ranking system, I still don't fully grasp what kind of skill it takes to reach a certain rank. But Rudy explains that advanced typically takes a reasonably talented person 10 years of training, which sounds to me like a level that most people could potentially reach with enough time and dedication, though it's certainly something to be proud of. It's also roughly the equivalent of 4th or 5th Dan in Kendo, while intermediate is around 1st, 2nd, or 3rd Dan. Intermediate is the level needed to be a knight. The saint level is at least 6th Dan, possibly higher. It's then put into perspective how naturally gifted Paul really is. Now remember that the dude is like 26 at this point, and Rudy points out that his skill is like someone who got to 4th Dan in Kendo, Judo, and Karate without really dedicating himself to any of them. What I like about this is that it effectively establishes some of the power scaling that we're going to see throughout the rest of the series. Rudy ends up meeting some of the most powerful people in the world, and things scale up to a level that puts shonen bullshit to shame. I mean hell, there's a magical artifact that lists the 7 strongest people in the world at any given time. I do actually have some issues with that, but that's not for this video. And Rudy ends up fighting 5 of them at one point or another. By the time we're halfway through the series, we're well past the point where an advanced level swordsman would be just dead weight in most of Rudy's adventures, and it's easy to forget that advanced is still a very impressive thing when you're constantly bombarded by power that scales so high that it can literally fuck with the fabric of the universe. So I really do like how it establishes early on that advanced level is actually a really big deal, and it also puts into perspective how skilled Ghislaine is as a Sword King when we meet her at the end of the book. I do think the series does kind of lose that perspective as it goes on, and I did often find myself seeing a character who was an intermediate swordsman and saying, oh, they suck, and having to remind myself that that's still reflective of years of training and is nothing to scoff at. But I can appreciate that the foundation was laid at least. Rudy had also seen Paul on a monster extermination trip and was very impressed at his flow and grace in combat. And also notably, Rudy was unable to get one up on Paul in their sparring matches despite using his magic. So even though Rudy is Saint tier in water magic and advanced in the other attack magic styles, Paul's advanced swordsmanship combined with his ludicrous amount of real-world combat experience is still insurmountable. Rudy is a little disappointed that he can't escape beginner, but realistically, without a battle aura, he's not even physically capable of fighting at the advanced level. An intermediate would likely require a lifelong dedication to the sword to get to the point where his physical prowess could make up for the lack of magical assistance. And interestingly, despite Rudy's mixed feelings about Paul in this moment, he's actually quite grateful to him for his tutelage, and that having someone stronger than him keeps him humble. Charisma aside, I was grateful to have Paul around. To have someone more powerful than me so close by. If he hadn't been around, I might have grown up to be an arrogant punk. I would have let my skill and magic convince me to challenge some monsters to a fight, and, unable to handle a pack of assault dogs, I'd have wound up getting torn to literal pieces. And if the monsters didn't do it, people would have. If I'd let my skills go to my head, I'd definitely have picked a fight with someone I couldn't beat. It was a common story, and I'd have deserved whatever came to me, too. I'll first note that this is another passage that's very funny with the knowledge of the future books. In just a few books, assault dogs are so easy for him to deal with that he barely even considers them a threat. And he also literally picks a fight with the second strongest person in the world and loses that fight pretty decisively. And honestly, I'd say there's a case to be made that he's actually the strongest, since we never end up getting a solid idea of how good number 1 really is. But this is indicative of a persistent thread in his personality. I already mentioned that Rudy has self-esteem issues, and he always ends up viewing himself as less capable than he actually is. And one big reason for this is exactly what's happening with Paul right now. He surrounds himself with people who are incomprehensibly strong, and that kind of warps his view of what power even is. He sees how the second most powerful person in the world kicked his ass and it knocks him down a peg. He just doesn't see how strong he really is because he's always interacting with people who are stronger. Rudy also casually mentions that swordsmen in this world can run at speeds of around 50 kilometers an hour, or 31 miles per hour in freedom units, which is in fact faster than the current world record for foot speed in the real world, though not by much. And that's a big reason I say that advanced in any swordplay style is out of reach for Rudy. His physical body just can't do stuff like that without a battle aura. And there's a bit of world building in that Rudy explains why sword fighting is so flashy in this world. Because it's very feasible to have any non-fatal injury healed with magic, fighters could afford to take more risks, and in response, the meta as it were, shifted so that fighters prioritized a quick, decisive finish. In our world's history, it wasn't uncommon for fights to be won by wearing down your opponent until they just give out. And even if they don't die, they'll be out of commission for a while. Not the case when healing magic exists. But healing magic can't do shit about a decapitation or a stab through the heart. One of the things about my tastes in media is that I don't care about the use of tropes and can accept some level of rule of cool bullshit. But I really like it when a story goes out of its way to give an in-universe logical explanation for why those tropes are a thing. It's one of the reasons I love the Muv-Luv trilogy, for instance. It actually explains things like why exactly they fight with mechs instead of more realistic war machines, or why there seem to be an awful lot of teenage girls on the military base. It's just one of those things that I really appreciate, and I appreciate that Mushoku Tensei is able to explain the reasoning the sword fights are full of awesome anime bullshit. But even though this section of the story is pretty much entirely about Paul, it does set up a baseline for Rudy's current mindset, which ends up kicking off the chain of events that would lead to the core premise of Volume 2. Rudy feels like he's plateaued in his training. He taught himself a decent amount, advanced a lot with Roxy's help, and he's been able to pass a good chunk of that along to Sylphie. But he's just not seeing much more improvement in pretty much any regard, and as he's dealing with this frustration, Paul inadvertently puts that key idea into Rudy's mind that gets the ball rolling. "By the way, Rudy," he said, as if suddenly remembering something, "about school. No, you probably don't need that. Never mind, let's get back to it. School. That's something that could help Rudy overcome this hurdle of his. After all, he improved very quickly under Roxy's tutelage, and she had high praise for her own time at university, which just so happens to be the same one that Paul brings up when pushed a bit by Rudy. Everything from here on out to the end of the book stems from this thought that Paul had just wormed into his brain. I need to improve further, and the best way to do that is to go to school. As you might have guessed based on Paul's immediate dismissal of the idea, he's not too thrilled by that prospect, and the resulting conversation is him trying to talk Rudy out of it, which is an amusing twist on the typical way this dynamic would play out with the parent pushing school onto an unwilling child. And that mentality comes from Paul's dislike of schooling and his general rejection of the noble society he ran away from as a kid. Paul was definitely too much of a free spirit to be able to handle all the rules and order that a long-term education would require. Rudy does try to play to Paul's biases by insinuating that he may try to bag a hot noble girl, and Paul goes on this hilarious rant getting all worked up about how he got tricked by women wearing too much makeup and hiding their lack of physique with corsets. Like he's having fucking Vietnam flashbacks by the end of it, and it's really funny. Rudy eventually caves and figures he can see the positives of staying home, particularly that he can still teach Sylphie more things. And that's our first real nod to a part of their dynamic that plays a key role in making the events of the rest of the book leading into Volume 2 play out in the particular way that they do. Rudy and Sylphie are starting to become a bit codependent. At this point, as kids, that's not really an issue, but it could definitely develop into one as they grow older. Sylphie is attached to Rudy because he's almost become an older brother figure to her, the one who protects and guides her and who accepts her for who she is. Rudy is attached to Sylphie because he wants to do right by a fellow outcast and because he really likes that he's finally needed. That's something that'll become more clear before long, and it's something Paul picks up on. But this little tidbit leads us into a nice transition into a bit more world building. Paul suggests adventuring as a means of getting an education in a more practical setting, specifically by delving into labyrinths. Rudy had read about them in one of the books they had in the house, The Three Swordsmen and the Labyrinth, which is central to the legend of how the original Sword, Water, and North gods developed their respective styles, which still continue on to this day, and while it is a legend, it's generally believed to be reasonably true. So Rudy gives us a rundown of how labyrinths work. At this point in the story, Mushoku Tensei is still playing around with the common isekai tropes, and one of these tropes is that fantasy worlds often contain video gamey elements. These labyrinths are like dungeons in an RPG. Much like how monsters are animals changed by magic, a labyrinth is a normal cavern that gets changed by magic. At the bottom of the labyrinth is a magical crystal and some sort of guardian who acts as the final boss of the labyrinth. Monsters are drawn to the crystal's energy, and when they die, the labyrinth absorbs their mana and grows a bit stronger. It's not uncommon for new labyrinths to lose their crystals to monsters or to cave-ins, which de-labyrinths it. Adventurers are drawn to the crystals as well, but for different reasons. The crystals have a high resale value since they're excellent magical catalysts. On top of that, as people and monsters die in the labyrinth, the stuff they bring with them will eventually get infused with mana and gain some sort of magical effect. It's completely random, which lets these dungeons have a video gamey RNG loot system. If you happen to snag an item with a good effect, that can be quite valuable. This point then lets Rudy transition into the difference between magical implements, where you feed mana into an item for a particular effect, and these labyrinth-made magical items, which do not require the user to expend any mana whatsoever. I don't have all too much to say about that, it's just a bunch of expositional world building. Though as I said earlier, I do like it when writers take the time to actually explain the in-universe logic of the tropes they use. So it's cool to see how labyrinths function exactly like video game dungeons and how that all makes sense. This information isn't the most important thing in the long term. While there will be a major story arc revolving around the teleportation labyrinth, they don't feature too heavily in the rest of the story except when referenced offhand as a part of the world. But either way, world building is world building, and one of the things I like about Mushoku Tensei is how much groundwork is laid to make this whole world feel real and prime you for all the weird things magic can do so that it doesn't feel fake when crazy shit happens that's actually relevant to the main plot. The scene closes off with another moment of Paul screwing with Rudy, similar to the last time. This time, Rudy's expressing his aversion to the idea of risking his life adventuring, but tries to do it diplomatically by framing it as a preference towards more amorous pursuits, and it ends in a very funny way. Why would I deliberately put myself in highly risky situations just to get a thrill? A relaxed life full of women, just like Paul's, seemed way more appealing. I think I'm more inclined to spend my life chasing skirts. Oh ho, I guess you really are my son. Ideally, I'd like to build myself a little harem, just like my dear old dad. No kidding. Think you better stick to chasing one skirt at a time for now, though. Paul pointed behind me with a grin. I turned around to find myself face to face with a very sulky-looking Sylphie. Perfect timing, moron. That's just great. It takes the same formula as that scene from the previous chapter, but flips it on its head. Rather than Rudy being overheard saying something nice and being embarrassed by the situation, he said something not mean, but definitely not something that Sylphie, who clearly has some interest in Rudy, or at least as much of an interest as you can have at that age, would be particularly thrilled to hear. And while Rudy may not be the most socially adept, he does at least intuitively know that it's not generally a good idea to piss off the women in your life. And it's also a good way to cut off the scene in a concise way that doesn't break the immersion. The next scene is kinda interesting, not necessarily on its own, but in its role in the wider structure of that little mini-arc I've been talking about. While it's disguised as a means of giving us a status update on Rudy's and Sylphie's magical skills via a scene of them hanging out, it effectively provides us with a build-up of those thoughts that we saw planted in the last scene, specifically the idea of I'm not improving, I need guidance. And it also sets up an additional catalyst to make the rest of the book play out in the exciting way that it does. We start out with the reveal that Rudy had been giving Sylphie a rudimentary education on literacy, math, and science, as well as magic. And by all accounts, Sylphie is progressing well in pretty much every metric. Rudy is upset at his past self for dropping out of school so early because it limits the amount of things he'll be able to teach her. Remember that a big motivator for Rudy is deep regret and shame for how he wasted his past life, and that's something that he never fully escapes. Even now, as he's making the most of his situation and giving Sylphie a pretty solid education all things considered, he still finds himself trapped in that mindset of, why wasn't I better? But an interesting thing about Sylphie is that Rudy is able to pick up on how bright she really is. And in fact, he outright says that she's cleverer than him, and anything she doesn't get now, he's sure she'll figure out before long. And we also get to actually see how naturally curious she is. She'll ask about why water becomes vapor when heated up, and Rudy gives her a basic explanation of the 3 primary states of matter. This gets her thinking, wait, if you can melt solids, does that include rocks? Which leads Rudy to explain that yes, rocks can melt, though you need a whole lot of heat. I really like this moment because for starters, we get to actually see how eager Sylphie is to learn rather than just having Rudy say as much. I mean, we already know he's not the most reliable narrator out there when it comes to subjective things, and it would also lack the same kind of weight as actually seeing Sylphie ask these questions and explore these topics with that adorable enthusiasm. And another thing about this scene is that it's yet another great example of how much Sylphie has come out of her shell. When the two of them first met, she barely spoke at all and was generally very withdrawn and scared, even once she realized Rudy wasn't a threat to her. Now her excitement in almost every scene is bubbling over, and we can see a kid who just loves life and isn't afraid to really let her feelings be known. Which is definitely a precursor to how much of an emotional cornerstone she becomes, not just to Rudy, but to their entire extended family. It's good early character work, even though this version of Sylphie doesn't really feature in the story much at all after Volume 1, and the next time she becomes a major fixture in Rudy's life is after they've both reached adulthood and gone through their own trials by fire. It just makes sense how this Sylphie could easily grow up to become that Sylphie. Rudy then uses the subject of science to discuss how he's been learning a lot more about how to actually use magic and some of the unconventional things he's figured out. For example, he's able to somehow identify and isolate the different elements in the air, and he's discovering that you can actually do a lot by just changing the particulars of a spell to increase its effect without expending extra mana. The way he explains this is really interesting. My skill as a magician hadn't really improved since Roxy left. I'd just been finding ways to combine my current spells, use them more effectively, and increase their power with some minor scientific tweaks. So he says that his skills as a magician haven't improved, before going on to explain in literally the next sentence how he's been able to improve as a magician. That's again that inferiority complex rearing its ugly head. He's stuck on this idea that he's failing because he's not necessarily advancing in the exact metrics he wants, even if the results are improving just as much, if not more. And that's a legitimate avenue for growth. It's like an athlete who studies the strategy of their sport and starts finding success despite not getting any stronger or faster. It's a common theme that Rudy just doesn't seem to recognize his own strengths until they become so obvious that even he can't help but see them, only to then downplay them. And this inferiority complex, combined with his drive to make as much of his new life as possible, leads him to mumble about school. And this serves as the excuse to transition the scene from Rudy being all down about himself to a look at how Sylphie feels about him. Because that's another element to that whole inferiority complex thing. The people around Rudy tend to hold him in pretty high regard. In his early years, it's often because he's able to surpass what you'd expect from a child due to his greater mental age. Though there are people like Sylphie who latch onto his actual positive qualities. But as he grows up both physically and emotionally, he becomes a genuinely admirable person, and the people around him recognize that. So there's this constant juxtaposition between how he views himself and how other people view him, and it starts as early as Volume 1. And what makes this scene particularly interesting to me is that Rudy obviously isn't aware enough to see just how much Sylphie cares for him at this point. So the narration describes things so that it's blatantly obvious to the reader, but he himself doesn't really pick up on it. For example, Sylphie started growing her hair out because Rudy's been dropping what I'm sure he believes are subtle hints that he would like that. She does this despite the fact that it's established that she doesn't like her hair due to how it makes her an outcast. She picks up on the inner turmoil that Rudy's been going through with his self-esteem because she cares and is concerned by the fact that her friend is sad. When Rudy laments his lack of progress, which by the way is a pretty big deal since he's actually opening up about stuff that's been bothering him, she reassures him by telling him that he's amazing as he is, which she definitely believes. And it finally becomes too obvious for even Rudy to miss when he mentions that he may at some point go to school or do some adventuring, and Sylphie completely breaks down, begging him not to go. This is something that really touches Rudy because he's finally getting a chance to really feel and recognize that another person has actually grown to care about him to such an extent because of the person he was to them. Roxy liked Rudy, but they wouldn't bond as equals until they reunite much later on. Rudy's parents love him, but they kinda have to. Sylphie is grateful to him, sure, but she's come to value him for the person he is, and in this moment her platonic love for Rudy hits him like Truck-kun and he is completely floored by it. He starts to notice all the time Sylphie had done things like watch him practice swordplay just so she could spend a bit of extra time with him. He has likely never felt as loved as that before, and he likes how that feels so much that he pretty much immediately decides that the two of them are sticking together. He's not going to leave her behind because he finally has someone he cares about who cares about him more than anyone else, and he doesn't want to lose that. And while this is undeniably adorable, it also spawns two issues. The first is what will be addressed in the coming scenes. Due to their shared experience as outcasts, both Rudy and Sylphie are clinging to the person who's finally shown them true kindness and affection. They already spend pretty much all their free time together, and while it's not a problem that they're close and tend to lean on one another, they're definitely in a position that could turn into something highly codependent, where each's identity is wrapped in the other, which wouldn't be ideal. Sylphie in particular looks up to Rudy like a big brother, and while she is very excited and eager, she does take on a more subservient role in the relationship. And that kind of dynamic isn't conducive to a long-term adult relationship, whether they would have ended up together as husband and wife or remained close friends. Rudy did help Sylphie out of her shell, but she needs to get to a point where she can be her own person. And she helped Rudy through some emotional barriers, but he needs to learn how to be the kind of person who can have a proper adult relationship, rather than blindly showering affection on the first person who accepts him. Again, at this age it's not necessarily a cause for concern just yet, but it's definitely leaning in that direction. And the second issue is one I haven't talked about in a while, but it's still important. Rudy at this point still filters a lot of his emotions through a sexual lens. So as he's thinking about how much he cares for Sylphie, he starts imagining them growing up and having a future together. How could I even think of tossing a sweet little girl like this aside and wandering off somewhere? To do what? Improve my magic? To hell with that. I could already cast advanced and saint tier spells. That was good enough to make a living as a tutor, the way Roxy did. So why couldn't I stay here with Sylphie until we were old enough to get by on our own? Sounded pretty good to me. We'd grow up together, and she'd grow up into my perfect woman. Hikaru Genji style, baby. Crap. No, bad thoughts, bad thoughts. I will first acknowledge that just from the construction of that joke, I can tell that it's pretty funny, though I'm not about to dig into classical Japanese literature just to get that single reference. Sorry, but even I have my limits. But you can also tell that Rudy has a very difficult time separating his feelings for Sylphie and his desire for a romantic partner. Part of him just can't process the love he feels for her without it being romantic/sexual, and he literally argues with himself about it while also showing that he still kind of views things like a dating sim. He grapples with his want to experience love in a physical and romantic sense, with his logical side saying, no, she's too young to have developed those particular kinds of feelings just yet. It wouldn't be right. And notably, the wrong side was starting to win that argument. He is at this point incapable of properly processing his emotions that are so strong that they very nearly overwhelm him until he gets distracted. Her affection meter was at max for now, but there was no guarantee it would stay that way forever. Could I live with myself if it dropped to 0? No. Hell no. I'm a man who knows my limits, damn it. Seriously, she's so soft and warm and fluffy, and she smells so freaking good. She's bearing her soul to me right now, and I'm supposed to just sit here slack-jawed? That's so messed up. We both know how we feel, so we should just take this to the next level. Why force myself to waste precious time? Why not just admit that I made the wrong call? That does it. I've decided. I'll make her my perfect girl. I'm oblivious no more, Sylphie. Hey Rudy, letter for you. At this point, Paul barged into the room, pulling me out of my own little world, and not a moment too soon. Startled, I pulled away from Sylphie. My dear father deserved some gratitude for that one. I'd been about 2 minutes away from turning into an extremely pathetic kind of villain. Still, a man's endurance had its limits. I'd managed to weather this storm, but there was no telling what might happen next time. It's kinda scary looking back on that passage, and it's a stark reminder that even though it doesn't always show, Rudy is a profoundly damaged person who is experiencing powerful positive emotions that he's probably never felt before, and he just doesn't have the experience necessary to handle that. And actually, his 41-year-old mind is kinda working against him in this moment. If he were an actual smart kid, he still would have been lost in this moment, but he would have had the innocence to properly explore those feelings in a reasonably healthy way. But as an adult with a long history of using sexual pleasure to escape from his pain, his mind starts to twist his legitimately wholesome emotions into desires that very nearly convinced him to do something that he was fully aware was wrong, and he felt immediately ashamed of as soon as he regained his head. In a lot of ways, it's a really good thing that the next major person in his life is Eris, because he can't control and manipulate her the way he definitely could have done to Sylphie. Eris, for all her faults, is a force to be reckoned with, and she kicks his ass when he acts like a creep, and makes it no secret when Rudy crosses a line, which ends up teaching him some important lessons regarding boundaries. But that's in topic for the Volume 2 video, assuming this one does well enough to justify me continuing the series, which I hope it does. But yeah, while Sylphie would eventually grow up to be a very strong woman in her own right, at this point Rudy needs someone who can put him in his place when he needs it, and that's an area where Sylphie still has to do a bit of growing up herself. So now we get to that letter that so effectively cut off the previous scene, and it's from Roxy. It's mostly just an update on what she's been up to since she left, but it does do a few interesting things on top of that. So long story short, Roxy had been tutoring a prince in this kingdom of Sharon. She had been doing some labyrinth diving and started to get some recognition, which eventually secured her that teaching gig. Now that prince is someone who will eventually know as Pax, and it's interesting how Roxy herself draws parallels between him and Rudy in their letter. Specifically, Pax is intelligent, has some potential with magic, and is also a total perv who likes to creep on Roxy and steal her panties. It's meant to be kinda funny, but Pax ends up serving as almost a what-if story about how Rudy could have turned out. It's no coincidence that they both start out as repulsive degenerates who could end up making something of themselves with the right guidance and drive. I'm not going to go too far into it here, but Pax makes several appearances throughout the series, and it's pretty clear that his story parallels Rudy's in many ways, that I'll definitely talk about if and when this video series gets to that point. The other big thing Roxy's letter does is it also stokes that inferiority Rudy's been feeling as of late. Roxy herself has made great strides in her own studies and has learned to cast king tier water spells, making her a water king. And she also says that she wouldn't be surprised if Rudy had made it to Water Emperor or had risen to Saint in other types of magic. Neither of these has been the case, and without a doubt it probably stung to know that he hasn't been meeting her expectations. And again, she name drops the Renoa University of Magic, letting that thought that had been working its way through Rudy's mind take hold even more. And one other thing is that we do see a few hints of Roxy's own self-esteem as she's casually dropped in there. While this letter is her essentially bragging to Rudy in a friendly way about her accomplishments, she does somewhat downplay them as if they're no big deal, like making a name for herself as an adventurer, or acting like she just remembered as she was writing to mention that she's a water king now. On top of that, there are little self-deprecating comments she'll make such as, "Can't say I understand what you people find so appealing about my scrawny little body, honestly," in reference to how both Rudy and Pax creep on her. Or how in the postscript it tells Rudy that he isn't obligated to respond, ostensibly because she might be gone by the time the letter gets to her, but realistically it's because she doesn't realize that he would be extremely excited to establish some communication with her. It's a nice little touch that'll set up the stuff she has to deal with at later points in the story. But while Roxy is being unnecessarily humble in her letter, it just serves to exacerbate Rudy's own feelings of inferiority. Roxy's doing so much and had such high hopes for him, but here he is having, in his mind, not improved at all. And now he's thinking once again about school. Roxy went to school and speaks highly of it. She's been able to do all these amazing things. I think this could help me. Combine that with his new desire to stick with Sylphie no matter what, and he needed to find some sort of solution to his problem. But before we get into that, he does end off the scene with a joke. He replies to Roxy with a letter so generic that he doesn't even bother saying what's in it, and ends off with a postscript. P.S. Sorry for stealing your panties. Again, I fucking love how those panties become one of the most persistent running gags throughout the entire series, always showing up when you'd least expect it. It's so stupid, and that kind of humor is something I can't help but appreciate. But these two conflicting desires of Rudy, a desire to go out and try to realize his potential and a desire to stay by Sylphie's side, are the trigger to how this next scene plays out. But first, there's a little bit of world building and a little bit of establishing the current family dynamic in a humorous way. The next day, I waited until my family was gathered at the dinner table and then made my move. Father, can I make a selfish request? Hell no. Only to be shot down instantly. Fortunately, Paul's response earned him a good hard smack to the head from Zenith, who was seated at his side, and a follow-up attack from Lilia, who was seated on his other side. Ever since that whole mess with the unexpected pregnancy, Lilia had been joining us at the dinner table instead of waiting on us like a maid. It seemed like she was officially part of the family now. So for starters, we can see that not only has Zenith forgiven Lilia totally, she's embraced her not just as a friend, but as a full-fledged sister wife basically. Which also gives us a bit of world building in that marital structures aren't as rigidly defined as they are in our world, and it doesn't even appear that there's even any legal structure to marriage since Lilia has just started living as Paul's second wife and that's the end of it. This will be something that's confirmed more explicitly later on as Rudy himself enters into a polygamous marriage that really just amounts to the relevant people saying, yes, we're married now. But it's a nice way of establishing early on that while it's not particularly common, there's nothing actually preventing non-monogamous marriages. So it doesn't feel at all strange when it happens to Rudy. And it's also funny to see how Paul's two wives are now ganging up on him because of course they are. But let's move on to the actual purpose of the scene. As I mentioned earlier, Rudy's desire is to explore his horizons and progress with his magical skills, but do it in a way that'll let him stay by Sylphie's side. And he's also leaning towards the idea of school since he's not exactly at the point where risking his life is something that interests him in the slightest. So he explains his predicament and asks if both of them can be sent to school, with the Greyrats covering both sets of tuition since there's no way Sylphie's family would ever be able to afford it. Paul refuses for three admittedly valid reasons. Firstly, if Rudy leaves now, he'll disrupt his swordsmanship training and will never really advance. Of course, neither of them know about Rudy's issue with battle aura, which will prevent him from improving anyway. Secondly, even though they were pretty well off, tuition is expensive and paying for one would require a bit of doing. Two was out of the question. And lastly, Rudy's too young. He may be smart, but he has no idea how the world works in a practical sense, and cutting him loose so soon would be the wrong thing to do as a parent. Paul's logic is, I left home at 12, so that's how long I want you to stay before going out on your own. Interestingly, Rudy can see the logic behind Paul's words and accepts the situation without argument. But that doesn't mean he's given up, and you can see the moment where everything changes in Paul's mind as far as what he plans to do with Rudy moving forward. And it's pretty great because Rudy completely misses the way the tone of this conversation shifts, but the reader picks up on it immediately. Can you help me find a job? I can read, write, and do arithmetic, so I might make a decent tutor. I wouldn't mind working as a magician either. I'll take whatever pays best. You want a job? Why? Paul asked, his eyes narrowing. I want to earn Sylphie's tuition for her. I don't think it's in her best interest for you to do that. Maybe not, I think it's in my best interest though. The room fell completely silent for a long moment. I had to fight the urge to squirm awkwardly in my seat. I see. So that's how it is, huh? In the end, Paul nodded to himself, apparently convinced of something. Alright, fine. In that case, I'll look into a few things for you. While Zenith and Lilia's faces now expressed open concern, the look in Paul's eyes told me I could take him at his word. Thank you very much, I said, lowering my head in gratitude as my family resumed their meal. So for starters, we can see that Rudy is still quite selfish. Despite his genuine care for Sylphie, it's clear that he doesn't 100% have her best interest in mind. I mean, he fucking says as much. It's not like he doesn't want her to be happy or anything like that, he's just more invested in the idea of them building a happy future together than the idea of doing what's strictly the best for her. And this is definitely something Paul picks up on, and he realizes that this is not something Rudy will give up on, but he needs to learn certain things that likely won't be completely receptive to at first. And we don't exactly know what that entails, but we can see that Paul's mindset shifts. and that something is going down and it's happening soon, or at least soon from the reader's perspective since the book's very nearly finished. And meanwhile, Rudy's just sitting there thinking he's convinced Paul that he's going to have a chance to work off Sylphie's tuition for her. He's not entirely wrong, but certainly not right in the way he thinks he is. Now we get another shift to Paul's perspective, and it's once again in that past perspective rather than in the moment, but it's less of a distant past than we've seen in prior scenes. Rather, this feels more like he's thinking back on events like a few hours later. So it's still very fresh in his mind, but the moment has definitely passed. And one big concern of Paul's right away is that he's worried that Rudy is making the same mistakes he did in his youth, but on an even greater scale. Paul was eager to go out and blaze his own path younger than most, but even he didn't really start seriously considering it until he was 11 to Rudy's 7. In his youth, he wouldn't listen to people who told him to slow down and to stop being so reckless, which led to Zenith's unplanned pregnancy with Rudy, forcing Paul into an early retirement from adventuring. Even though he's happy with his new family life, it probably stings a bit that he didn't have much choice in the matter. And he also notes that while Paul was flailing randomly, Rudy's actually planning and considering his future steps, and it kinda freaks him out that Rudy's basically speedrunning his future, and doing it in a way that caused problems for Paul. Only he's moving there even faster than Paul did, and he doesn't want Rudy to become truly independent just yet because he still has a lot to learn. And then we get the action accompanying Paul's new conviction. With that thought in mind, I began to write a letter. But besides Paul's concern for Rudy, he's also concerned for Sylphie, which is only exacerbated by the fact that he sees a lot of himself in his son. He can tell that Sylphie's starting to rely on him a bit too much and that there was a very real chance that Rudy could end up hurting her in a way that she wouldn't be able to handle. And it wouldn't even be a malicious thing, just an extension of that selfishness that Rudy had just displayed. Right now, the girl was basically putty in his hands. If the two of them continued to grow up together like this, Sylphie was going to become permanently dependent on Rudius, even as an adult. I'd seen a few cases like that back when I was still nobility. I'd seen human beings who were little more than puppets, totally controlled by their parents. That life's not so bad when the guy who pulls your strings is still around, I guess. As long as Rudius kept loving Sylphie, she'd probably be just fine. But unfortunately, the kid had a bit of his dad in him as well. He was a born womanizer, in other words. There was a chance he might go running off after every other girl who caught his eye. A chance? Nah, this boy was my son. He was definitely gonna mess around. And when the dust settled, he might not end up choosing Sylphie. She'd never recover from that blow. Never. My son might very well end up entirely ruining that sweet little kid's life. I couldn't allow that to happen. It sure as hell wouldn't be in his best interests either. The thing that gets me about this is twofold. Firstly, knowing a bit about Paul's past, this is once again a great showcase of how much Paul's grown up in the past handful of years, even though he's still not perfect. Old Paul probably wouldn't have this kind of concern for Sylphie. I imagine he would have just been happy that his son was going to have a woman who was ride or die for him. But now he wants to set things up so that if Rudy breaks her heart, she'll be capable of bouncing back, and that's pretty admirable. But also, I'm sure Paul is thinking about his own fairly recent failings. Paul was a happily married man with a good life and a growing family. All it took was a short dry spell, realistically it couldn't have been more than 2 weeks at most, and a proposition for him to very nearly fuck it all up. Even after all that growth, he just couldn't control himself when put under even the slightest pressure. He figures that if Rudy takes after him in that regard, he should at least ensure that any fallout doesn't become a permanent wound. With all that running through his head, we get a somewhat ominous end to the chapter. And so I wrote my letter. Hopefully I get the response I was looking for. That said, how was I going to convince that smooth-talking kid to go along with this? Maybe this called for a brute force approach. As a repeat reader, I obviously know that he's referring to his plan to send Rudy to the Boreas Greyrats to tutor Eris, in exchange for the tuition fees he was asking for. But that last line also becomes very funny in hindsight. When I first read the book, I had assumed that the brute force approach he was talking about was just putting his foot down and telling Rudy, I'm your father and you don't have a say right now. You know, like many parents do when they're at an impasse with their kids. On a reread, I realized he was much more literal in his meeting, and it's just kind of funny to know that his brute force involves literally knocking Rudy the fuck out. That's a very Paul thing to do, and I can't help but smile a bit when I think about it. And with that, we're moving on to the final main chapter of the book, Parted. The chapter starts out with a 1-month time skip and a letter to Paul. Rudy correctly guesses that it's about his work, but doesn't quite know what's about to hit him. So he excitedly goes about his sword training. Paul floats the idea of Rudy and Sylphie temporarily separating as a means of kind of feeling out whether or not he'd be able to talk him into his plans. Rudy says he wouldn't like that, and Paul's just like, well, I'm not going to be able to do this with words, I guess, and we launch into the first real fight scene of the series. I really like Mushoku Tensei's fight scenes because they never end up just being a recitation of the blows and counters. Writing a good fight scene is hard when there's no visual element to go along with it, and many writers end up being very straightforward about it. But Mushoku Tensei emphasizes the quick thinking element of a fight. How even the best plans fall apart after the first strike, and you have to adapt to the situation at hand and change your approach on the fly. It's another reason I would have loved to see more fights from the perspective of a North God swordsman, because quick thinking and adaptability is the entire point of that fighting style, and the way these fights are written almost seems tailor-made for North God. Paul surprises Rudy with an initial attack, and Rudy flails a bit, with his sword training all but leaving him as he relies almost exclusively on magic throughout the fight. I'm not going to give a complete blow-by-blow, as I don't think I'll be able to really add all that much, but the fight is pretty much just Rudy desperately trying to use magic to create some sort of distance between them, as Paul continues his ruthless advance. Notably, Rudy twice ends up softening the ground at Paul's feet, which is pretty cool when you realize that Quagmire, a more powerful version of that exact type of spell, ends up becoming a signature opening strategy of his. And despite Rudy's best efforts to move himself away with magic and to slow Paul down with magic, Paul closes the gap and utilizes his superior swordsmanship to end the fight with a single strike. A short, sharp blow to my neck knocked me instantly unconscious. Certainly not the best fight scene we'll see in the series, but it is the only one we've got so far, and as short as it was, I think it was pretty enjoyable. Especially considering that the entire time was Rudy being on the back foot. Once Rudy gets to a point of being comfortable in combat, the fight scenes turn into an ever-evolving back and forth, which I find so much more engaging. And I can't wait to eventually talk about them, though that's still a ways away in this series. The next scene is Rudy waking up in a carriage tied up with what is implied to be a comical amount of rope. Sitting across from him is the resident muscle mommy dog lady of the series, and I love how much information is exchanged in only a few lines. "Nice to meet you," I said. "My name's Rudius Greyrat. Pardon my manners, I can't seem to get up at the moment." A preemptive introduction felt like the right move. The most basic rule of conversation was to start talking first. Once you seize the initiative, you can control where things went from there. For Paul's son, you're oddly polite. I'm my mother's son as well, as it happens. Alright, guess you got some zenith in you too. Apparently she knew both of my parents. That was something of a relief. The name's Ghislaine. We'll be getting very well acquainted starting tomorrow, kid. Through this brief exchange, we learn a few things. This is a warrior named Ghislaine, she's a bit blunt but not mean, and she knows Rudy's parents well enough to know their personalities, which means that most likely nothing bad is about to happen. So while a first-time reader still has no idea what the fuck is going on, at the very least they've been reassured enough so that there are no active alarm bells. Now, Rudy starts to freak out internally just a bit. His mind tends to wander, and holy fuck, his inner monologue is probably the funniest part of the whole book. Gah, have I been kidnapped by some wanton woman weightlifter? Did she steal the cutest boy in all the land to be her sex slave? Please have mercy. I sorta dig girls with muscles, yes, but I already pledged my heart to Sylphie. Well, if you must do it, be gentle with me, please. Wait, bad thoughts. He calms himself down, but that's just fucking funny. He's such a drama queen. But that is something we're starting to see a bit from Rudy. His mind will kind of go off on a wild tangent when presented with new unfamiliar situation until he reins himself in. It lets him have his moment of irrationality without disrupting the scene to come, and it lets us laugh a little bit in the meantime. He briefly suspects that Paul might have done what he did to steal Sylphie from him, but once again realizes that's probably not right either. So upon asking Ghislaine what's up, she gives him a letter from Paul, asking him to read it out loud since she has trouble reading. I'm not going to go over all the details of the letter because it pretty much boils down to explaining what's going to happen while also being a massive shitpost. Like, he literally starts out with, "To my dear son Rudius, if you're reading this letter, it means I'm no longer in this world." This makes Ghislaine immediately lose her shit before Rudy continues reading, "Sorry, just kidding, I always wanted to try that one out on somebody." There are a few moments like that where Paul makes fun of Ghislaine and she has a visible reaction. Something I'll go into in the Volume 2 video, assuming that ends up happening, is that Ghislaine is one of the beast folk and she embodies so many dog-like mannerisms. Not to the level of it overshadowing her personness like you might see from a stereotypical anime cat girl, but every so often she just does something that feels very much like the kind of excited response a dog might have. Like, at one point she gets distracted by meat. It's hilarious. And the fact that she's already getting so animated at the tiniest jabs from Paul is amusing. So here's the bullet points of Paul's letter. Rudy's going to be tutoring a young lady in Roa who will eventually come to know as Eris, and she's going to be a challenge. Ghislaine is a sword king who will continue Rudy's swordsmanship training in exchange for him giving her some basic schooling in math and literacy. And a little bit of extra world building, Ghislaine reveals that her teaching would normally be 2 gold coins per month, which is equivalent to 20 silver coins, 4 times what Roxy was paid for her tutelage, with the typical cost of living being around 2 silver coins per month. So cool, we know how money works. Paul also explains that Rudy will be away for 5 years, and that he's not to have any contact with Sylphie during that time so she can learn to be self-sufficient. In exchange for Rudy's tutoring, he'll be paid 2 silver a month plus room and board, which is below average but enough for him to learn how to handle money. On top of that, after the 5 years are up, assuming Rudy does a decent job, he'll be given a bonus large enough to cover tuition at the University of Magic for both him and Sylphie. So Rudy technically got what he asked for, but Paul's also trying to force him to learn some lessons he wouldn't have had he stayed home. And I really love what happens immediately after the letter concludes, which need I remind you is, aside from the actual information, filled with Paul just fucking with the two of them and signing off with a deliberately arrogant, "Sincerely, your noble, wise, and brilliant father, Paul." Ghislaine's first words after that point are, "Paul really loves you, doesn't he?" And that really resonates with Rudy. As he was reading Paul's letter, particularly the part about Sylphie, he realized that as much as he hated being forcibly separated from her, Paul was right. They were growing codependent, and both of them, but particularly Sylphie, needed to develop into a person of their own so that if they end up together, they can mutually support one another while still being able to function without them. That's why Paul needed to separate them, though if you ask me, 0 contact is a bit much considering these two 7-year-olds are going to be apart for 5 years. I don't think a letter every so often would have been out of line. But with a bit of humor to soften things up and endear Ghislaine to Rudy a little, Rudy sits back and understands why things had to happen the way they did, and it was ultimately for the best, both for him and Sylphie in the long run. But understanding that on a logical level doesn't exactly stop him from hurting. Just like that, I found myself traveling to the Citadel of Roa, the largest settlement in the Fatoa region. I had some mixed feelings about that, of course, but it really was for the best. I couldn't just stay with Sylphie, so this is something that had to happen. I definitely wasn't bitter about it at all. Nope. Man, I wish I could go see her once a year or so at least. Well, maybe I'd manage to convince myself of that at some point. I just wasn't quite there yet. And that's the last we see of Rudy's perspective in Volume 1, and we leave him with a bittersweet sense of finality with this chapter in his life. Sad that he's lost contact with his friend, who would have been a completely different person upon that reunion, even if things had all gone to plan and their separation wasn't extended by the Fatoa displacement event at the end of Volume 2. But at the same time, things are looking up, and Rudy's gonna have opportunities that he could only have dreamed of. Training under a Sword King, and working to eventually attend a prestigious magical school to expand his horizons that way. As Rudy himself said, there are mixed feelings going on, but despite his pain, he knows deep down that this was the right way forward. To close things off for the main chapters, we get one more perspective shift to Paul right after that last fight with Rudy. And once again, Rudy hasn't exactly been the most reliable narrator. Yes, Paul won by knocking out Rudy in only a few seconds total, but according to him, it was a lot closer than Rudy made it out to be. Paul attacked Rudy by surprise, and Rudy reacted intelligently, using magic with a specific goal in mind and mixing it up to keep Paul on his toes. It took Paul 3 steps when all was said and done, when in a real group combat scenario, you have to get the job done in one or you lose your opportunity as a swordsman. And if things were just a bit different, if Paul had made one wrong move or Rudy was just a little more on point with his magic, Paul would have gotten completely tripped up or Rudy might have created enough distance for Paul to need a 4th step. And this realization makes Paul very happy, and that confuses him. For all intents and purposes, the kid got the best of me. You could probably toss him into a party of adventurers right now. He'd more than pull his own weight in a labyrinth. Guess you'd expect no less from the prodigy who gave a Water Saint tier magician an inferiority complex. The boy was downright terrifying, but for some reason that made me happy. Up until now I'd been jealous of anyone more talented than me, but where my son was concerned, all I felt was pride. I don't think it really clicked for me just how disconnected Rudy is when he looks at his own abilities until that passage right there. It took Paul, the naturally gifted swordsman who got to the advanced level in all 3 swordplay styles without even trying, and in the span of a few years became a top-tier adventurer, saying that in all the ways that matter in the real world, Rudy beat him. And if we were to go adventuring, he would thrive as he is currently. That's what made me realize, holy shit, Rudy is actually really good and he has absolutely no idea. And again, this theme of Rudy's character shows up again and again throughout the course of the series. And even as Rudy grows into a completely different person over the years, you can still see so many of the seeds that were planted all the way back here in the first book of this 26-book series. Can you tell I really like Mushoku Tensei? Most of the rest of this section is pretty straightforward and pretty funny to boot. Sylphie gets upset when she sees Rudy tied up and unconscious and actually launches an intermediate spell at Paul silently, which gives Paul an immediate what the fuck moment, though her father calms her down and explains things to her. Meanwhile, Zenith and Lilia give this overly dramatic performance with Zenith saying goodbye, Lilia comforting her, and the two becoming even closer. I say performance because the dialogue has a noticeable stylistic difference to their normal dialogue. Basically, they were behaving like they were putting on a play on stage. Paul pretty quickly realizes they're just goofing around, and they eventually turn it on him, making fun of him for wanting to train because his son almost humiliated him. It's very wholesome, and you really get to see firsthand just how close Zenith and Lilia are. That is one thing that was kinda lacking from Rudy's perspective. Sure, he said that the two of them were close before the affair, and there were a few amusing moments afterwards, but we never really got to see how much the two care about one another firsthand, and this actually goes a long way towards setting up that dynamic on an emotional level, which is important for much later on when Lilia ends up caring for Zenith when she becomes, for all intents and purposes, disabled. Though admittedly it's more complicated than that, not for this video though. Lilia is under no direct obligation to be in Rudy's service or to be Zenith's full-time caretaker, but Zenith is her closest friend and Lilia will gladly sacrifice anything to be there for her friend. As the scene comes to a close, Paul has a few final thoughts, and his earlier struggles about not wanting to make the same mistakes as his father so Rudy doesn't make the same mistakes as him come full circle. Honestly, this doesn't have quite the emotional weight that I think it was going for, because in the handful of scenes Paul had, I just don't think there was enough work done to really establish just how deeply this affects him. So when he comes to this cathartic resolution, the reader feels that closure a lot less than Paul himself, and I do think that's a shame. I think another scene or two specifically focusing on Paul and his father would have really helped this moment right here. But Paul realizes that for all the mistakes his own father made, Paul did end up learning and growing a lot because he rebelled and ran away. He didn't always make the right choices, but his desire to stick it to his father drove him to great heights. And now he thinks he just might serve the same role in Rudy's life, but in a deliberate and loving way. In a silent goodbye, he hopes that Rudy will use the resentment he's surely feeling to push himself to grow stronger than Paul ever was, so that he can build himself a good, happy life. I grew up under my old man's thumb myself, you know. Ended up just running away rather than ever facing up to him. I do regret that to some degree, and I wish I'd done some things differently. I don't want you to feel that way, of course, but you know, running away like that did make me stronger. I'm not sure if I'm stronger than my dad was, but I found women I loved, protected the things I cared about, and grew tough enough to put the screws on my own, kid. You want to fight back? Fine by me. Have at it. Come back stronger, kid. Strong enough to stand up to your tyrant of a dad. That's how the final main chapter of Volume 1 closes off. There's still a bonus chapter, but that's an addendum. The story proper ends on that note right there. Paul himself has a few bittersweet feelings, but he's ultimately proud of his son, and not the pride mixed with sadness from their first big argument, but true pride. And Ghislaine was right, Paul really does love Rudy. And while this final scene definitely had some funny moments, with the Zenith and Lilia thing being exceptionally goofy, I like the choice to end it off on a completely serious and heartfelt note, with Paul silently telling his son that he's gonna grow up to do great things one day. Rudy does still have a ways to go, but Paul really made some strides as a man and as a father, which will serve him well in the events to come. That right there was a great way to close off the story, and that was how the original web novel ended. But of course, we do have the extra chapter that was added when the original web novels were revised and re-released as light novels. It's not numbered, but it's titled The Mother of the Greyrat Family, and doesn't actually have a header denoting the perspective shift like we've seen in the rest of the book. Rather, that's done in the first line of the chapter. My name is Zenith Greyrat. Our first look through Zenith's eyes, and I can see exactly why this was added in. We got a great look at Paul, a short but powerful piece from Lilia, and some solid character work for Sylphie through Rudy's eyes. But there really wasn't much given to Zenith outside of the family meeting scene, which was her at her worst moment. The goal of this chapter is to do some work to correct that mistake and to get a bit of extra backstory on who she really is and how she came to be with Paul. The first part is pretty much just a recounting of her earlier life. She was a noble of the holy country of Millis, raised to be a proper noble lady, a devotee of the state religion, the Millis Church, and became rather adept at healing magic. Eventually, she fought with her family and impulsively ran away because she couldn't stand the idea of never having any freedom of her own. She was taken advantage of by a group of adventurers who started out by severely underpaying her for her magical skills and may have done worse had Paul's group not stepped in and saved her, though she assumed it was a kidnapping. And to be fair, it kinda was, until Elena Elise, who would become very important to the story later on, explained everything to her. She eventually grew to like Paul because despite his rough edges, he was always there for her when she needed it most. She agreed to sleep with him if he promised to only be with her from now on. Obviously, this is Paul we're talking about, so he said what he needed to. But that night got her pregnant, and Paul stepped up. And that's how we got to our little family in Buena Village. Not too much for me to say here. It's mostly just a basic timeline of events, though we do see more evidence of Paul's nature of being a troublemaker on the surface with obvious flaws, but a good man deep down who wants to do the right thing even if his dick sometimes gets in the way of that. The next part of the chapter is in the home sometime after the daughters were born. Zenith is just hanging out watching Rudy play with his sisters, and here she goes over all her own emotions about everything that had been skipped over up until now. She had felt a bit of distance with Rudy for a while, but that all changed when the family meeting scene happened. Zenith is very upfront with her feelings, and she clearly understands herself extremely well. So there isn't all that much to actually read into. It's all very nicely written and emotionally powerful, but that just means it's all out there and I have nothing to be clever about. So I think I'm going to really just look at two moments that'll come up in this chapter that I feel are significant. As well written as the rest of the chapter is, it's mostly just Zenith being all elegant and emotional, which is nice but also pretty surface level for an analysis like the one I'm doing. The first is Zenith's recounting of the big fight itself. She was on the verge of blowing everything up in anger until Rudy did his thing, and as I said before, Zenith immediately knew he was bullshitting. Before our marriage, I'd expected Paul to prove himself a liar and planned to dump him once he did. I'd almost forgotten about that, but apparently my feelings hadn't changed. I was so upset that I was ready to break apart our family for good. But in the end, Rudy changed my mind. Playing the part of a guileless child, he stepped in to guide things to a neat conclusion. His methods weren't exactly admirable, of course, and even if I believed his little story, it certainly wouldn't have convinced me to forgive my wayward husband. Still, from Rudy's words and the expression on his face, I could see what he was really feeling deep down inside. He was afraid, terrified that his family was going to break apart. The moment I realized that, I finally understood that he did love us in his own way, and I wanted nothing more than to reassure him. My anger softened. I managed to bring myself to forgive both Paul and Lilia on the spot. I think it's kind of huge that this moment of crisis brought her to love Rudy more deeply than she did before and really made her feel like a mother. And she has a point. Rudy sucks at showing it because of his emotional repression and trauma, not that Zenith would know anything about that, but he does care. Even if he himself doesn't realize it, he cares, and Zenith picked up on that, and it was enough to make Zenith completely reevaluate her plan of action and be the bigger person, which ended up working out well for everyone. I really like this alternate perspective of that scene. Without this extra chapter, we're left with mostly speculation about what exactly went through Zenith's mind at that moment, and that's what happened for anyone who only read the original web novels. Hearing it from her perspective adds an extra layer of depth that just wasn't there originally. The second thing I want to discuss relates to Rudy's sisters. As he's playing with them, he's also taking care of their needs, and Zenith is admiring how much he's stepping up and how much love he's showing the two of them in contrast to his usually stoic exterior. Rudy ends up passing Norn to Zenith for her feeding, which he can't exactly do himself. But afterwards he realizes that Aisha is also hungry, but Lilia has been delayed for reasons that are never actually revealed, and there's a bit of tension because the obvious answer is kinda right there. But Rudy is concerned about how Zenith might take the idea, and Zenith is also kinda scared that she'll unconsciously project the resentment she was still feeling with Paul and Lilia onto this child, who was an innocent party in all this. But she latches onto Rudy's desire for family like she did when she first forgave them. She figures that Aisha may not be her daughter, but she is Rudy's sister, and that means she's part of the family. And in a beautiful moment, as Aisha is feeding, Zenith realizes that she has absolutely no negative feelings whatsoever, and she felt the same love towards Aisha as she did while Norn was feeding. How odd. Why had I hesitated, even slightly, to bring Aisha to my breast? Why had I thought this would make me feel unhappy? Why did I think of this as some trial I had to endure? It was all so much simpler than I thought. I was a mother. Nothing else really mattered. Again, what more can I really even add to that? We already know that Zenith is basically the epitome of the mother figure, with a nearly endless amount of love to give, and it seems natural that she would learn to love Aisha as if she was her own. But there was just something so heartwarming about seeing her struggling with those doubts and having them washed away in real time as she truly embraces that loving side of herself. And the way her perspective is written is much more flowery because she's this elegant, wholesome, noble lady who loves being a mother. And also, she's very notably much more emotionally aware than any of the other perspectives we had because, let's be real, Rudy, Paul, and Lilia are their own special flavors of fucked in the head, while Zenith has always been in touch with her feelings. And that style of writing really does amplify this chapter's core theme of Zenith realizing just how much love she has to give to the people around her, and I feel it does a great job of really letting us get a window into her mind before future events take her ability to speak. I think not having this idea of who Zenith really is would have lessened the emotional impact of her part of the story after the teleportation labyrinth, so I'm glad this was added to the light novels. The scene closes off with Zenith feeling intense gratitude that Rudy helped her realize how much she valued being a family and allowing her to continue feeling and expressing the love that she's practically overwhelmed by at the moment. She spends a quiet moment of affection with Rudy and ends the scene thanking him for being born. And that's the end of Mushoku Tensei Volume 1. I feel like I need to reiterate something I said way back in the beginning of the video. I'm guessing about 5.5 hours ago, judging by the length of the script. This book is the first half of the prologue to the series. I was originally planning on making this video about Volume 1 and 2 together because of the fact that they share a singular purpose, which is to really set up the story to come and lay all the groundwork that we're going to need for the epic tale ahead of us. But as you probably guessed, I had to scrap that plan because it would have just been too much. But I need to impress upon you that this story has already done so much and it hasn't even really begun. So much of what we're going to see in Rudy has its roots in Volume 1. His inferiority complex, his unreliable narration, his sexual hang-ups, his difficulty understanding human relationships, his tendency to over-intellectualize. All that stuff is brought up here and it all gets built upon as we see him eventually grow up, and that works alongside many of the things we'll see in Volume 2 as he starts to learn how to accept a peer that he can't directly control, how he looks past a rough exterior to see the parts of a person that care more deeply than they'd admit, how he embraces his thirst for knowledge, and how he starts to really understand the importance of boundaries and controlling his urges. They all come together to form this foundation of Rudy's character arc that will be explored as he navigates the plot itself. So this analysis does feel somewhat incomplete from my perspective, but I hope I've been able to show some of what makes this series so special and why I absolutely fell in love with it. And to think that my first read of this series started out as me needing a break from my Warhammer 40k book binge. For those of you who made it all the way to the end, thank you very, very much for sticking around through what has been my most ambitious project on YouTube by a wide margin, and not just the length. I've never gone this in-depth about anything I've covered, and I'll be honest, I'm a bit nervous about how this will be received, because I just never attempted something of this scale before, and I set a pretty high bar for myself. Also, it is a bit of an experimental video for me, a bit different from my normal visual novel and eroge content, though there is some relevance due to the series being inspired by rants. If this is the kind of thing you want to see more of, please do let me know. I am interested in continuing my Mushoku Tensei analysis, assuming you guys are interested in watching it, but I do kinda need confirmation that you are interested in watching it to justify that kind of time commitment. And I wouldn't necessarily be against giving this same level of analysis to visual novels as well, though for my own sanity I'd only do it for ones on the shorter side. If that's something you'd like to see, again, please do let me know and I will seriously consider it. Before I go, a big thank you to my channel members, especially my $10 members Bulk Squat Thrust and President Irina Vladimirovna Putina. All members get access to this video early, so if that interests you, you can join them for as little as $1 per month via the join button down below. And of course, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to do that, but a like and a subscription goes a surprisingly long way towards helping me out. Assuming I get this video done in the time frame I'm pushing for, Rants 03 is either about to drop or has dropped recently. That'll be my next big video, and I will be or have already picked up the game on day 1, so expect that however long it takes me to get done. Hey, it's a big game, so it'll be a bit. But once again, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. Play the electro swing.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more.